You know what I noticed about my kid and kids in general is that when they squat down to pick something up, they bend at the knees, like they're always telling us to do. Like it never fails. Every single time he drops something, he bends at the knees. He never bends at the hips. It's very interesting how they just know to do that.
Hmm. Oh, excuse me. Better pop out.
editing wiki is vandalism now. Wikipedia is 100% true, and we have to protect it from cultural terrorists. They're allowed to stick fear porn signs up on kids' playgrounds. That's fine. That's not vandalism. But if you edit wiki, you're a vandal. What's good?
What's it been? Quiet all night?
I don't know. I just logged in.
Not all night.
Don, why are you such a fucking bot?
What? Butthole. I don't know what you insulted me. You said, why am I such a fucking something?
Butthole.
Oh, I don't know, Jeremy. I think society's to blame. And me being poor. Why are any of us buttholes?
I turn around, somebody docks you or talk shit.
I'm good at winding up bullies, I guess. That's good quality and a bad quality at the same time. But it's not like a big drama, Jeremy. Simply, I was bantering with Chucky, like I always do every day. Not too many insults, mostly just ignoring each other, still commenting to each other. And then Cypher comes out of nowhere and doxes me because Brandon's not about. He thinks he can get away with it. So I told Brandon and Stacey, I didn't want to bother you because you're in here, doing stuff in here. And I didn't think anyone would get back to me. And then Sean come in and said, it's okay, I'll message mods too. Because I think he feels like, if it's just a stupid dox, just get rid of the guy. Cypher's not making any arguments. So it's not a drama, it's just he did a bad thing. Let's do something about it and then move on. Percentage, do you think morals are relative?
Moles?
Morals.
Yeah.
And we have to try and find objective ones to try and share or whatever.
You cut out there. Objective what?
Objective morals. Because it's all relative, we need to work together and try and find some objective ones.
Sure.
I battle with this in my head. I want to I want to think that I understand good and evil. I need a moral system. But when I really think about nature and the universe and God not really telling us much, it does seem like morals are relative at the base level. I just want to hide that inside. I don't want it to be my I don't want it to be my full belief, just a truth that I keep inside.
No, I
And
think
then
it's a pretty kind of regular truth that good and evil is a spectrum.
But I guess what I'm saying is maybe there is no spectrum either. We're just animals trying to make up spectrums.
Well, how could it be relative if it's not a spectrum?
Who decides the spectrum? That's, who gets the right? Why does a good person get to choose the spectrum of good versus evil? How do we know they're good to be able to choose it?
They don't necessarily. It's subjective in that regard, but it's relative. Like that spectrum is relative for everyone. It's subjectively relative for each person.
I guess I could make a scale that there's harm on one side and no harm on another side. And then we've decided that's the scale, and we think harm is evil and no harm is good.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. That's how like utilitarians look at it. I think whatever's causing the most harm is the most evil.
I thought you might be religious enough to tell me, no, it's not relative. Morals come from God and they're there. We just have to recognize and find them, sort of thing. Because that's what I try and believe, but I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure anymore either, to be honest. I do think that, even in terms of religion, they've kind of come to their set of morals based off of years of seeing what's best for society and what's like causing the least harm and stuff.
Some of them might be a little bit controlling, and they've worked that in.
Like I'm thinking maybe I'm not religious enough to believe that truly came from God.
I think I'm accepting satanic truths that morals are relative, even though I don't like it. But then I can still argue that we're trying to find a shared nice experience, and for that we're going to need natural law. But I don't even want to tell anyone that morals are relative, because I think that makes me partly psychopath. I can make up what's right and wrong depending on where I am. That makes me a bit of a crazy animal.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
It's a paradox, isn't it, that we're here and there's no real official rule book and the people are killing each other.
And that's why you have scripture, because I feel like all scripture, and this is kind of like the thing that I'm grappling with, is that it's all man-made. That none of it truly is God. And
I believe they were inspired by God.
Yeah,
being inspired by God can literally make you write anything, right?
That's true. And that's like one thing that creativity. What is creativity? When we dream, where does that come from? And I feel like maybe that's all inspired by God.
Yeah.
And
some of it has to go through our sick filters.
In Islam, they say that dreams are 1/6 of revelation.
Quite a big chunk.
Creativity is, I think, part of dream, right? So maybe creativity, like when people go on a trip, stuff like that, and they think of certain things, maybe it's just allowing us to kind of be more creative, putting less inhibitions on creativity, such that, and that creativity might be part revelation.
Would they include DMT, you reckon? In the same state. If they say dreaming, by dreaming each night or once a week, you can receive a 1/6 of revelation. Could you do it with DMT instead?
I don't see why not. That's the thing. Maybe I don't think it would apply to the same extent. Maybe they'd have a different rule.
You get a different revelation, probably, but
yeah. Well, it's not the exact same when you're tripping versus dreaming, right? But I feel like dreaming is more a blank canvas.
It's more reflective of my own life when I dream. I don't see like visions and angels and out of this world stuff. I see me in different situations that I have to get through something.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You're quiet and breaking up a bit for me.
But in terms of like dreaming, you know, you're just sleeping, right? Everything that comes to you, it's internal. Unless like you know someone's talking to you and kind of like guiding your dream or something like that. You know.
I could believe both. It's all internal, the mind working, which I believe is a reflection of God wherever He is. It could also be like a spirit and God talking to you each night, helping you through a different challenge or whatever.
Yeah, but my point is, with tripping on something, you're affected by your external environment. And that's kind of affecting your trip.
That's more nature giving you a certain experience.
Exactly.
What if when you die, you're completely obliterated?
Well, this is all we got. One life.
Possible.
That would make a lot of people wrong, wouldn't it? Throughout time.
Yeah, it would make a lot of people pretty mad.
You guys not hear me?
Jeremy, you're like in a trash can.
Yeah. Echoey trash.
I think that's a doctrine, right? Obliteration doctrine. Your soul and spirit are just dissipated.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, of course it's a doctrine. There's a lot of faiths that like don't believe in hell and heaven, don't believe in afterlife.
Atheism, right? Atheism says, but they pretend they
yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
starting to think atheism is a little bit more credible than I thought in terms of like what we're doing right now, why we're here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. But what about everything like how everything existed? Like how we
like our only regret is that we probably wasted a lot of time when we could have done something in the now.
Theism, you know, he doesn't help. He's out there and he did love us, but he's not helping anymore.
No, that's
yeah,
not
I think that he doesn't really care. Like he probably
there was
exists,
no God,
but he doesn't.
There's no evidence of God. Whereas everything that exists, can't really argue that.
I don't want to be atheist because I think that just says everything came from nothing, and I don't know.
No, there's definitely a God, but I don't think he really cares, and I don't think we know that much about him. I think nobody really knows much about him.
Yeah, I think I agree. But it also seems like he's let Satan take control. He hasn't just stood back, but he's let Satan have Earth.
Oh yeah, he allows all of this stuff. Like that's the interesting part of like evil. Like he definitely allows all this stuff to happen, no doubt. Like it's permissible, you know.
Do I sound better now?
Yes.
Yeah, you sound like a real human.
One of my AirPods is fucked up. Son of a bitch.
But I think that's an argument for God. The fact that like we had to have existed somehow, right? And required God to exist in the first place. And then the fact that evil exists, you know, amidst that, or in light of that, means that like it kind of gives positive support for it being a test for the afterlife, and it's all kind of linked together.
No way. I think like evil is just immaturity. Like if you think evil exists, it means you just haven't realized that God is indifferent and doesn't really care.
Yeah, but why would
he still exist?
That's the thing.
I agree with that deep down.
Like, why would he be indifferent? It supports the fact that like
because he's just like the cold observer, right? He's just observing, seeing what his creation does.
But to what end?
I don't know. Maybe to learn. Maybe he's mad. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the mad God theory? Like,
yeah,
a painter,
maybe.
A painter that's not egocentric, so he just stands at the back of the gallery at his show, looking like a normal person, standing in.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
He wants people to see his art, but he doesn't want people to see him.
Yeah, that makes God way more badass. Like,
but it also makes him more human, more like creation, which he is not.
Well, you fell back into the.
Kind of falls into infinite regress when you give him human-like qualities, because then you're basically saying that there's another entity that is more creator-like.
I can imagine him outside the universe as well as inside, but just sitting quietly, watching.
Yeah, he's just the cool observer. Like, I think what's most interesting about God is that, he's so distant from interaction. Unless, like, I think in most ways he's distant in every interaction, but he's still there. You know what I mean? But he doesn't really care. I don't know.
What about these stories where someone says, I was a Freemason, but Jesus Christ himself woke me up behind the wheel when I was sleeping at 200 miles an hour, and now I'm a Christian.
That's interesting. That's like a road to Damascus, Paul.
Oh, guys, give me 1 second. I'm trying to work out this mic issue. Do I sound good now? Yeah, well, hold on. Am I
You're
good
back
now?
again.
Am I good now?
You were better before.
That's
And then transitioning between the
Well,
two.
I don't know what's good and what's bad at this point. So
There's no good and bad. You have to decide yourself. You can trust us as fellow men.
fellow people in this situation. Yeah.
Like, imagine if you had, like, all of the knowledge of the world and the power to create things just as you imagine. Basically, if you were God, do you think that you would have the qualities of anger, like to be like the mad God theory? Do you think you would have those base qualities? I don't think so.
If you're full of imagination and you're a creative magician, you are going to have anger as well. Because he hasn't done his shadow work, has he? He's just popped
Well,
up.
he gave us anger to use it, right? Like, he gave us all of these things so that they can be used. Like, everything that you can do, it's because you're allowed to do it, in a sense.
Yikes, yeah.
That's like the do as thou wilt kind of philosophy about God, right?
Has it.
Well, have you heard, like, or read Aleister Crowley's do as thou wilt kind of, and, like, I think his inspiration of God is that all these things are free for us to explore, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's what God wants. He wants us to explore his creation.
Indulge, but be ready for the consequences.
Oh yeah, it's like, yeah.
And not for moral reasons, for natural reasons.
Check.
Like, why? Yeah. Why would you limit God?
God will punish you through nature with a consequence.
Is my mic good, guys?
Deserve it.
Yeah, you're good.
Jesus Christ, I don't know what the fuck happened. I had to reset my whole phone.
That's
you guys wouldn't
being a fucking Apple fanboy.
You guys wouldn't stop talking. No, AirPods, bro, I always sound legit. I hear all these motherfuckers always having mic issues. They sound like shit. I listen to myself on YouTube. I sound fine.
Dude, there's so many people that just have really bad mics. And it's like half the time on Discord is bad mics and over talking and craziness. It's like most of the time unusable. You don't get anything out of it.
No, that's not true. Some of the time you can't get anything out of it, but in here, I mean, it's been relatively good. If you want to go to other places and let heads run wild and just over talk, like they don't hear anyone talking. Like, I think sometimes people just talk just to hear themselves talk. They don't even care if anyone else can hear them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they try to get as much out as soon as they can for as long as they can.
And not even that. Even if someone else is in the middle of talking or just started talking or they know two people started talking at the same time, they won't give up. Like, Xanix like that. Xanax will never back down, never let go. If two people start talking at the same time, he feels like he doesn't ever need to be the one to stop, ever. Like
we gotta get Paige a new mic.
Yeah, she's got a bad one.
Yeah, she's got like the worst. That shit's got makeup inside the hole.
Yeah. What about the second law? Love is the law, love under will. So maybe You can do whatever you want, but if you don't love it, maybe you've got no business doing it, and you're wasting your life doing a wrong thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like a natural instinct for you to do what you think you should be doing.
Yeah. When everyone
rather than doing something you don't like, you know?
If everyone follows this, people get scared that it's going to be chaos. But if everyone follows it, a lot of people agree. So they become little teams that bully other people that are doing it themselves, but doing it wrong in the eyes of the team. So it still becomes tribal.
Yeah, it's kind of like bullying. They try to get you to waste your time or something, or do something you hate.
We've decided that walking with no trousers on is wrong. So every time you walk with no trousers on, we're going to come tell you off. I did look, actually, I did research it ages ago, but I can't remember. Doesn't Moses have 9 laws? The Egyptians had 12 negative confessions. Maybe Moses binned 3 of them. Be interesting which ones.
We're the 12 of Egypt.
12 negative confessions of the Egyptians. Or 12 things they tried not to do.
Check. Do I still sound good?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know what it was, but I'm glad it's over with.
I'm looking here. There's 42 negative confessions. So maybe Moses had to sum a lot of them up into just 9.
Bro, Moses was probably on DMT.
Yeah, I think I always say he was high and he went up the volcano. He probably did speak to God in some way or another.
Yeah, it was probably just some DMT entity.
Maybe,
Watch out,
yeah.
kitty.
Maybe it was a
Came
dream.
down shining, which means with horns.
Or it could have been an actual being that came to him, whatever. Highly unlikely, but
I think he planned to go up the mount and talk to God. So he probably took the right stuff.
well, there was a good there was a couple good Moses movies actually. One of them was from the '90s or something, and there was the last one with that real famous guy. What's his name? Batman, the Machinist. What's that guy's name? Super famous dude.
Oh, I can't
Christian
remember.
Bale?
Christian Bale. Yep.
Oh, maybe that's watchable. Christian Bale as Moses.
No, it was good. It was good. It was all right. I like that older one better actually, with the no-name people.
I've got a list of the 42 negative confessions from the Papyrus of Ani. Yeah, lots of them are the same. I have not stolen grain. So that's the same one. I've not uttered lies. That's a very hard one for humans. Not uttered curses. Oh, so they're
Stealing
already.
grain is one of the commandments?
I have not stolen grain. Is
Steal, don't steal.
negative
Or just
confession.
thou shalt not steal?
Yeah, that's the same one. So Moses put all of the different Egyptian stealings into one. And that's in natural law as well. That's all of natural law.
But why'd you specify grain?
That's what the Papyrus of Ani, the Egyptians, specified.
Oh,
They won't steal grain.
Grain was probably a big thing to steal back then. I mean, you only had so many things you could steal, right?
They've got another one here. I have not
Steal a
carried away food. So not just grain, but ready-made food. You can't carry it away from the table or whatever. These are negative confessions. So you say I have not.
What do you mean, like you couldn't take like a piece of bread from your dinner and just like you know, go make that to go?
It just says 9. I have not carried away food.
You know what? Is
that stealing it? Or? Go ahead.
Yeah, that could mean don't get processed food that's already made. So that's interesting.
Carried away.
That means already made food.
And it's a different one to the grain. It's saying food. I think maybe it means don't steal from a feast. I think that's what it means. Like,
it might mean don't walk away from the table with food.
Yeah, it could mean that. You know, don't eat around the house on the couch. It could be that.
Yeah, don't go eat a snack in your bed or something. Yeah.
Oh, 11. I have not committed adultery. I have not lain with men.
It's probably for cleanliness. Because if you start eating snacks in the bed and shit, then you're
sure about that last one, Don?
Oh, my bad.
I've not committed adultery. I have not lain with men.
Listen, you know how they say
papyrus.
You know they say cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yeah.
And then if you're running around a house with snacks and shit, you might be getting crumbs everywhere, and then you won't be clean.
Then you'll get ants and all that. And yeah.
Yeah, that could legit mean don't leave the table with food.
I have not carried away food.
I think it probably likely means to like
steal.
Lead. I mean, it refers to the people that like used to import grain or handle grain, like the servants that used to take them like in truckloads or whatever, or take them to the mill or a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Instead of just like walking off with it, they're entrusted with this thing of value.
You can't steal from the temple. That's an extra rule. Not committed robbery or violence, so that they're separating that as another type of stealing. Oh, this is a good one. I have not eaten the heart, i.e., I have not grieved uselessly or felt remorse. So don't waste your emotions, I think.
I guess it means like be true to your convictions.
Yeah, that second bit. Don't have remorse. So I did that, and that's already happened. It's gone. It's done. But it doesn't say regret, so maybe that's different. I've not stolen cultivated land. It's quite a specific one. I don't think that Moses kept that, did he?
Cultivated what?
Cultivated land, so you can't steal a farm.
The whole farm.
Yeah, or one.
I can see stealing the food. How do you steal the whole farm now?
You just murder
you just take over the land.
Murder the family.
Just run up in there, kill everyone, and now that's my spot.
You don't even have to kill them. On threat of pain.
You just tell them to go
away.
Yo,
just leave. Just leave.
Threat.
Maybe they're talking about like sneaky,
no,
like
because you got weapons and shit, right? It's like this is my land now. Bitch, what you gonna do?
And yeah, but
land.
They could be just talking about like sneakily doing it. Sneaky like the neighbor's not looking. I'm gonna build my fence 10 feet on his side. Maybe he won't notice.
Maybe.
I've not been an eavesdropper. You can't stand around the corner and listen to your wife and her friend talk.
Isn't that what we do on Discord? Just eavesdrop?
Yeah.
If I can add something here, I relate things to poker a lot. Poker has a lot of rules that are made that seem to be personal, like, individualized, but it's actually not. Every rule that's made in poker is to fight against collusion, right? So people aren't cheating. Same thing with the rules that are given to us by the creator. I think they're made, to say to us, if you're not glorifying him or glorifying the creator, then you're doing wrong. So everything about the land, everything about how you act, take care of your body, how you eat, if you're not glorifying the creator, then you need to check yourself, right? Anything in excess is wrong. Adultery is not just laying down with another woman, it's wandering eyes, right? Like if you look at another woman, it's adultery.
And breaking your wife's heart.
Right. You're not glorifying the creator in what you do. That's why the rule was made. If you look at it like that.
Jerry, the one you were saying earlier, don't eat processed food. There's one what covers that now. I have not polluted myself. Which is great, isn't it?
It just goes back, you know, you can relate it to like eating because it's something we do every day. Breathing. If you're not, if every bite that you take of food is not in with the intention that you're going to glorify God with it, or glorify the creator with it, then you need to, you know, maybe change.
Yeah, I can glorify God when I have a spliff at the right moment of the day and I really enjoy it. But if I smoke a cigarette that I don't need, I feel disgusting, and that is not glorifying God.
Exactly.
So what was considered, you know, polluting yourself back then?
Yeah. I
I think it was
drugs. No drugs, no smoking. Maybe what else would they do?
Same thing.
Indulging.
That's polluting yourself now.
Yeah, anything in excess.
But it wouldn't be like breathing in smog, would it, back then? It wouldn't be eating McDonald's back then. You know what I mean, there must be specific, but maybe they.
Well, eating was a big thing. You know what I'm saying? So if you ate in excess all the time, you know, I think that's
polluting yourself, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit like
making a pig out of yourself, wallowing in it. Yeah.
Oh, this is an important one. I have not shut my ears to the words of truth. So it doesn't actually say you have to believe it. It says you have to listen.
Right. That's another implication, that the truth isn't to be kind of interpreted. It's to be acknowledged and you know,
it's always individual, right? If it talks about what you're listening to, your ears, it's saying don't partake in gossip. If it's talking about your mouth, it's, you know, be careful what's going in and out of your mouth, whether it be speech or food or, you know, the air you breathe, you know, that type of thing. Everything is individualized because
if your parents are Egyptian and you go to tell them how it's flat, and they already know inside it might be, and you might have some truth, but they close their ears and say, no, I don't want to hear it. That's what it's saying. Don't close your ears to what might be true. Or what you know is true, but you don't want to hear.
In that same instance, you're not supposed to force it, right? You're not supposed to just attack them with your mouth, you know, over and over again.
Shout at them.
You can only plant that seed, and then he says to dust your feet off and move on to the next one. So let it, you know, ears to hear and eyes to see.
Discord, relative ones to Discord here. I am not a stirrer up of strife or a disturber of the peace. And what was the other one?
Troll.
I have not pried into matters, so no stalking. But that one says don't investigate, doesn't it? I have not pried into matters. Are they saying don't investigate things?
It's you're supposed to gain knowledge, but not to the extent that it gets in the way of your walk with them, right?
Prying almost suggests
it's implied that the matters aren't your own.
Yeah, someone else's.
Right, exactly. And you're not supposed to stay in one place forever. Like, don't get bogged down into one, you know, thing for a long time.
Yeah, you get stuck in the book and you never be a human.
Well, to be fair, he's from East Anglia, and you rarely escape.
No, Dan, you're right.
Well, it's always good to get the atheistic view. It helps you. It's like the black and white, good and evil. I'm gonna say Christianity, but and atheist, but you know what I mean, like the opposite. So you know where you stand, like you know the differences.
This is a one. I think I would. It mentions the king, but I might replace king with government. But it's holy government, a king, isn't it? Holy governor. I have not worked witchcraft against the king, or blasphemed against the king. So we can't do chaos magic to stop the government, or blaspheme the government.
You have to be careful with that because sometimes it's using like saying
they mean the pharaoh, don't they? When they say king.
Yeah, well, you also it's also maybe relating the king to the creator, so it's using what you shouldn't do against the government.
Yeah,
against the creators.
I think that is dangerous, slippery slope. But in Egypt, it seemed to be normal with the pharaoh, and then as we progress through time, it seemed to be less normal to have a ruling class.
In another place, in other contexts, and other writers will say, you can't follow the government's laws ahead of God's laws. You're doing that's worse.
That's
right?
similar to Romans, isn't it? It's in Romans.
Mm-hmm.
Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. Render unto God that which is God's.
It's a tough one too. Even they say Jesus tried to explain that, and it was really vague.
It's one for flat earthers, unless you wanted to talk on it.
People use that to relate it to taxes. You just have to be careful. I mean, discernment is a thing, right?
It's a slippery slope when you replace God with the king. That's what I think.
Well, it's the fact you obey secular authority and live within the society that you're within, but you also respect the fact that God is supreme from the perspective of his instructions, which is to love thy neighbor, accept Jesus as your risen Savior, and hope for grace.
Yeah.
It's funny
if you're not putting that first.
It's funny you say that, like a slippery slope to replace God with king, because in Arabic the word Malik means it has multiple meanings, right? And they're very careful about translating into English, of God, to not use the word king, translate it to sovereign or lord or something. But they're very careful about.
Do you think they're sneaking in government, or are they trying to keep God there?
Yeah.
Bit of both.
It's hard to tell sometimes, right? That's why he talks about discernment. You have to live long enough, or gain that knowledge and apply it long enough to your walk towards the Creator to know what it means. You can't just read it and say it means this.
Back then, king was Pharaoh and Pharaoh was God, so it's the same being.
Well, no, the Pharaoh was the avatar of Osiris or Horus, depending on which particular pantheon, or Akhenaten, obviously Amun-Ra.
Some of the laymen won't know the avatar concept, so they'll think that's
or
God.
Aten, sorry, not Amun-Ra.
I thought it was a spiritual image.
It was an avatar basis, so the idea is you embody the spirit of, the wisdom and the ability to rule of Horus, right?
Yeah, manifested.
So that's Middle Dynasty period.
I think it's applied to stories. You know what I'm saying? Like, so people could relate.
It's the same way as we talk about the Messiah. So the Messiah just means the anointed one, and all kings are anointed. That's why they are given their righteous position by the will of God, and then that was a great reason to go and cut people's noses, arms, and hands off.
But it's just so people, the common.
If you look at it now, we can't see Biden as God now, the same way Egyptians saw their pharaoh as God. It doesn't work now.
That's
I don't think we see any political person as that, and I think we've moved past that. So you don't really have that kind of view, certainly in Europe after about the sort of late 1600s, early 1700s. That view definitely went away.
What I'm saying is the government now is acting as king, as a governing class, even if it's 1% instead of 0.0001%.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a governing class because they govern. So,
yeah. So I'm saying
they govern by the will of the people, which is why we call it a democracy. Or they govern because they've got the power, and that's why we might call it a dictatorship or an oligarchy, etc.
Yeah. It's definitely oligarchy now. This is why I interpret this. I have not worked witchcraft against the king, as I shouldn't do witchcraft against the government now. So I'm not going to listen to 34. I'm going to throw that one in the bin.
You shouldn't do witchcraft against anything, but you should never put government ahead of creators.
I disagree with the first bit. I agree with the second. Number 35 is I have never stopped the flow of water.
Say that again.
Good
I've
one.
never stopped the flow of water.
That is a good one.
I've never heard that.
Unless it's in a canal, and then it's pretty easy.
You know, if there's a spring, a mountain spring, and it's feeding the village, and you want to take that land, you can fuck the spring up, stop the flow of water, and then everyone dies.
Yeah, nothing good comes from like having control, stopping water.
Yeah. You should stop the flow of water.
Never stop the flow of water. Oh, okay. I think yeah. And here again, it's a individual's take, right? Depending on where you're at
It's
in your walk.
Negative confession, and you're supposed to say all these to make sure you're still good. So, if you can't say I have never stopped the flow of water, it means you've stopped it. You've done a bad.
No, it doesn't. If you say I've stopped the flow of water, that means you've done it. Not by not There's many things in this world that I said I have not done this.
No, if
it doesn't mean that I have done them.
If you can't say I have never stopped the flow of water, that means you have at some point.
I don't think it.
If you can't say, well, what if you've got no tongue and you can't speak?
Then you have to do the negative confession in your mind. But if you can't say that in your mind,
but to say something is a vocal contraction, so that would mean it would be an audible statement. Now, I could think I have never stopped water, but I can't really say it in my mind. That's probably not a good use of English. It would be confusing.
I'm saying because most people say it. Doesn't say you have to say.
What if it wasn't talking about? What if it's not talking about actual, the physical form of water? It's just talking about the spiritual flow. Like you're not supposed to get in the way of someone else's spirit. It goes back to individual. You know what we talk about this in prayer. You can pray without openly, using your voice, like where others can hear you. But it's more powerful if you speak it out because someone might hear you, right?
Well, what about holy water? It could be.
No, I think it's referring to actual water, guys.
Yeah, I do too.
You've also got the. Sorry, go on, Jerry.
Well, I was going to say, I think it means, once you've started taking a piss, finish. Don't stop because it's going to stink.
Yeah.
I also like the fact in Zen Buddhism, you have the concept of being in the moment or being in the flow. And that's the best place to be because that's where you're kind of mindful of the actions you're doing in that moment.
Earlier, I didn't know what he was talking about, but now that the flow of water, I've heard that and been taught that is the natural way, right? Don't try and disrupt the natural, nature's way or the creator's way.
I mean, it's both to that. The Nile is the spirit, isn't it? That's flowing, and it's real water, so it's both.
But it's a bit like saying, if you're in Pamplona in I think May, don't stop the flow of the bull because it hurts. Pamplona is where they do the
funny one that seems to have been sneaked in, especially for Knefu. It says, "I have not carried away the Knefu cakes from the spirits of the dead." So they had a little issue with people stealing holy cake.
Case silent, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, Nefu. Nefu?
And you've got to remember that's modern interpretation, and most of the names that we have for the Egyptian gods are the Hellenized versions. So, Horus is the Hellenized version of Horu or Hor or Hore.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'd like to go back
Ptolemaic, kind of fucking stuff going on there. So sorry.
My wife's the Hellenized version of Hore.
I'd like to go make one more
to the laws. don't steal the wafers from the church as one of the laws.
I want to go back to water one more time before we get too far. You can never stop the flow of water. Nature's water. Think about
That's
it.
right. If it's not horizontal, it'll flow. We know this.
No. Even if you dam it up, it will back up. It's
It'll flow the other way
flowing.
around,
It's
round,
going
won't
to
it?
continue to flow at some point. You cannot stop
Of
the
course, but
the
I
water
think
flow.
the idea is that people have come to rely on the water as it is. You stop it, you're endangering a bunch of lives. Like that.
Where can you stop the flow of water?
You can stop it in a specific
Like an
location,
aqueduct.
so it flows somewhere else.
Yeah, like you can
Well,
stop
no,
an
an aqueduct,
aqueduct from flowing to a city or something.
No, if it continues to flow, it's going to go around whatever you put in front of it to stop it. You can only divert it and slow it down. You can't stop the flow of water.
Well, it depends
But you
if you've
can
got
stop
continual
it
input.
at that
So
location that you
that
have the dam, right? Yes, you're diverting it in
I think
totality,
water has
but
the
you're stopping it
potential
in
to
that
flow.
location.
That's
and it
my
will try and
point.
flow.
That's
You
my
can
point.
trap it.
It's going to
Rakia, you can
continue
get a
to
bucket
flow.
of water, can't you? And that doesn't flow.
there are a lot of places in the world where you don't get water from aquifers, so that's like groundwater. So a lot of it, is like meltwater, or it's seasonal rainfall. So the wadis in Arabia is a good example of that kind of shit. And the same way as a lot of the runoff that we have. So that, as long as you've got high enough sides, you can contain that water and stop it flowing. But you're right, if you've got a continual supply from some sort of aquifer and you don't
Continuous
have the
flow.
rights to the land around you, then it's going to back up as long as the amount of water coming in is greater than the evaporation process that's happening to it.
If it's more and more coming, I agree with Rakia, you can't ever stop the flow if there's more and more coming.
Yeah, but if you've got
stop
more and
the
more
actual
coming, but it's
flow,
evaporating 10% faster than the water's being generated, then yeah, it can keep coming, but it's going to never go above a certain level.
Maybe Jerry was on. Maybe it refers to when someone's urinating, you should interrupt them, stop the flow of water because nothing good can come from.
Yeah, I think it works for all of these.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they meant.
Actually, one of the worst things I ever saw in my life was a guy getting done by two Stanley blades attached into the head of a screwdriver. And I'm standing having a piss in a nightclub in Lowestoft. Guy comes in, unzips the fucking guy's back and walks out, and he just falls to the ground screaming in pain. That certainly stopped the flow, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, another interpretation of the flow of blood. Stop it.
There's one you're supposed to repeat here. I have not debauched the wife of any man. And then you're supposed to say that again.
What do you mean debauched, by the way?
A different god. I don't know what debauched means on the papyrus.
So how do you know if you've never done it?
Debauched. I imagine it means had a night with them, but not in a loving way.
Hey, maybe she was just horny and wanted to get some.
Yeah, but if it's
I don't know if I have.
If it's the wife of another man, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to repeat this.
But what if it's the wife of another man and they're separated and
No. No adultery. It's the same for Moses.
What if they're in a polyamorous relationship and she likes a bit of debauchery?
Well, that was occulted in ancient Egypt. It's not on the confessions list. There's one at the end. I'm not slaying the cattle belonging to the god, but surely some of them did.
You got to remember that when you talk about this is the way you're talking about a span of 3,000 years of recorded history. So their ideas, thoughts, and views change drastically depending on when you choose. And most of the stuff that gets written into nice little sort of encyclopedias and easy books is just really about late dynastic up until Ptolemaic period.
Yeah,
very little that deals with the early stuff, unless of course it's the Scorpion King. And then
these rules are timeless.
Yeah.
Are
they? This is the Papyrus of Anhydrus, what I'm reading from. 42 negative confessions. I don't know what date that is.
Maybe not this one specifically, but like definitely the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, it's natural law with a bit of man's bias added on top.
Natural law is very simple in my view. It's, you know, you hold yourself responsible for your actions and inactions, and what should count as the intent.
I don't know if intent.
So what does debauch mean?
Means much in my natural law.
Explicit.
Debauchery. So debauchery is basically acts that are seen as against societal norms, generally with a sexual connotation. That's
Yeah, but
an easy
do you have to have done it with, like, is it just act? I mean,
of any man.
What about thoughts? And does it have to have been done with the woman, or, you know, it could have been just thoughts about the woman? What?
Wife of any man. I've not debauched the wife of any man.
Like, is it same as coveting, or does it entail a requirement of act?
I think this is adultery, yeah, but a specific type where you like snog another man's wife behind the tent, and she's half dressed, and you get covered in sand, and that's kind of like you're supposed to say, "I've never done that," twice to two different gods.
So adultery is when you're actually fucking, and then debauchery is anything up until then.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm guilty of that one.
So yeah, so that's later the monastic period that you're referring to there.
You can debauch women, just not wives of other men.
Yeah, I mean, I might have. I don't know if they were married. Like,
I mean, let's face it. You know, you've got a bit of a problem if you're going to go through the confessions or the negative confessions or whatever they call them. Because in the first one, I've not committed sin.
Yeah, what's sin to them? And doesn't that cover all of them? If you just tell everyone these are the lists of sins.
Number 3 is a bit of a bad one. I have not stolen.
Well, that's natural law, all in one negative confession. I was just wondering.
None weep.
I was wondering, Dross, if there's any important ones that Moses left out. That's why I first looked.
Oh, okay, that's kind of context. Well, yeah, Moses is a bit screwed, isn't it? I've not stolen cultivated land. I have slandered no man. Well, that's a bad one for Moses as well.
Yeah, he left that one out, obviously, so they can go and steal farms if they want to.
So the debauched wife, that's actually a particular appeal to probably what was the cow goddess? Begins with H.
Hathor, is it?
Hathor, yeah. So one's to Hathor, probably the other one's to Hatshepsut.
Do it to a man and to a woman, so you're telling both genders, kind of thing. You're affirming yourself to both genders that you haven't debauched a wife recently.
Oh, another bad one for Moses, 23. I have terrorized none. Oh, 28's bad for him as well. I'm not a man of violence.
what do you mean? Moses isn't a man of violence.
I think even the Egyptians writing this is a bit hypocritical of them.
Well, it's the ideal, isn't it? As opposed
Yeah.
to, and all fall short and that kind of thing. And, the idea is when you stand in front of Thoth at your final reckoning, with a Soros judging you, Thoth is going to ask you the 5 questions to see if you get into the do-it.
And these are like affirmations that you say to yourself to know that you're on track, right, while you're still alive. I've not done that thing. I've not done this thing. I've still not done that thing. I did that once, but in the last 3 years, I have not done that thing.
You want to run through them again real quick from start to finish?
I've not committed sin. I've not committed robbery with violence. I have not stolen. I have not slain men and women. I have not stolen grain. I have not purloined offerings. That's another way of saying I've stolen shit from the temple. I've not stolen the property of the gods.
You say
So
stolen
67
grain?
is some grain, yeah, as in wheat.
Grain, okay, yeah.
I have not uttered lies. I have not carried away food. I have not uttered curses. I have not committed adultery. I have not lain with men. That's 11. I've made none weep. I've not eaten the heart. So basically, you haven't grieved uselessly or felt remorse for something you shouldn't. I've not attacked any man. Well, I can't say for that one. I'm not a man of deceit. I have not stolen cultivated land. I've not been an eavesdropper. I have slandered no man. I have not been angry without just cause. I've not debauched the wife of any man. I've not debauched the wife of any man. That's to another god. I've not polluted myself. I've not terrorized no one. Not transgressed the law. And it goes on. And, you know, I can post the link. I'm not going to go through all of them. I got up to about 23, I think.
In terms of the one that's like, I have not taken away food, I'm thinking maybe it means, you know how like people eat sometimes and they don't finish their food? Yeah, like the servants or waiter or whatever take it away. It might mean wasting food. Eat your finish what's on your plate. Type.
No, I'm telling you, it means don't take it away from the table because cleanliness is next to godliness. So they didn't want your house to get all dirty with crumbs and shit, eating snacks on a couch or in a bed or whatever they had.
On this one about not stealing the knefu cake, it says I have not carried away the knefu cake. They're just using carried away as like a way to take things. But I don't know.
I'm gonna do it.
This is basic. I think my conclusion is that it's impossible to keep to all of this. The same with Moses' laws, so it sets you up to be guilty of sin as a human, which is a double-edged sword. It's silly because then you're binding yourself with laws that you didn't make up, so they're not your principles. But it also helps because they're general rules that you half agree with. So then it helps you know when you've done a wrong. But if you expect to be able to be perfect and never do any of them, you're going to be shocked at how many bad things you actually do.
Goddamn children eating all my rhubarb and custard hard sweets.
I like those sweets.
You could shut this off. What do you go for?
But one of the problems you get in sort of the Egyptian view is that an awful lot of the stuff they refer to is kind of so referencing a past we don't really understand. We only see sort of like little snippets of.
Just imagine like living around the pyramids.
Well, no, I'm thinking it's the theology rather than the structures.
We don't really know what ideology exactly they're in and what governing person decided this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we've got some reason to give the attributions that we do, but some of them are pretty weak. I mean, I think, you know, for me, you know, the big pyramids are not so much the problem. It's more like, you know, the Assyrian and Thebes or the Sphinx or the Sphinx Temple. You know, those to me just don't seem to be done in the same way as other architecture in the area.
I think there's at least two civilizations that have lived on top of each other.
No, I just think it's a progression. You know, people come, people go.
With
you know,
different ideas. that's like new big ideas came through, change.
Have you heard the Red Sea theory? So well, the Gulf of
I don't know.
the Gulf that goes into the Arabian Sea and how that sort of started to fill up, and that changed an awful lot of where people live, and the period that happened, and the changes that we kind of see in
That
sort
would
of
make sense.
Mesopotamia and through to sort of the Med Coast.
It's almost like, to me, they've got Leo, Taurus, and the age before Leo, all in Egypt. We see history of all of it. 3 aeons, like 6,000 years worth.
Yeah, but it's weird that you get the fish symbols with associated to Christianity as you see the equinoctial change around year zero.
I love it. I find it fascinating. Some of it's just pattern of humans and nature finding ages, but I think some of it's like, I don't know what it is. It's just amazing. I was going to say, like, we know that they worshipped a king as a pharaoh who was an avatar of God, right? It's like people living around Jesus and Jesus being alive as an actual king. So they think he's God. But I still don't know, how they felt about reality day to day. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I think most of the time it's, how am I going to eat? What do I need to do? What are my next actions kind of thing. I don't think there's that, I don't think the majority of people had the ability to sit back and sort of ponder esoterically upon the existence
what
of
about,
nature.
The Freemasons of the day, the high priests that designed the temples and pyramids? They must have had
Again,
time to think.
I don't think I like the association to Freemasonry. I think that's a modern trope that was used to give to give an antiquity view to a modern, modernish secret society. They all wanted to reach back into the ancient times.
Yeah.
And you can even say with things like Hermes Trismegista, that's a similar thing. That's looking to reach back into history to give authenticity to what you're trying to write.
Yes, but they're copying it because there was people in that day that made buildings that had meanings with symbology in cults that believed in
all temples
God.
have symbology and meaning in them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So back then they might not have been called Freemasons, but they were high priest masons.
Well, no, I don't think you can say they were high priest masons. What I would say is that you have a cultural symbology that's going on, and that was expressed in art and monumental architecture.
No, I mean, there's a priest class in ancient Egypt that are much cleverer than the normal people that have maybe traveled the world or have bloodlines from different places on the world. And they know about maths and the stars and heaven. And then they decide to build stuff out of masonry. That's what I mean. Cults that built temples, like Freemasonry.
Well, I mean, you can look at where we've got better documentation, and that gives us maybe an indication into that view. So, you've got the construction of the Parthenon, for instance. The symbology there is reasonably well understood because we've got much more documentation on why and who came up with it. Yeah, people built it, but the people that built it weren't necessarily the people that designed it, and the people that designed it weren't necessarily the priests. Because that all came down to
it's one system. Priests decide we want a temple, and they get the masons.
No, I think generally kings decide or pharaohs decide that they want a temple, and then they'll do that to placate the gods.
Yeah, but they ask
priests come along to fulfill the roles within that temple. I think that's what we see in Egyptology.
Pharaoh didn't design the whole reincarnation ritual and all the passageways inside the pyramids. He just said, "I want a big thing."
Well, you don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows.
Let's get to it then. Do you reckon these guys knew Earth was a globe?
Do I reckon those got? I don't know. I don't think I don't think we have any evidence going back that far. I think there are interesting things that we can infer to, but I don't think you can say with any form of certainty until you probably get to Pythagoras. He kind of started. That's again where we have better documentation, and then his concepts, and then I think once you start to get to sort of the observations of Plato, and then obviously into sort of, and that's only because we got the writings from those places. I think for me, the Chaldeans probably had a good concept of that. I think there's a reasonable inference there.
Isn't the only evidence that the pyramid has dimensions reflect Earth's radius or circumference or something?
Not really.
To me,
No, I mean
think they measured the sky and got that.
It's one of those, I always get a bit concerned that, we get into kind of like that apophenia pareidolia kind of thing where we're looking for things. I think much more interesting are the temples at Angkor Wat and the relationship to the statuary, and, the cycle of the year and the cycle of procession. And then when you read a really boring book like Hamlet's Mill, that symbolism is kind of quite interesting. I find that more interesting than
I believe on that procession stuff, I think clever people that understood sky patterns must have been around for 26,000 years to see this one cycle.
Not really.
One
you wouldn't need to do it for that long. I mean, if you think about it, going through maybe 6,000 years of observation would give you 3 processional cycles. And then it's a reasonable inference to say, if we've gone through 3 of these and we've got enough legend and mythos to help support that, then extrapolating to the rest is not a problem. The other 9. Well,
do you
10,
really think
13 constellations? But
you really think you can extrapolate with 6,000 years of study to the 26,000 year cycle?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's possible to me.
Because again,
it's interesting that it might have only been that long, people knowing about the sky. Just as interesting that it could be much longer.
Yeah, I'm sort of going back to sort of maybe 5,000, 6,000 BCE. But now we have much older places that we're starting to discover, and the provenance of those places is much better established. Thank you, Hans Schmidt.
I don't know if they were as into astronomy. I'm not sure yet.
I think again, that references between the land and the sky and the use of it for just pragmatic things.
Yeah.
And especially when you can sort of say that, okay, we don't need it for agriculture, but we might need it for migratory patterns.
Yeah.
I think again that's contributed. And if you look at the Anu people, which then which is the sort of mix of the Jomon and the other people from the north of Japan, which I can't remember the name of often, the Anzi, that's it. There's really interesting sort of rituals and symbology that they have, which are related to celestial events and celestial timings.
Yeah. So maybe it wasn't full astronomy, but they're definitely looking up and changing their life because of it, doing stuff.
Well, they're recording when things happen, and then they create monuments to record that information. I think that's becoming a reasonable inference from the information we have.
Even if it was only, let's say, 8,000 years since people started really, really studying and writing down full patterns of the sky, that's still a mad study to look into.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, we've got shit in this country that's 4,000 or 5,000 years old easily. And the alignment seems to be quite consistent. And the one place I always say, if you get a chance to go to Callanish on the Isle of Lewis, that is, and the alignments they have there are really fucking cool, because it's not just an equinoctial alignment; it's a solstice alignment, an equinoctial alignment, and another one, third one, lunar. That's it. Sorry,
pagan, druid type.
Well, way before druids, man. Druids are kind of like Celtic, so.
What are those stones? Don't you guys got a whole field of stones over there? Just rocks, more like just rocks. They didn't even carve them really.
No, they just shaped them, but they didn't shape them to be nice and pretty. That's why I like Callanish, because they're really shaped stones.
What's it called? Karnak.
Yeah. Karnak is in France. That's in Brittany, and that's a processional series.
Yeah, if you're talking about Stonehenge.
No, not Stonehenge.
Yeah, he's talking about Karnak in France.
Yeah. Loads of half carved and left stones, isn't it?
They just look like pointy, misshapen stones, just all standing straight
up.
It's
about 4,000 stones and a load of them are actually now under and that's just the ones that are above ground, and there's a whole load that run into the sea.
Could it not be a gravesite?
I don't know what it. I think that's one of the ones where we just go, I don't know.
People just like.
Well, have they been digging? Do they dig?
That place has been under investigation for about with reasonable archaeology for about the last 150 years.
It's a graveyard, and it's a ritual sacrifice site. It's everything.
If it's a graveyard, they would have found bodies, right? I mean, they're digging or what?
Oh, we find bodies. We find bodies everywhere in this part of the world, mate.
I don't think it's a body in every stone. I was just joking about graveyard.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I get, I live in the West Country, which is kind of like Mesolithic, park. So I live relatively close to Stonehenge, relatively close to Avebury, relatively close to Wayland's Forge, and a number of other, it's about 2 hours from the Preseli Mountains.
Stonehenge is. Oh my bad. Go ahead.
I know a lot about Stonehenge.
No, I was gonna say, it got redone in like the 50s or something, like big time. They had cranes out there and shit.
Yep. So out of the 77 stones at Stonehenge, 19 have been replaced back into position, and 7 have been cemented in place.
I don't think we should have done that. That's fucked up.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree. I
repeat that, Dross?
Sorry?
Repeat that, please.
77 stones at Stonehenge, of which 19 were re-erected and 7 were cemented. Not sure. I might be wrong on the.
What do you mean re-cemented? They were never.
Cemented, not re-cemented.
Oh, I thought you said re. All right.
Yeah. So 19 stones were put back. Well, basically what they were scared of is shit was going to fall over on people, and that was done in 3 phases. There was a phase done in the early 1900s, and then there was a phase done in the 1950s. And there was a bit more work done, I think, in the after 85 when they started fencing it.
Yo, that shit could have been a flat Earth map, and they just rechanged it to be a circle, a half circle, or whatever it is.
I live closer to Avebury. And if you want to look at a mad site, just look at aerial photos of Avebury. That's a stone circle so big there's a village inside it.
Well, there's a lot of stone circles in Africa.
Do you know what henge means, by the way?
Do you know what?
Do you know what the word henge means?
Henge?
Yeah,
bushes. I think of like when I hear henge, I think of like bush, like a row of bushes or something.
Stonehenge, and it's a henge, not because it's got stones, it's because it's got a ditch.
A ditch?
Yeah, henge means ditch. So Avebury is a henge because it's got.
Well, why do they have a ditch?
Because it creates a ceremonial space
all the time.
It was a ceremonial space, so they had a ditch.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
How big?
Maybe
how far out was the ditch?
That's one theory.
How far out was the ditch?
From the outer stones, not that far. Maybe sort of 5, 10 meters, 15 meters.
Right out of from the big stones?
No, from the outer series.
From the outer ones, the wood ones that they just found like posts.
No, not the wood ones. The stone ones.
The big stones.
There are big stones. So you got the triathlons, which the big stones.
Oh, you said the outer.
And then you got the outer, and then you got the outer ring, and then you have the ditch.
I just walked right through a spider web. I don't know where I was going with this. Oh, have you ever seen Carl Monk, The Code? This guy breaks down like the numbers of stones and Stonehenge and divides them, and he gets all this. He can like find other sites according to these sites. Like all he needs is like one site, and he'll tell you the longitude and latitude of another site. He thinks he found Atlantis. It's the most boringest thing I've ever seen, but it's like it's got all this crazy math in it. It's supposed to be telling you where the places are. You guys never seen it? Oh, we got Pete Shea in the house.
Never seen it.
Get ready to fucking rumble.
Funny you say that, Jeremy.
What's up?
Do a PJ impression. Really?
I want to see, or I want to hear PJ versus Dross. That
Oh,
would be
not
something.
again.
That would be something.
Not again. I've done that so many times. So that's
Are you a
a
masochist, Jerry?
No, it's just they know so much about history and all this stuff, so it would be pretty interesting to listen to.
stop it. Otherwise, I will not say things that are politically correct to the server. Pete denies that there is any history prior to 1400 or 1500 and something.
Just came out. It gets a little wishy-washy.
History
He
only
says
goes
that
far
English
back.
is the oldest language on Earth.
History only goes as far back as our oldest artifact.
I mean, once you get past the Sumerian tablets and shit, there's not really a lot. You got some scratches on a wall in a cave, but
yeah, I mean, history goes back as far as we can interpret the writing that we have. So before writing is prehistory. After writing, we have history.
don't you think it's a little fucked up that we came straight out the cave, like, and then here we are, ancient Sumeria, first civilization, and they had everything.
Don't you find it a bit weird that we've now found sites that predate the Sumerian civilization by 6,000 years conservatively and up to 8,000 years optimistically?
You're not talking about Göbekli Tepe, are you?
Yeah, to go back to Tepe's Hyok, Tel.
Some of them places are tough, yeah, to pronounce.
So this is probably my favorite stone circle that I've been to.
Yo, how do you
Don't
feel
you find
about all
it
this?
weird that we used to be so smart that we could create like pyramids and now globe model?
Yeah, we're so smart now that we can dig a tunnel, nearly 35 miles under the sea, have two ends of it meet pretty precisely, and we can run trains through it. I think that's amazing advancement.
Bro, we got a remote control vehicle on Mars, bro. We're super advanced.
Yeah, I agree. We've come a long way since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's face it, if you're going to build a tall building, the easiest shape to use is a pyramid.
How come we ain't building them like that now?
We do. We just build steeper ones. If you look at the Shard in London, that's a big spiky pyramid. It's just got very steep sides. There's another cool place.
How high? Let me ask you a theoretical question, hypothetically. How tall do you think we could build something with not having to have any certain shape? Just how high could we go?
Depends how but the pyramid depends how big the base is.
No. Forget a shape. It doesn't have to be any shape. I'm talking about just buckets of dirt. Whatever, anything. How high could we get, do you think?
I know. Certainly big. I mean, I've seen some pretty big shit. Put it this way, walk to the top of this one and you'll be a bit winded unless you're pretty fit.
I'm talking about we go to Mount Everest with buckets of dirt and just start dumping dirt on top. Like, how high do you think we could get Everest? Another mile or two, 10 miles? Like, how high could we go if we just made a worldwide effort to just bring dirt and rocks there and just start pouring on it?
Certainly we could probably easily double it. I say easily, that's a stupid thing to say because of the volume of rock, but yeah.
I don't think there's a limit.
I think that's a fairly pyramid. Well, again, as you start adding stuff at the top, you start getting into more problems, and we know it's already pretty hard.
Just make the base bigger. You just make the base bigger.
Yeah, that's what I said. Depends how big the base is. Don't worry about the base. You said doesn't want any shape. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the dirt's gonna just fall down, but eventually, you just keep putting more dirt there. It's gonna build up.
Well, that's an artificial hill just up the road from where I live, and that is big.
They were telling me that eventually the dirt at the bottom there would be so much pressure that it would just like liquefy or something. You wouldn't be able to build as high as I think you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I'm saying I don't know, because those are the kind of considerations I'd probably have to sit down and think about. Oh, what are all the problems I'd have to think about? Where are all the pressures coming from? Where's all the forces going? Yada yada yada.
I don't know if it would ever liquefy though, because the volume for this heat isn't limited. So you would think that the heat would just spread.
That's what I'm saying. I think we could go, like, if we wanted to, if we put like a huge effort into it, we could go 20 miles high. What's to stop us from building a dirt mound 20 miles high? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not that that would do anything for us, but the ancients were obsessed with high places. I'm surprised they didn't do that. I mean, they used to build dirt mounds and shit, but not like nothing crazy like I'm talking about. Like, if you can build
look at some of the Mesoamerican earth structures with rock structures on top. Some of those get pretty high, mate.
Yeah, but I'm talking about silly high, like outrageously high. Like if you have the power to build the pyramids, you could have built something higher than that.
Yeah, so Silbury Hill's at about 140 feet high. So I'm just converting to meters to feet. And it's an old monument. You know, it's been dated to about 2,500 BC.
Them there aliens like to build pyramids out of that rock stuff.
I just find it amazing what human ingenuity can do. That's one of the things that fascinates me about sort of history and archaeology. Because even with the, you know, compared to today, the limited tools that they had available, the limited methodology they had available, they could still do incredible things. I just think we've lost our connection to the land and nature and the world around us. I think that's part of our problem. We've gone too much towards self-perpetuation. And in some respects, overpopulation.
So you're one of them Georgia Guidestones types. You want to reduce the population.
No, I just recognise there's limited level resources available on the planet, and the more of us there are, the less ecosystem there is for other things.
No, there's
and
not
therefore
limited.
less for us to survive.
There's not limited resources. What are we running out of?
Not yet, at least.
Fresh
Not
water.
ever. No, we can turn ocean water. The rivers are always flowing. Rain's always happening. There's no cap on fresh water.
Drinkable water.
Yes,
Is a
we can
major
turn ocean
problem
water.
because
turn
we
ocean
are
water.
damaging the environment. And if you think removing salt from water is a trivial matter that requires no effort, then good for you.
I'm not saying it's trivial. I'm just saying it can be done. We have an unlimited supply of potable water.
There's less land for animals, trees, other parts of our ecology that are important. We're seeing damage to that and what's going on there.
Don't scattergun
And
me.
manipulation. I'm not scattergunning.
Right.
I'm talking about ecology. This is what I'm talking about, the whole of ecology.
All right.
And the fact that you think that fresh water isn't a problem, then yeah, you're living in America, which is great, where you can twist a tap and out comes water. There are a lot of people that don't have that.
I understand that. As far as land, we have plenty of land. We can even make more land vis-a-vis skyscrapers and pyramids and things like that. So the amount of space we have to grow things, yeah, you make a glass pyramid, greenhouse style. You can put animals, plants, whatever you need in it. The land's not a problem. Like I said, the rain's always falling. Unlimited fresh water, basically unlimited land.
Sure. If that's what you want to believe, you believe that.
I'm just saying, Just the water. It's always raining somewhere, right? Like there's always water somewhere on Earth. It's logistics to bring it and to get it to the people, but
so you don't
if we
feel
wanted,
that our activities on Earth are damaging the environment and the ecology around us and the biodiversity of life on this planet?
Yes, it's because of planned obsolescence mostly. Yes.
Cool.
If we weren't doing, that's probably the number one. You know how I feel about that's probably the number one carbon emissions right there. Is planned obsolescence. Think of the whole trickle down effect of everything. If we're talking about just food, that's not even an issue. We're still building houses that catch on fire and crumble and shit. Like if we just built houses better so they didn't catch on fire out of concrete, or the pyramid's been standing thousands of years, right? Make the shit out of that.
Make a house out of pyramids. I mean, that's a great idea for if you want to make millions and millions of tons of emissions to cover maybe 50 people.
And then you could 3D print. You could 3D print a concrete dome house for way less emissions than you could build a wooden one with all the bullshit. And then the concrete one is going to be hurricane proof, fireproof. The one out of woods might burn down, it might get blown out by a hurricane, whatever. We're just silly about the way we do things. That's what the problem is.
You're having a very American focused perspective on the world. And I would say go to places where people do have issues with that. I'm not saying the fact that there isn't the resources available at the moment to adequately feed every human being on the planet, but unfortunately, the society that we have, we're running out of stuff, and fresh water is going to be one of the big problems in the next 150 years.
We only run out because we choose to, though. We do have the ability to feed everyone, give everyone way more than enough water, way more than enough food.
So what if the population doubled or trebled?
We could do it. We could absolutely do it. We could 10 times, 100 times the population, we'd be fine. You'd have
I
to
hope I never live in I hope I never live in the social state of Geromania.
You would just have to do things. You would just have to do things smarter.
There's a great Star Trek episode where they had a world where just the population was built up to the point where it's like just walking room. Basically, everybody was shoulder to shoulder. It's pretty amusing. But yeah, you can do it possibly. Would you want to?
I think right now you could fit the whole world population into like a place smaller than Texas or something. Everyone in the whole world in Texas. Now you got the whole rest of the world. We could do 1,000x, I bet, on the population and be fine. As long as we did things smarter. You need to build homes. We're always going to need homes. Build them to fucking last. Homes catch on fire.
There's still a finite resource of land, arable land. Now, we can improve the efficiency of the arable land, but at some point you do get to a point where it kind of sucks.
You're talking about land we can grow on?
Yep.
No, we can grow. We can build a
Yeah.
skyscraper
You build skyscrapers. Okay.
and grow food all up in that. So the amount of land is unlimited. We could build high. We could, we have aquaponics, aeroponics, hydroponics, tons of ways of growing food. We don't even need. You don't even need dirt anymore to grow food. We can do it without the dirt.
And what is the nutritional value of hydroponically grown stuff?
Because you have the right minerals and shit, and whatever they put in the water, it's probably better than it is on land. The nutritional value of the food we're growing on land has diminished greatly since in the past decades. They're not letting the land sit for long enough. They'll let one plot sit every, I think it's 3 years. I don't know. I forgot, but
You know why they do that?
You have to get the nutrients back in, but
they're trying to get the demands of society met with too little land.
No,
because you're talking about 3 years of essentially fallow. So you've got 1/3 the amount of land that we have for farming right now.
No, they do it for to get nutrients back in. They'll put the cow poop on it, let it sit for a year or whatever.
And the reason they're not doing that is so they can provide or meet the demands of society. Farmers can't afford to let their fields go fallow for
more than a year.
Years.
Yeah.
Hello.
What up?
Yeah, double the population, and you get even a worse problem.
You on about, mate?
But no, I agree. You could make do with a lot less land than we have right now, devoting more and more resources into just surviving.
If you built homes to last, that would free up tons of construction workers, especially right now since we could 3D print them. You can build a house with like a few guys. It doesn't even take like that many people to build a house anymore with the 3D printers. And they're built to last. They're fireproof, they're hurricane proof, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, but then people are going to be all into demolition because they're going to have to knock down these concrete structures to put up the new structures people want.
No, that's what they want. It's too bad. Tough titties.
Again, so you're devoting all resources into just survival. You get your, and you definitely, families bigger than yours lived in 600 square feet. So all you need is 600 square feet.
No, we're gonna have an abundance of space. We'll build the big homes nice and big, bro. Like I said, we're gonna be saving so much money.
That's a waste of resources.
No, but we're gonna be saving so much.
One room with your kids.
We're gonna be saving so much money on houses not catching on fire anymore because they're all built out of fireproof material that we'll be able to build.
Resources.
It's not a waste. Some people need a lot of room. They like to move around. It's not all about efficiency. We're still gonna have fun and party.
Is concrete an unlimited resource?
Honestly, I don't know a lot about concrete. Maybe Rocky is here.
I don't know if he knows the source of it.
What's concrete made out? Just tell me what it's made out
of. Little tiny crustaceans or shells and stuff like that. It's
shells.
Calcium carbonate, I think.
Like seashells on a seashore.
Essentially.
No.
It's from mines. I mean, they take beds of calcium carbonate and they grind it up, but they come from mines. I don't know if you could do it direct from seashell. I would guess you could.
I think it's more likely to come from stone.
A stone, which is a calcium carbonate, which comes from life. It's a secretion, if I'm not mistaken. Limestone.
Did you say concrete's made out of limestone?
I'm pretty sure. Now I'm thinking about it.
That's fucking unlimited right there. There we go. Let's go.
Okay, tell me, where does limestone come from? I'm not even positive.
No idea, bro. I didn't even know where concrete comes from. You don't think I'm gonna know the thing that it's made of concrete came from?
Then how can you say it's unlimited?
Bro, it's a rock. It's rocks, right? Limestone is a rock. Yeah, we have fucking. There's fucking rocks everywhere.
Not
Let's
limestone.
go.
Limestone is a specific kind of rock.
Okay, where is it? Where? How much limestone is on Earth? Google that.
I don't know. You got the Google.
Can't we? That's the only way to build concrete is this one specific stone.
Oh, I'm sure they can manufacture it from other limestone sources. You know, whatever.
You know.
The chemical
You know what other
composition
homes? You know what other homes are good? Those Adobe. My bad. Adobe, yeah, the Adobe ones. Those are fireproof, hurricane-proof, earthquake-proof, all that shit. We could build them out of that, and that's unlimited because that's like clay and mud or some shit and straw or something. So we have, bro. We are not going to run out of building materials.
Free, but what is the life expectancy of Adobe?
Oh, I don't know. We could code them with something. Listen, we're okay. Here's what we do. We need homes. We dig down. They found a city that could house 20,000 people. It had natural ventilation systems. They were having fires in there to cook. 20,000 people underground. Took no fucking material. All they did was remove material. So there we go. We have unlimited fucking housing. Just dig down.
So you're not gonna light it?
Problem solved. What's up?
Just run around with torches?
No, we'll put some LEDs in there. We'll get some of those 100-year Edison bulbs.
Oh no! Now you're having real problems
with the heat.
20,000 people all having that. They're gonna have cables the size of tree trunks coming through there.
Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna need wires anyways. We're gonna need internet, electric, all kinds of shit. We're gonna have some huge fucking wires going through that bitch.
I think you should share that.
5G in there?
What's that?
One computer. Yeah.
It's up that you should have 5G over there.
Yeah, we'll have fucking 6G. The whole shit will be that. We'll have so much more time to invent shit and come up with shit. We'll be on 8G by then.
Nah, 5G isn't going to work in there. 5G doesn't penetrate anything, let alone rock.
Whatever. It'll be hardwired. Who cares?
Really close together. I would just go with what do you call it? I would just have routers and hardwire. Cat5.
Yeah, the point is, once you free up all those people that weren't going to be needed to build homes nonstop constantly because we build them like shit, that's going to free a lot of people up, right? A lot of time.
Your wife is going to want to shoot you in the face with a bazooka.
Listen, we're not telling her about this till the end.
We're gonna move into a little stone shack that everybody else has, and
it's not going to be.
All live in these little.
You're thinking about this all wrong. You're thinking about this all wrong, bro. Listen, there's plenty of fucking space, dude. We're gonna have big homes. We're gonna double the size of the homes. 10,000 square feet per family. I don't know about 10,000.
What are you hypothesizing there?
I don't know. They said we were going to run out of resources, but I'm saying it's on. We have near unlimited resources, right? We could 1,000 times 1,000x the population of Earth, and I think we'd be fine. Wouldn't even be cramped. Look at China. China's got 3 billion people. How many China-spaced land masses we got on Earth?
Actually, do the math on that and find out which countries are more populous than China.
India. I know India and
India's
China have
pretty
always.
tight. Yeah, but
India's
China's broad. It's very large landmass.
Yeah. I'm just saying, bro. We're not like land's not an issue because we can build up, we can go down. Like land's not a problem.
We can also plant up vertical planting. No farming.
That's what I was telling him earlier. Yeah, we could build a fucking skyscraper, have the south side of it be glass, and boom.
Just make salad in there.
Well, you could put fucking goats in there.
Yep.
Chickens, goats, cows, whatever.
I don't know what you do with all the gas and all the emission, CO2, methane.
Whatever. What do we do with it now? It goes into the atmosphere. What do you mean?
You concentrate it and you make a sheep fart generator that you can run your power from.
Or you could do. I don't know if you want to do that, but
condense it in solid.
What'd you say?
I said condense it into solids.
I don't know. That's a problem for the nerds. All right, I'm just a broad idea guy.
An idealist, maybe?
No, just the idea guy.
Hey, Jeremy, last night, Kosho debunked the pendulum.
Foucault pendulum? I've done that like 3 times myself, personally.
Because we were talking about, like my personal proof, right? Like I said, just observing people in their environment. You know, I talk about, like, what happens? What do globalists do every day? You know, where do they go? What do they say? What do they do? Because Gummy Bear was saying that he's debunked the flat Earth more times than he can count.
Well, how did Kosho debunk the Foucault pendulum?
I'm almost there.
All right.
So Kosho jumped in and said, yeah, it's like people talk about flat Earth for lots of different reasons, and they all come up with all this stuff. And right before that, he said that there's no other reason why the Foucault pendulum would move like it does. The only thing it could be was Earth's rotation. And you tested Earth's rotation by knowing Earth rotates. So I said, okay, well, sure, just follow your own logic here. The pendulum moves for entertainment purposes.
What?
Done.
For entertainment purposes?
Yeah, just like you guys. You guys have your own agency. And on the flat Earth, you will spiral over flat Earth.
Yeah, but how did Kosho debunk the pendulum, though?
Because that's what he said, that people just do things for random reasons. Everything's just random. It's just randomly does whatever it does. You move it, and whatever happens, happens.
No, it doesn't move randomly. That's the whole point, is it doesn't move randomly.
Yeah. I can say the horizon debunks the flat Earth because it's just for entertainment purposes. It's just there.
Well,
And
there
it moves
you go.
randomly.
Then from right there, yeah, I'm okay with that. Then okay, Moman, yes, that's good, okay? But you would never need to talk about flat Earth again. You'd be done with it, right? You could say, I can see a horizon. There's no flat Earth. And if your next thing you talk about is flat Earth, you've debunked you with you. Because even your own proof wasn't good enough to convince you of you.
But I can talk about things that are not true, right? I can still talk about them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then all the time and effort of what you've put into is you're just spreading bullshit at that time. You're just trying to say something.
I haven't put any time into this. It's never taken time from what I'm doing when I'm here. Like I'm always at work or driving somewhere. It doesn't take my time.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
well, that is the truth. Because, I mean, if I'm doing something, I'm not here. So. Like, well, now I'm at work and I have to work, but I can be here while I'm working. So it doesn't take up any time. The logic seems to not be there for your thing.
Okay, sure, I can repeat it. Okay. So when someone does something, it could be completely random, according to the Kosho. Therefore, things with agency cannot explain why they do what they do. And there's a blanket statement to cover this. It's just a catch-all entertainment purposes.
That sounds like your words.
So
that sounds like word salad.
So if you apply that to things without agency, they just do what they do. Even more so if somebody interacts with it first.
Well, if you want to pretend that's true, that's fine. You do you. Doesn't make any sense. It's not rational.
Yeah, it says nothing.
But
It says nothing about reality.
Perfect sense. Because if you can watch organisms interact with their environment, and every day they perceive a flat and stationary world, but they want to believe that the world is a globe. At the same time, they only talk about flat Earth as their proof. And this goes on for a long time. The spiral just continues.
Well,
therefore, the Foucault's pendulum could follow that same movement of logic. It's just a different representation of it. All right, go ahead. You got a question?
Yeah, I think I can just switch it and say that when people only prove for flat Earth is the rejection of the globe, therefore the flat Earth doesn't exist.
Which globe are you talking about, though? There's been 3,000 of them.
Yeah, the one that flat Earth.
You want to say that? I'm okay with that. I just rejected one more model than you.
Yeah, so you're
systematically.
So you're just.
Globes.
Yeah, systematically, one by one, since Copernicus, I've said, you know what, this model doesn't work. It doesn't add up to what I perceive the world to be as flat and stationary. So over time, over the last 300 years, you've rejected about 3,000 models. I'm just one more than you. You just don't seem to get there. And then when I try to explain flat Earth inside your own epistemology, you still don't get it. Even if you reverse it back to try to say, hey, I got this. How about we switch the rails here? You still don't get it.
So I reject all of those globe models except the last one. And I also reject the flat Earth model that came before the first globe model.
The one that was rejected by everybody.
Yeah, that's why there was a globe model.
And then you still talk about it. So even you're not convinced.
Yeah, and you're talking about the globe now. And you're talking about
you're still not convinced by it.
Yeah, and you're not convinced by the flat Earth.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you're talking about the globe. You're talking about the globe. Why are you talking about the globe if the Earth is flat?
Okay, because I've rejected these models that do not match reality. No matter how many people.
That's what I did with the flat Earth.
Even more so if it's presented by not flat, we checked.
Yeah, I rejected all the flat Earth models.
Okay, so you don't need to talk about it anymore. Then you've got something. You've got a line of reason to follow.
Yep, I do.
And you don't.
But you won't do it.
Do what?
Because you'll reject your own ideas.
No, I don't. When have I rejected my own ideas?
Because you said definitely the Earth is not flat. It's some sort of shape. I'll just go with this thing I think it is. But you'll reject all that and just go right back to flat Earth every day because entertainment purposes.
That's not what I do.
It's because it's funny that adults in the 21st century don't have the reasoning ability.
Yeah, that's why the Foucault pendulum.
You go daily Crit, you daily you talk about globalists, so clearly you are a globalist. You can't let go of your globalism.
How about no? This is why I talk about globalists, because they won't leave people alone. That's why.
Oh yeah, I do the same with
You
flat
get this?
earthers. They won't leave people alone. They still
No,
spout their nonsense.
anytime flat earthers go, I run this experiment on a completely different server. They're like, oh, flat earth is triggering. People are angry that there's flat earth speech from the server. I'm like, how about this, right? Make a flat earth only channel, move it to a different part of the server that you need a special role to access, and watch what happens. And sure enough, all the people who complained, except for one, about flat earth, one dude was okay with that. The other, like 18 people, got the role, went to the channel, and continued the spiral about flat earth. To the point that death threats were made. So I talked to server admin, I'm like, well, check this out. It can't be flat earth's problem. Flat earth was removed as a variable.
Death
So they're like,
threats. I've heard death threats from the flat earthers. That must mean flat earth isn't real.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Merle said that he would nail my eyes to a table.
Completely explained in the flat stage. There you go. Welcome to flat earth again. So that tells you that globalists are the biggest.
You have no logic.
Yeah, globalists are the biggest flat earthers.
Absolutely no reason or logic.
But I'm not a globalist. I'm not a globalist, though.
Listen, you want to play the roles one right now, so I'll if you want to self-identify, you can self-identify.
I'm not a globalist. Yeah.
Then why are you talking about it then? If you're not something,
I was talking about flat earthers. I wasn't talking about globalists. You were talking about globalists, not me.
And then you want to challenge his assumption of globalists. So it assumes by that you think it's okay. Globalism is fine.
I was pointing out that you don't like what globalists do, and I showed you that flat earthers do exactly the same thing.
I do. See, look at you're not listening. I said I do like what they do. It proves a flat Earth to me. Beyond all doubt.
So you like death threats?
Yeah, because people are going to be toxic and nasty over ideas. Completely debunked.
Yeah, flat Earth and globe. Yeah.
Yeah, it fully
completely debunks flat Earth and the globe.
Fully explained on the flat Earth. This toxic nature of humanity
on the globe. It's fully explained on the globe.
Debunked by globe. On a globe, my understanding of a globe, it would be endless space. Anything is possible.
It isn't endless space.
Yeah, just dream it, and it's true.
No, it isn't endless space.
Yeah, how long would it take you to get to the end, to the edge?
Huh?
How long would it take you to get to the edge?
To the edge of what? To the edge of the globe?
Space. How long would it take you to get to the edge?
Oh, the globe isn't space, though.
Yeah, it's in the model. The model presents endless space.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Yeah, you can.
No, the universe.
Can go to other places.
The universe
There's an unlimited number of spaces.
The universe is expanding.
Yeah, so that's why there's really any amount of space. There would be enough space for people to say I disagree if the Earth is a globe, but there's not. And then because of that, this simple core principle is so absurd that globalists spiral over people who disagree.
That's the same with flat Earth.
Yeah, it fully explained on flat Earth. The flat Earth is very small.
It's fully explained.
Yeah, fully explained. The flat
I
Earth
can really explain this on a globe.
No, you can't. It's endless space on the globe.
I can. No, I can explain it on a globe because flat earthers think that there is a finite space under the dome. So they have to argue because they don't have infinite space.
Globalists do the same thing. Globalists are the biggest flat earthers there are. They think their world is so small.
This is too illogical.
It's even smaller. Okay.
It's very much smaller.
Yeah, you're not following it because it hurts. Because
you don't have any
realize that your world, is so small.
No,
it's broken.
My world is.
I just showed you the logic of it. Right now, everyone just shut the server down.
Hold on. You said that
this is the problem too. You're not listening.
And you said
you're just interrupting.
I'll
tell you what I said. Do you want to hear what I said? I'll tell you what I said.
Sure.
This sort of toxic caveman behavior completely predicted the flat Earth. Therefore, a globalist doing exactly the same thing by magnitudes completely debunks their own model because they don't even care about it. They would rather spiral and trigger and worry about what someone else is doing, the Karen effect. So even they don't care about their globe. And then they give a reason. The reason why they do this is it's funny or it's entertaining. And if you can apply no agency to something with agency, then you've got the same reason why the pendulum moves. It's entertaining.
Okay. When's the monologue over? Now or?
Well, did you understand anything I said?
Sure, I understood, and you still have
Did you
no logic.
listen to what he said, or just waiting for your turn to talk?
No, I listened to what he said. So, I mean, he said that the globalists, which I don't know.
No,
many,
I said flat Earth. The whole thing was on flat Earth right from the very beginning. No globalist was even invoked until I started looking at the.
Okay. So hold on. So when you said that people spiral all the time, you weren't talking about the globalists. You were talking about flat earthers then.
All people, everyone spirals.
Okay, regardless of flat Earth or globe Earth.
Then you see like why they spiral. Okay, what are they worked up about? They're worked about basically a lack of space or agency in their world. And I can directly see how small do they perceive their world to be before they spiral trigger out. And this is why you've got people like who make their own channels and they only invite certain people. They have to pass like their tribes.
Sure, like Geo does, Brandon does, Nathan does, Jem does.
Yep, flat Earth. Yep. All flat Earth.
Yep.
Very small.
No, no.
Very
you
small.
kidding? All those other kinds of people are like Kosho can come into all those places. That's not like a.
No, he can't. Well, Kosho can.
He was here yesterday.
Yeah, no, in here he's pretty good.
Yeah. So
it simply goes down to science, environmental conditioning. Organisms will adapt to their environment. And this adaptation comes with it a level of control that they try to assert, a pushback, if you will.
Then?
And then you watch what happens. And as predicted, day in, day out, even with agency, even when they know they're being observed, and all they have to do is do anything other than spiral and trigger out about ideas they shouldn't even care about, or ideas that they think they've debunked, or ideas they think are wrong. They'll do it anyway.
That applies to everyone. That applies to theists, atheists, globers, flat earthers.
Yep. It's a universal truth.
Everyone.
It's so true.
Whether you know the Earth is flat or a globe doesn't
No, but they
matter.
don't know. That's what I'm saying. They want to pretend like they know. So for entertainment purposes, they want to form these weird sort of echo chambers. Yeah, so they have their action.
Okay, so your point is that people believe things and act on those beliefs.
No, they react to their environment.
Which is what?
Which is very small. It's flat.
No, but it's infinite. You said it's infinite.
Yeah, for a globe it'd be infinite. And that reaction, that should tell you something by now. See, Carl Sagan really said it best when he said that after they went to the moon for peace, they carpet bombed Cambodia because they don't like what Vietnam is doing. See, that right there tells you it's a solid debunk. They never went to the moon for peace. If you did, where's the peace part?
Because those are two totally different
Earth
things.
is flat.
I went to the store. I went to the store for milk, but when I went to Greece for a week, I didn't go there for milk. So therefore, I didn't go to Greece. I mean, you have no logic.
Yeah, try that again. That's completely bad shit.
Yeah.
It'd be like saying like peace, right? Why would you do something?
Okay. I went to. Wait a minute. When was I angry the last?
Yeah, it's like you went to Greece for a suntan, but you came back looking like you're pale and you didn't get any sun.
Yeah, or like you go to Greece for a vacation, but you don't.
Yeah, no, because you had two examples. So if I go somewhere.
Yeah, use the example. If you do something for X and you don't do X,
except Cambodia, they don't get to go to the moon.
No, like I can go.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the we part.
Well, my brother is gonna have a kid, I think next week. So I will go there for peace and love. But 2 weeks from that, someone can kill my girlfriend, and I will go with hate and carpet bomb their house. Both things happen. There is no negation of
There's
one.
also different groups of people, like the scientists that set up NASA were not the ones who were carpet bombing Cambodia.
Yeah, well, no, hold on. Here's the problem with the blanket statement.
Government, but
yeah,
the blanket statement is the issue. It's like, we went to the moon and you can't question it. I'm going to. Well, no, hold on. Like in the idea of like, to say that you went to the moon for peace, but then to come back to bomb Cambodia. The problem is that you said you were doing something for this high, impossible ideal. Why would you put it in that category of an impossible ideal and then, so blatantly come back and like, if you were like, I'm going to see my brother have a child out of the fact that I'm a complete pacifist, peaceful person that only wants life. And then you come back and you face this horrible thing and you have to now go attack and kill somebody for hurting your girlfriend. The point is that you started off with a fallacy. Like you made a blanket statement that I'm going out of peace and love and da-da-da-da-da. When in reality, you just could have said, hey, I'm going to the moon because we want to see if we can get there. You know what I mean? Like, but the problem is the ideal was laced out, and that's where the fault comes in, is they won't give up that ideal. That's an impossibility anyway, like going to the moon or going to the moon for peace. You know what I mean?
The reason that they did that is because they were making a nice speech, because they like to make nice speeches that are full of platitudes.
Getting hurt.
So basically, that's why they did it.
Yeah.
In your analogy of this, right, when you say your girlfriend got hurt and you got to go beat up the person who hurt your girlfriend, as if that's equivalent to bombing Cambodia? No. It'd be like you going to see your nephew. It'd be like you going to see your nephew because of peace and then murdering a child randomly. You wouldn't do that.
No, that's not what those who went to.
Yeah, in the analogy of bombing Cambodia, that's what bombing. Oh, did Cambodia invade the United States?
That's an interesting one too, because Giggles, right? Giggles is all about like, NASA only gets like 0.5%. So by that logic too, they dropped 7.3 megatons of explosives on Cambodia. But of all the megatons of explosives that America has, it was only 0.05%. It's practically nothing.
True.
Yeah, but I mean, this is so like so we can't do things. We can't do things out of a reason, because that reason would have to apply every time, everywhere, all the time. Is that the case that Crypt's making?
No.
Okay.
The reason is people do things because they're self-centered cavemen, just looking for their ends, going about day to day, us versus them, and they break each other down. See, now in this day and age where you've got, you can share ideas with everybody, supposed to bring people together. The globalists do the exact opposite. Their world got smaller with the invention of the internet. Now they seek out and destroy any idea that goes against their worldview and offer no proof to the contrary.
Oh, they offer lots of proof. That's a lie.
Yeah, like the Foucault's pendulum. It just moves because your own logic. It just moves for entertainment purposes.
You know what I've been getting into lately?
If you guys had proof, you'd have presented it
very bad
years ago.
You know what gets me is it's like you can navigate the stars, right? To navigate the stars, you have to think that you live on a flat plane and that you have to imagine that there's a dome above your head, right?
Nope.
But we do that because we know it's a ball.
No,
like, you know what I mean? Like that's where we're at.
Correct.
Like,
you can say
you can totally like
correct.
what? What is it?
You can say that, but it's not correct.
Oh, so they don't navigate like the stars are a dome above your head?
No.
Oh, then you're just unlearned or misinformed, right?
Well, I mean, can you give me a citation from navigation textbook?
I'm just saying, how do you find your zenith in an azimuthal, positioning system? The horizontal positioning system. How do you find your azimuth? You think of the fucking stars or whatever celestial object as part of a dome moving across the sky.
Think about it as infinite distance away.
Well, actually, equidistant either. So either near or far, it doesn't matter. But you're thinking of it as a equidistant dome above your head, right?
If it is that.
No, I'm saying that's what you do to navigate, right?
No, because if it was that,
that's not what you do to navigate. Okay, you guys are just retarded then. Forgive me, I shouldn't intervene. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you are at a GP of a star, like it's 90 degrees above you, and you move like away from it, it'll go down 1 degree per 69 miles.
When you use that system, do you look at the stars like a dome or not?
No, you look at them as
then you're retarded.
light
Okay, forgive me. I forgot you're retarded. Forgive me.
Sure. I guess it's okay for insult people in the VC.
No, dude, it's about the subject matter, and you don't understand the subject matter. You don't understand.
You're describing it.
Do they look at the Earth as a dome? If I look up a video and it's trying to teach me about celestial navigation, what is the celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere.
What is what is the celestial sphere?
It's not a dome.
What is this? Okay, so it's like a cosmic egg, right?
No.
Okay, what is the celestial sphere? Please tell me.
I mean, I don't get what you mean with that. It's not a dome.
It's a common used term, and obviously you don't know it.
Yeah.
So you don't know what you're talking about, right?
It is a common used term, but it doesn't say that all those lights.
What is it? What is it, and what is it used for?
It isn't used for navigation.
Is this guy retarded or what, dude?
And
the term is in the name. The name is in the term. Celestial sphere. Holy shit.
Is a sphere a dome?
Do we treat it as a dome when we navigate, asshole?
No.
A dome is finite. A dome is finite. Most of those measurements are done as
going to jump in.
Or near infinite distances.
Moderation here. I'm just going to jump in. Let's refrain from name calling, please.
Come on, let's have the fun, man. Come on.
Okay. So
I get it, but it's the rules, so I'm just trying to be, even keeled. That's all.
Forgive me. But I'm sorry, did they not use a fucking celestial sphere when navigating? And if you think they don't, how would you not be lost? You know what I mean? How are you not lost?
Let's take the celestial sphere and put it into perspective.
What is the celestial sphere?
I can.
Oh. Fuck you. Goodbye. Have a good one.
Yeah, rage quit, fag.
Yeah, the celestial sphere.
I don't want to deal with you. You're an ass. You're being.
No, you're retarded. You don't know what a celestial sphere is, and now you're done. So you're gonna rage out, right?
I do know what it is.
Just real quick again, gentlemen. Just real quick. I just muted Moyak for his explosion there. So I do.
Don't mute anybody. Don't mute anybody.
Listen, I do think that there is a legitimate question on the table. Okay, so. Issa has asked, what is the celestial sphere? And, who's the other guy? Said that they don't use it for navigation, okay? But if you go and look up astronomical indicators, the astronomical horizon, that is used in navigation. So if you don't think that celestial sphere is a term used in navigation, where's your basis for denying that? Because I would say that it is.
Well, if I read the definition for the celestial sphere, it is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrarily large radius and is concentric to Earth. So it isn't a dome. It has nothing to do with any domes.
If I look up a navigation video, does it tell me to think of the sky as a dome above my head, dude?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, you don't know anything about it then.
Well,
Bro, it's the way your vision
asked...
works, man. Your way your vision works is in a dome, bro.
And they admit it when you use navigate. I mean, I'll just elaborate for a second. It's like you when you navigate using the stars and stuff, you have to create this, this system to use. And they use the celestial sphere, and you think of the sky as a dome. That's what they do, brother. And you know what I mean? And that's why you can create angles off of the horizon to be able to navigate from. I'm just saying that's what they do. No disrespect. Forgive me. I thought you knew more about the subject. But the thing is like they perceive the thing to be a dome. And this is where I was trying to get to earlier. The point being is that they make this idealistic statement, right? But it comes at the end this time because they say, well, you can think of it as a dome. And you can think of it like, basically like the old Greeks used to say the cosmic egg. And they could say, well, this has a lot of practical purposes even today. And then here comes the blanket statement, even though we know that the earth is a ball and that and the problem is that you're navigating and doing everything for all intents and purposes. Just maybe not you, but people you rely on to get to places, they treat the sky as a dome and the earth is flat. That's a fact.
No, that's not a fact.
Just because you say
they call it a star dome.
Just because you don't know that doesn't mean it's wrong. It means you're ignorant, right?
No, because people who use the stars to navigate know that there's two celestial poles, which wouldn't happen on a flat surface.
Is that what we're talking about right now, or are you just trying to
That's
go
back in the question,
Are we talking about celestial navigation?
I'm talking about you don't understand what a celestial sphere is, and now you're pretending like you do, because this is what your team does all the time, dude, and it's so annoying, and I have to call it out because it's so apparent, just like the horizon, that what you're doing right now. You can see the effects of flatness everywhere, bro.
So where is the citation in navigation, celestial navigation?
Dude, look up any navigational fucking thing, and you're gonna look at how do you get an angle from a star? How do you get an angle off of the horizon?
By measuring it.
And which way do you think of it as you're measuring it?
What do you mean, which way?
Do you not put it on the celestial sphere, the dome?
No, I just measure the angle to a star.
You've never measured shit, that's for sure, dude.
Sure, neither have you, but that's what you do.
Are you sure, dude? Because I happen to, let's say, how do you not know that I own a fucking sextant and I've been studying this shit for years and talking about 600 nautical miles is flat for fucking like 4 fucking years? You know what I mean? Like, dude, like, I'm just saying that it's apparent you don't know what you're referring to. And
you own a sextant? You use it to navigate?
Yeah, I don't use it to navigate actually because I have a phone. I live in the modern fucking world. But the point is that I have one. And the thing is that they're really cool. And the point is that you have to have a flat plane to create any kind of triangle anyway. And the angle comes from this celestial dome, man. You know what I mean? Like the angle, how about this? How do you find, I'm going to ask you a question. How do you find your latitude using Polaris?
Measuring the angle to Polaris.
Okay, explain it to me though.
Okay, I live in Finland, so the angle to Polaris, where I live in, is 60 degrees. So 60 degrees times 69 miles give me the distance to the Polaris.
60 degrees times 69 miles?
Yes, that's what the distance to the GP of Polaris is.
Well, we're not talking about the distance. We're talking about what your latitude is. So how do you find your latitude?
By measuring my angle to Polaris.
Okay, yeah, and you don't need to multiply it by 69 miles, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, if I only want the latitude, then no. If I want the distance to the GP, then I have to multiply it by 69 miles.
Right on. Cool. I mean, I just think, I still think where you're measuring off of a celestial dome, though, right?
So I posted a link from Lumen Learning. So it says you get the impression that the sky is a great hollow dome with you at the center, and all the stars are in an equal distance from you on the surface of the dome. The top of the dome.
Thank you.
The point directly above your head is called the zenith, and where the dome meets the earth is called the horizon.
That's how our vision works, man.
Yeah. That's you want to retract that back to saying that they don't treat the sky as a dome?
Okay. There is one source that has the sky as a
dome.
Dude, it's the actual system. Every college in the world is going to get
welcome,
this.
Welcome to Flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Number 3.
But so you said that you can find your latitude based on the angle to Polaris. Do you think that's accurate?
Hasn't it proved to be? Are you questioning modern science?
No, I'm not. So
okay, well, what are you talking about?
When I'm at the equator, what is my angle to the Polaris?
I'm on the right, bro.
Do you know?
It might be at the horizon.
Okay. What if I move 5,000 miles south from the equator? What is my angle to Polaris?
It's still 0. Well, you actually don't have a position on it, do you? Because you can't observe it, right?
Yeah, sure. Because it's
right. So that's why the Greeks said that there was a cosmic egg. Because they looked at it. Because they looked at it like the Earth was inside of this cosmic egg. It was a flat plane inside the cosmic egg. The Babylonians actually did. And then as the stars came up, that's what led them to even go into any direction about any kind of sphericity. But they put the sphericity in the stars, and they separated man, the body, versus man, the soul. And the soul was represented by the stars, and the body was represented by the earth, a flat plane. That's why you have the compass and the square. And the point is that in this age of materialism, they have tried to identify the soul as the body. Therefore, they've tried to take what they knew to be the star's sphericity and put it on the earth because they're mentally deranged.
How do you figure out your latitude in the southern hemisphere?
I guess that would have to do. Yeah, I mean,
okay, let's say 15,000 kilometers away from the North Pole.
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Yeah, how do you figure out your latitude over there? Do you look south?
I'm sure that there's probably a way to measure off of, I think they use the crux, if I'm not mistaken, but I really don't know because they take for granted the position of the crux, and I believe the crux is at 60 degrees or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like the crux is at 60 degrees, and I think they calculate that. Because you got to remember that southern pole star that everyone's talking about doesn't actually exist. It's actually a void, which is really interesting about that. But to be honest, I've never been below the equator. So you know what I mean? Like, that information, I know that it's like, what's up?
So you think that you don't know if we can actually determine our latitude south of the equator?
I think off of Polaris, it would be impossible.
Yeah, but off of anything.
Well, I think
can someone in Australia figure out their latitude using a star or stars?
I think so.
Yes, I would think so. Yes.
Based on what star or
based on their knowledge of maybe distance from Polaris, based on their maybe the movements of the sun or the ecliptic. You know what I mean? Or like, this concept of of a system that was, remember, if I'm not mistaken, the people moved.
Sorry, boy. I think he wants to try to say that you need to observe the otherwise round star rotation around this southern center. That's his point, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
and
I think that's what people do.
Right, and I would imagine you would use the southern crux's position away from the, forgive me, what's the star down there? The system. It's like, what do they call that, man?
Yeah.
Travis, probably. What do they call it?
Yeah, but still, that's
the constellation
qualification.
No, it's not the crux.
Bringing in the southern star.
It's what they refer to as the southern, it's actually not a star, and it's actually
cross. Yeah, there's
no. Well, it's not the cross. Yes.
Yeah,
What's that called again?
Sigmoid.
Right.
Yeah. So they can measure their angle to that and determine their latitude.
Yes, I would imagine they could. Yeah, it doesn't. But that does not, to me. I'll just let you know for the sake of the subject matter. That doesn't necessarily, even if you were navigating from that position, you're still looking at the sky as it is a dome. And this was my initial point, is that you're looking at the sky as a dome, you're treating the earth flat, and we do this because we know the earth is a ball. And this gets back to my point about making idealistic quotes that you can't verify. We went to the moon for peace, and then, as Carl Sagan said, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's Carl Sagan. And then we came back and bombed Cambodia. So my problem is that it's these high ideals that can't be met that show us that something's wrong. And the idea is that we treat the sky as a dome. We treat the earth as flat when we want to navigate. And yet we do this because we know the earth is obviously a ball, which sounds mentally deranged to me and goes against the ancient cosmology.
Yeah,
And
but,
it takes materialism and postmodernism to the next level.
I just found one that says, unlike the northern hemisphere, the southern hemisphere has no bright pole star to highlight celestial pole. Unfortunately, the Southern Cross acts as a navigation aid. There are various ways to find the direction due south using Southern Cross as a guide, but it has no pole.
It can't be used like Polaris.
Yeah,
it can be. Yeah, so
no, it can't.
I can
You just read the citation.
Again, you didn't even know.
Just said that
you
it
don't
can
even
be
know what the
used.
celestial sphere is, bro. Stop.
No, but
you
just
can.
read. Elbow just read that you can use it to
It
navigate.
aids. You need other methods.
You can't do the southern. You can barely find the crux. They have a whole system for you to even try to find the crux, dude. Because the crux, any set of stars can look like a fucking cross. So they have another set of stars that you're supposed to look to find the southern crux. So, like, you know, it's not that easy to find Sigma Octantis, dude. Because it's just a void.
Sorry,
I gotta read it again.
Too. Like if Polaris is a perfect 10, like Sigma Octantis or whatever is like a 0.4. That is like almost impossible.
And it's a collection of stars. It's a collection of stars. It's not one star.
I posted it.
Sorry, guys.
I'm reading the thing that you posted so I can get it.
This is what I'm talking about, Mole Man. You would spend your time learning this stuff because this globe model offers lifetimes of entertainment purposes. But
yeah, I mean, I've been learning a lot when I'm talking to flat earthers. I need to look things like right now.
And forgive me my tone with you, bro. I really don't mean to be a dick. It's just we come up against forgive me.
I have no issues with it. I just find it weird that you were calling people retards and Travis
I know. I don't think that was fair either. I don't think that was fair either, bro. I'm all for forgive me for overstepping my bounds. I get heated. And it's kind of fun just to debate like that. Come on.
It's fun. I mean, I come here for fun. I don't care.
Right on, bro.
That's nice. That's nice. Come
like
on,
I literally go fight people for fun, dude. So
Lisa,
it's like,
please let me jump in real quick. To summarize, if it's okay. Because the argument we would have here is that we have two celestial poles, which are only possible if we are in a southern hemisphere or if we are on a ball. That's the entire argument. The different star rotations, northern or southern.
But check it out. What else you got?
Please let me finish.
What else you got?
Let me finish. It's just that you can't use it, in my opinion, as a proof, because you need to establish the sphericity of the Earth in the first place to have a hemisphere. So just by observing different star rotations, I think there's no. It's an indication, but it's no proof. So you need to establish the. Yeah,
sure.
And what I just read you from Earth Sky, which is a globe. Global is a website that says it doesn't have a southern pole, but it aids the Southern Cross aids in navigation, but they don't have.
But I can use the Southern Cross in aid for navigation, and I can see the Southern Cross from South America, South Africa, and Australia. So
that's
not all at the same time.
No, you can't. Not the same time.
Well, then you can't see it in the north in the same time either. So, how do you know that the north one is just one pole? Because you've never seen it in multiple ones.
When it's midnight at any one of those two locations, you can't see the Southern Cross from the other two.
What? When it's midnight in where?
Say when it's midnight in Australia, the Southern Cross is not visible from the other two locations.
Okay. Do you have any two locations in the north that you can see the Polaris at the same time? How do you know there's just
everywhere?
One
you can see it. Yeah. In the daytime, like it doesn't move. Actually, what's interesting, this is what's so reliable about it, is that you can, like in the north, if you can find, Ursa Major, the big bear, you can find the little one, and then at the end of that handle is the North Star, and it's always in one position all the time. Like if you take out like your little sky map, like I have an app on my phone which shows me all where the stars are and shit. And if you take that, even during the daytime, it'll show you where the stars are. Polaris will always be at that one position.
Yes, and if you use that same thing in Australia, the Southern Cross or the Sigma Octantis will be in the same point.
Can you tell him what you just told him again? Yeah. You didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, it's only it moves. It doesn't stay in the same location.
Neither does Polaris.
Yes.
Yeah, it does, dude. Yeah, it does.
Well, okay. Oh, elbow. Can you read the page that you said? Can you read it again? What it said about Polaris?
And remember this Southern
It says,
Crux.
unlike the Northern Hemisphere, because the Southern Hemisphere has no bright pole star. In other words, it's telling you that the North has a pole star, right?
Is it from the astronomy.com page?
You know,
no, this one's the Earth sky.
And real quick too, remember
because
the crux is at 60 degrees, so it's not. It's rotating, even in your model. You're not going to see it in that sense. You know what I mean? Because it's at 60 degrees. It's not at 90.
But it says in the astronomy.com that in the Northern Hemisphere, the star Polaris, the North Star, lies very close to the northern celestial pole and never rises or sets. So it's very close to the pole, but it's not.
Right. They say that it circles right around the pole. They say that it circles. But it's but if you notice the distinction, in the north, there is a star you can navigate with. In the south, there isn't.
Yeah, there's the Southern Crux that you can navigate with.
Oh my God, dude. But there's no pole star. How about this? Will you agree that in the south, there is no pole star?
Just like in the north, yeah, there is no pole star.
No, that's not what it said.
That's right. I mean, come on, brother.
That's not what it said.
Polaris moves, so it's not directly at the pole.
Wow, okay.
I just read you the citation. I mean, you posted it and I read it. So
I always think of like somebody getting caught with like a Snickers bar in their pocket, and they're like, "Well, technically, this isn't really my pocket. This is the community's pocket, and I didn't steal it. I just borrowed it. I didn't steal it. I was going to pay you later."
Hold on a minute.
When I came back for the like fucking.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
It wasn't my money.
But you said that you can't see the Southern Cross from those three locations at the same time. I can say that there is no way that you can see the North Pole or the Polaris from Japan, USA, and Finland at the same time. And that is correct.
I'll tell you, what's the latitude of Japan?
The latitude of Japan?
Yeah.
That's a good question. It's above the equator.
Okay, then they'll probably be able to see it, dude.
No, because you can't see it at the daytime, just like the Southern Cross.
That's not what he was referring to when he talked about the Southern Crux. He was talking about at nighttime in the South and at midnight in Australia, you cannot see the Southern Crux. If it's midnight here in, let's say, where I'm at, I mean, I don't know the fucking lighting of this. I just think, like, look, if you look up, like, that's why I set up the app, or I was talking about the app. If you take that app and you point it at the North Star, it's going to always be right there, man.
Well, I mean, he said that.
And I'll give you the daytime might get in the way of your ability to just see the star. But the point what I was referring to about the Southern Crux is that it's at 60 degrees. It's not at 90 degrees. Therefore, it is, even in your model, moving across the sky, possibly out of range of view from one of those three locations.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you could be like in Africa, and it's still parts of Australia are nighttime. They do not see the Southern Cross at that time.
So what's the point? You're saying that you can't see. Can you, if it's midnight in Australia, can you see the Southern Cross?
In Australia only.
Okay. If it's midnight in Africa, can you see it?
Only there.
Okay. If I'm in Finland, can I see the Polaris midnight?
Yep. And
only in
everywhere else where it's nighttime, they see Polaris too.
just like in the south. Everywhere
No.
where there's nighttime, they see
No.
the Southern Cross.
No, they don't. Look it
Give
up.
me 1 point. Give me one place in the south where you don't see the Southern Cross.
When
in the
it's
midnight.
midnight, in one location, you will not see the Southern Cross from the other two locations.
And what's crazy is
and
Becky
that
says,
and that applies. Hold on.
No, it
That
doesn't.
applies. No,
You see
it
Polaris
applies.
all night in all locations. Completely
Yes,
different.
just like in the south. I mean,
No.
where's the difference?
The difference is it can be nighttime and you don't see it.
yeah, there's times that there's,
Where?
I mean,
Where?
there's
Where-
times.
where-
Listen. There's times Becky has actually told us this that she's Australian Becky, that there's times that you don't even see the Southern Cross.
So where you said that there are places in the south where you don't see the Southern Cross nighttime. Where is
Yeah,
that place?
even in Australia.
Well, how do you know that?
Well,
Becky
I mean,
said
by
it.
an Australian.
Okay, I'm in Finland.
Make
I
sure
can
you
say that I don't see
clarify.
it.
Make sure you clarify that it's not that they're saying that you never see it. It's just that at certain times of the night it drops
See, that's what's
below
the
the
key when people start
horizon.
talking about, well, Polaris is really far away. The problem
But
is
I
it
mean,
doesn't work.
I don't see the, but I don't see the difference. If I take 3 points in the north and I take 3 points in the south, every point sees a pole nighttime and not on daytime. I don't know where the difference is. Where do you see a difference?
Well, right away. You just said you took different locations. You
Yeah,
see the
in the
difference?
north and in the south. Yeah,
Yeah, 2 different spots.
sure. Let's say 2. 2 points in the north, 2 points in south.
No, you got north and south right there. They're different.
Oh, how?
You just said they're different. One is north, one is south. That's how they're different.
Oh my God, you're thick.
You want to know what is different about these 2 locations. I picked the easiest thing.
Okay.
Dude, you can't even, you're calling him thick, but you can't put together the fact that the Southern Cross is on 60 degrees and would therefore be rotating out of view. Who's thick, dude?
What 60 degrees from where?
Where do you think?
I don't know. Is it 60 degrees?
I know, right? So stop talking about this like you have any informed opinion, dude.
What do you mean 60?
This is why you don't understand this. I'm going to ask you that question. What do you fucking think I mean when I say 60 degrees?
I have no idea because the Southern Cross is 90 degrees. Listen, it's 90 degrees from the South Pole. So where do you get the 60 from?
Okay, I'm going to be nice for a second. Okay,
Yeah.
so if Sigma Octantis is at 90 degrees south, or like negative or south, right? 9 degrees south. If you go 30 degrees to the north from that 90 degree south, you will come to 60 degrees. Steel sphere that we project upon the sky as a dome, you see the Southern Crux, and let's say it's right above your head, then you could say that you are at 60 degrees south. Okay? And throughout the evening, so check it out. Hold on. Throughout the evening, it's going to move its position because it's not at 90 degrees. Because it's at 60 degrees and there is a movement of the stars, it's going to follow a path across the sky.
Ah, so then I misunderstood you. I thought you meant the center of the rotation and not a star.
Well, no,
Never
let's
mind
take
that.
right, and this is what I'm saying. The Southern Crux is not at the Sigma Octantis. However, you can use the Southern Crux, if I'm not mistaken, to find Sigma Octantis. Just as in the South, you have to use other stars to find the Southern Crux. And if you found yourself in the Southern Hemisphere and the Southern Crux was right above your head, you would know that you're at 60 degrees south, probably about to get arrested by the Antarctic Treaty Police.
Just kidding. That star, and that's a star. That's not the center of the rotation, right?
The Southern Crux is a formation of stars. It's a constellation.
Yeah.
So therefore, and that points to a void commonly referred to as Sigma Octantis and mistakenly identified as a pole star by globers everywhere.
maybe
You know what I
not.
mean? So the Sigma Octantis is at 90 degrees. Southern Crux is at 60 degrees. Therefore, throughout the evening, it will move across the sky. If you were in the northern hemisphere and the pole star, Polaris, let's say, and you're right, it circles a very small circle right there, but it will always be right there. And the point is that that's why I said about the sky map. If you get one of those sky map apps and you look at Polaris, I don't know, let's say you were in the south, I mean, or whatever, it would look like you're shooting through Earth. When in reality, the way that we cite it is that, let's say that, or the way I cite it maybe, is like, let's say there were a cosmic egg. You're just looking at this celestial sphere through what would be the plane of Earth because it's below the horizon.
But that would
and it says that you can see it from anywhere in the northern hemisphere.
And it'll always be every day, every hour. I'll tell you what, get the app, and wherever you are, look. I mean, I can look up the Southern Crux on it right now. Okay, yeah. So you could. So the North Star will stay there in the sky at the same position because that's your latitude. It's a fixed position, kind of. So now, if you were to look at the Southern Cross, you're going to see at 1 o'clock it's here, at 2 o'clock it's there, at 3 o'clock it's over there.
The center of the Southern Cross, the rotation.
No, the Southern Cross is just the Southern Cross. But the idea is that you could, I'll tell you what, you could try to find Sigma Octantis, and it'll probably be roughly in the same position too.
Yeah, sure.
But you could, my point is, if you looked up Sigma Octantis, you're going to see it's going to move throughout the day. Or not Sigma Octantis, not Sigma Octantis, the Southern Crux. Southern Crux at 60 degrees is going to move every day, or move every hour.
But are you saying that there is a South Pole that's rotating around the Earth in every 24 hours?
I mean, South Pole. No, I mean, I don't really understand what you mean there.
Like when I said that I have 3 observers in the South, one in Australia, one in South Africa, one in South America, they all in the nighttime see the pole, the southern celestial pole, and Sigma Octantis.
Well, there's no pole star. That's the thing. Sigma Octantis is just a rough. It's just this. It's just an idea so that you could think of. I think the celestial sphere. So imagine like you know how like they have a globe on a spinning thing so you can spin it.
Yeah.
Well, imagine you were inside that on a flat plane, and everything on that globe was what you were looking at outwardly. As that globe were to spin, that is what we refer to as the celestial sphere, and those pole locations are what we identify as almost like the things that would hold the globe to that thing that you spin. So everything else, all the stars, everything but those 2 points seem to be moving around us.
Yeah, but there is there wouldn't be no rotation point in the south, in that it would just be a straight line.
Right, and you could exactly in the cosmic egg it works. You know what I mean? But how about this? I will. Well, remember, you're making blanket statements about a subject matter that I've had to teach you everything about along the way, bro. So the thing is that.
That's not true.
Well, you could just go back and listen to it, really. But the thing is like, the idea is that, like, you know, we have this. You know, I'm under the opinion that you have what we refer to as models. So these issues work on both models. They work on a flat model, if you will, with a cosmic egg. And they work on a sphere model in an infinite sea of fucking soup. Right?
How does it work on a flat surface in a cosmic egg?
The same way you would look at this is the weird part to me, is that in order for me to actually navigate practically, I have to think of the Earth as flat and there's a dome over my head. This is my initial point. Is that in order for me to actually practically navigate, I have to treat the Earth as flat and the stars above my head as though it were a dome. But in your model, you're saying, yeah, but even though you're saying because we treat the Earth flat and the stars as a dome above our head, we know it's a sphere, which sounds like mental insanity to anyone who puts this shit together in their own head and isn't afraid of authoritarian fucking propaganda.
If I didn't care about the linear function between the angle and distance, I could actually take the northern hemisphere, make it flat, and then have a dome overhead and sort of use the stars And I could also do the same thing in the south, making the south, like Antarctica being the center of the rotation, and put a dome over it. So I could do it, but then the angles wouldn't match, obviously. But you can't take the whole Earth and put a dome over it and get the angles, or the two rotational points that we have.
Right, and you can't experience the whole Earth either, right?
Sure, no one can.
Okay, right. So therefore, nobody can. So what you're proposing is unprovable. And what I'm saying is that the only proof you have is from authoritarian figures, which goes against science. So the idea to trust them. So the idea is that
what authority did I use?
Do you think we landed on the moon?
It's a whole different topic that has nothing to do with the navigation.
Well, how would we confirm? Remember, the moon trip landing confirmed Galileo was right. It confirmed, it confirmed all of those things. So I'm asking you, do you think we went to the moon and confirmed that we are in a giant sea of soup?
That has nothing to do with it, but I accept that we went to the moon, sure.
Right, and that's my thing, is that's your only evidence of real world. Like, the only evidence you have comes from a third party, right?
Well, same as you, though.
How so, when I can use practical navigation where I treat the Earth as flat and the stars as a dome?
I can use the Earth as a globe and navigate and get where I'm going.
But in order to do that, you need to think of it as flat and there's a dome over your head, right?
Actually, no.
Wow, dude. You don't know anything about this topic then. It's okay.
Well, I can navigate north without thinking any shape or anything. I just pick up the polar star and move that direction.
And little do you know, you're using a celestial sphere and treating your Earth as flat. But it's irrelevant right now.
I mean, sure, if I know that...
I don't know if anyone's going to get you off the path that you're lost on right now, bro.
Sure, I can think the Earth as a globe and the Polaris being a star above the southern pole.
Right, and guys can dress up. Guys can wear dresses and say that they're a woman. I get it, bro.
I just showed you I can do it. But it's easy.
I'm sure you'll do it. Maybe one day you'll be brave enough to cross-dress too. I don't know.
Right, you're just thinking of it as a globe, but is it?
Yeah, he just said that he thinks that it's flat, so it is.
No, he's saying if you're practically using it as flat, then it's flat.
I'm not, because if I used it as flat, I wouldn't get the results that are accurate.
What? What result have you used it as a globe? When?
The angles to Polaris and the distance from the Polaris.
Sorry, that's actually done on a flat plane.
Hey, yo, you know what's so funny, dude? I always think of this cat haunted house. He used to go, I just want to get on an airplane and go up to the pilot with a globe and be like, when do we use this? Just like,
So do you think that we can know the distance to the North Pole using the Polaris and the angle to Polaris? No.
Well, what does that have to do with navigating when we treat it all as equidistant?
What does it have to do with navigating to know your position?
Look at you, dude. You're such a snob, dude.
I'm snob for saying
for
that
laughing at a subject. Dude, I'm trying to talk to you about a subject matter you clearly know nothing about, and then you're coming back with this hubris.
I asked you a question about the subject, and you said,
"Hey, Mole Man, sometimes he does a little nervous laugh. It's more than a cackle." I've talked to Mole Man a few times. It can get a little heated sometimes, but it's like a roller coaster. You kind of stay on track. Not to make it seem like I'm white knighting for him.
Well, no. Let's just take it of let's say you're talking about now. We've moved the subject from navigation to how far away the stars are. Right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, forgive me. I misunderstood.
If you can determine the distance you are traveling.
Talking about GP. Do you know what a GP is?
Man, let's move on and go on, please, with your argument. We say we can determine our distance, and please go on.
Okay, So we can know the distance to the GP of a star based on the angle to it, using Polaris. Do we agree or not?
No.
I mean, considering that the geometric operation done for this assumes kind of a flat plane.
Okay, you can assume it. Do we know the distance based on the angle?
No.
Yes, what you just said, yeah, of course.
Okay. So I can take my where I'm at. I can take the angle to Polaris, time it by X amount, and get the distance to the GP. Would that be accurate?
No,
Like,
it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. You'd be making a lot of shit up.
One guy says no. Does anyone say yes?
Yeah, I say break out your tape measure and prove it, or else stop talking shit.
Sure. So
no, maybe let him just make his argument. Please go on, Mailman.
Yeah. So if I can do that, and I know the distance, I can measure it in other places on the Earth too. That
no,
would
you
be
can't.
the
Not unless you have direct measurement to back your bullshit claim.
So there we go.
Yeah, there we go with your claims that you can measure everything by looking and touching and fucking guessing without actual measurement going point A to B. There we go, Mailman. We're gonna trust your guesstimation, aren't we? Doubt it.
I mean, sure, you can say that, and then you'd be going against what Isa said. And maybe you can debate.
I don't give a fuck who. I don't give a fuck who said what unless I said it. What do you mean?
Yeah, but Denmark's not wrong, because what it is that you could estimate what you're talking about. What Denmark's getting to is that you can't actually, like they say. You ever heard this saying? The terrain is not the map.
Yeah.
Right. So you can make an estimate based on certain things. But also remember this too, when you're actually making trips, you're actually correcting course like every so often. So even though you make this grand overarching, directional heading and everything like that, you're going to correct along the way. And that's why the map is not not the terrain. Like the terrain, you may not know the exact distance, but we could estimate those distances using the stars for sure, probably, but estimation.
Sure, everything is an estimation. There's no
amen to that, brother. Amen to that.
Yeah. But I was just wondering, like, if I know the distance to the GP of Polaris, and I know the angle to it, can I determine its elevation based on those two values?
Well, that's an interesting question, because you really need to carefully examine the effects of the atmosphere. And you can't, at least from my perspective, only from my perspective. I mean, we seem to disagree on several things here. From my perspective, it's just that I don't even know if there are physical objects, and as soon as I can't interact, or, like there's a tangible measurement of something, I have to make assumptions, and so if I can just state that.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can say that. It's okay. But
because sorry, let me interrupt once more, because I think that's the fundamental point. Curved Earth and parallel light, or bending light with flat surface,
Yeah, but if I measure the angle, like I don't know, maybe 50 nights in a row, and it doesn't change, would I take it as sort of an accurate measurement? Not 100% accurate, but accurate enough to use it.
Yeah, I mean, if we can fix the angles on both kind of, in quotation mark, models, it works.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, I'm now
called looking in the air, and you make up distances. So I'm going to look across the street. By that angle, the house across the street's 93 million miles away. From the angle.
That's
from the angle. Isn't that cool, Mo man? Because I look at an angle.
I'm not talking about that.
So when I look at my angle, I see 93 million miles away. My house across the street at the angle is 93 million miles. You guys' math is awesome. I love it.
No, that's not what I said. Even
man,
we stuff by making imaginary angles in the air and make stuff float in the air in your mind, and you're like, oh, there's an imaginary angle in my mind.
Let's
That
relax.
means an imaginary distance.
D-Mock
I can't
started, so
touch or
I'm gone.
get to. You know what I mean? So is this how we do your map? So we'll go to your house and we're gonna be like, okay, look over the mountains, Mo man. Now you're gonna tell us the angle to your house and how many walls you can measure.
Demok, please relax. Please relax one
I
moment.
just want to know if he's gonna look and measure stuff.
Demok,
with
you
an
need
angle.
to. Demok, you need to ease up on the rumpusing, man. I think you're funny as shit,
I
dude.
just want to know
You're
what
absolutely
angle
right.
he's gonna measure stuff with, guys. Can you guys help me out here? Stop
Listen,
rumpusing over me and ask him one simple
Demok,
question.
why are you talking over me, Demok?
Angle. I need the angle.
Demok, why are you talking over me?
I need to see why are you talking over me? You're the one that fucking started talking over me. Now you're
Because I'm
asking
a
me why I'm
mod.
talking over you
I'm
because
a
you're talking
mod.
over me. How dumb of a question is that?
Okay.
I asked a
Okay,
simple fucking question.
can we stay please constructive and get back to the point, because I think
Okay, hold
Malman
on.
wanted.
Let me jump back in, please. I muted D-Mock. Okay, I was trying to compliment him by saying he cracks me up. I think he's funny as shit, but he's rumpusing the chat. So I'm trying to bring it back down to a controlled manner. The reason why I have the ability to interrupt when no one else does, if it's legitimate, is because I'm a moderator here. Anybody have disagreement with that?
I do
Okay,
not.
I'm just trying to maintain some civility and control over this discussion. That's all. Okay, thanks.
You're doing good, man. You're doing good.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
a constructive question. Who was talking about the GP? I'm not sure, but let me ask you, what is the GP of a star?
Depends on the angle.
It's the geographic
It was
position
Melman,
of
I
the
think.
star. Yeah, it's the geographical position of the star on the Earth.
What does that mean?
That is in the zenith. It's 90 degrees above at that point.
What does that mean?
That point on the surface
Oh,
of
you
the
don't know
Earth.
what
So
that
there is
means?
a point on. Oh my.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm at work. I have to do some work, and it's pointless when.
What's the zenith of a point in the air that you're looking at? Where's that at?
You're
Mailman,
having a
where are your made-up
distance on the
zenith points?
surface of the Earth, Mailman. That's your problem. You're having a distance not towards the star.
Can I see your zenith point if I look out the window? Or is it just a guesstimation of just nothing? Like
We need to go back. We need to go back to the point, because I think he wanted to try to say that if we try to find out the heat or the the elevation of Polaris, and we triangulate it from 3 different positions, we won't get a correct result. I think that leads to his point.
How do you triangulate it? From the 3 different positions, if you only can have like an angle to it, because the other distance that you would have is actually a distance on the surface of the Earth, geographical position, right?
Yeah, I'm not talking about 3 points on Earth. I'm talking about 1 point.
Okay, 1 point on Earth.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I might have misunderstood you, Melman. Sorry then there.
Yeah, it's okay. I was just talking that if I know.
How could you triangulate anything if it's a distance towards a point on Earth from you, and that Earth is curving?
What am I triangulating? I get the angle in relation to vertical.
Yeah, how about this? Can I offer a suggestion, a way to think about this? So, like, imagine you're looking down the road, right? A perfectly flat road, and there's a street lamp, and somebody is standing under that street lamp, and I want to get there. Okay? I can take an angle from me to that street lamp on that flat plane, right? That I'm headed in, because that's your zenith. So I want to get there. So as I travel there, it's going to look as though that lamp and the angle of that lamp are going to rise above me a little bit, because I'm getting closer to where I want to be.
Yeah, and is that
right? And the thing is, the difference is this: is that in your model, you suppose that instead of being on a flat plane and walking to that light that's over there, you suppose that that light is somehow above an image on the ball. And the issue becomes that I can actually practically do this on a flat surface. You have to propose that you're doing it on a flat surface, but then superimpose this ball as though I'm traveling to a position on Earth where, like, let's say, imagine that street light is tilted away from me or something, and this person is tilted away from me. But in reality, I can complete the same objective and get to your zenith on a flat model, and that's actually how they think of it.
But if you are
how they
on the
do it.
flat road, if you are on the road and someone is under a street lamp, and you're moving towards it, and you measure the angle as you move, do you have a linear function or a squared function between the angle and the distance to the person under the light?
Okay, let me jump in. Let me jump in on this if I can, because I wasn't able to comment earlier because I was driving and the connection was bad. But Issa has been making the same point that I made on Friday, and you're bringing it up back right now. Okay, the sky is performing that function. All you've done is taken the celestial sky, the celestial sphere, and the bizarre shit that it does, and you're saying that that happens because the ground is curved.
Well, real quick,
So
just to undercut his presumption too, is the idea that you're saying, do we have a function that allows for that math to work? And the answer is yes.
That's not what I said. No.
Oh, okay. Because
I asked. No, yes, sure, there is a function, but I asked that if you're moving
And it's
towards it,
called triangulation. You are using a triangle to determine the elevation of the star, meaning the distance of the star to Earth. No?
Yep.
No.
Yeah, that's right, bud.
Well, can you give me?
What are you doing?
Well, can you give me a distance? I'm not doing that. Why would I come up with a distance to the star?
Well, no, maybe you don't understand what he said, but he is correct, brother.
Yeah. I'm talking about when you move towards it, and you measure the angle when you're moving towards it. The angle is gonna appear higher, right?
Sure.
Yep.
It's gonna the degree that you are measuring, the angle that you are measuring is gonna be more and more the closer you get. Yeah.
Yes. Is that in the relationship between the distance and the angle? Is that linear or squared?
it's squared. I'm telling you, listen, that is the function of the sky. The sky is doing that. You're moving across a linear plane, and the sky is moving the light in its apparent position.
But we get a linear.
Yo, imagine it almost like this. Like, for some reason, I feel like you got to put the street lamp on a conveyor belt that's moving at 15 degrees. You know what I mean? Like, and like the point is that you're always correcting if I'm trying to get to that zenith or wherever it may be. I mean, I don't know. It's just, I love this subject.
Travis,
really,
Travis,
it's so fucking cool.
But Travis, you said that it's a squared function, but in actuality, the angles to Polaris with distance have a linear function, 1 degree over 61 miles.
No. When you're but every time you move that 1 degree, no matter where you are, you're moving the same miles, right? That's why
linear.
it's okay. Well, then I misspoke because I was thinking along the other lines. Because linear to me means okay. So yeah, right.
Yeah, but with the street lamp on the flat road, it's a squared function.
That's because it's not the same thing, bro. That's why it's almost the same as saying the sun doesn't change in angular size the way we think it does. That's because there's shit up there going on that we have no way of manipulating or controlling or even creating.
Okay, so then you are saying that, it is a linear function, but you don't know why.
Well, I do know why, because the sky is curved.
No, but even if the sky is curved, it doesn't change the position of Polaris.
Okay, listen. If you say the ground is curved, it doesn't change the position of Polaris.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay, it's the same thing. That's what Issa was saying. We're both in the same spot. We both have a model that we can explain the functions of these celestial issues.
But with the street lamp, is the sky not curving above the street lamp?
No. Okay. But listen, right? But the street lamp is fixed to the ground, so it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be analogous. It's not going to be analogous, in my opinion, to this because
but then you're saying that the Polaris doesn't have a GP.
No. What we're referring to is this. This is the way I'm looking at it. Imagine all the stars were street lamps, okay? Like just locally.
Yep.
And the idea is that if I know, let's say that your zenith is the North Star, let's say, because we'll just put it in one position. Because most stars, if they're going to be your zenith, they're going to be changing throughout the night. So I'd have to recalibrate your zenith. You know what I mean? So like, you know, I think like, but in the idea that you were right, you're under a fixed star. If you know, as I get closer, that angle is going to change. The sun, you know, that street lamp's going to appear higher and higher in my personal horizon, right?
Yeah, in a square.
And that's all. Right, and so that's all we're referring to. The difference is the way that we look at this and the actual practical application and even the language of it. Because my thing is that the only place where the spherical model of Earth is put into play is merely theoretical. And the problem with that is that for all intents and purposes, we actually look at the sky as a dome. We treat it as a dome. We treat the Earth, at least for 600 nautical miles, is flat. And I think, you know, and these are admitted navigational facts. And nobody travels 600 fucking nautical miles without correcting along the fucking way. And so my point is that like you're always treating the Earth as flat. You're always treating the Earth as a dome. It is only in pure speculative and mathematical mental gymnastics do we ever confront this concept of being on a globe. Unless we're going to talk about we know the Earth's a ball because Elon Musk is going to Mars. And that doesn't cut it for me.
Yeah, but if I treat it as a flat plane and there's a dome, then I wouldn't get a linear function between the angle to the star and the distance to its GP.
Meoman, let me point out why this is altogether not making any sense to me, even the question that you are imposing, because the sky, as you are moving towards a certain star, the sky is moving, the star is moving, the lamp doesn't.
How much is Polaris moving then?
It depends how long it takes me to get to that zenith point, or that GP, or whatever you want to get to.
Right. Sure, if I'm traveling to you, how about this? If I'm traveling to, hold on, brother. If I'm traveling to you at the North Pole from 30 degrees latitude north, right? And I start going towards the north, there's going to be a moment where the star is at 40 degrees. So I know now I'm at 40 degrees latitude. Then 50 degrees it's going to look like. Then 60 degrees it's going to be in the sky. Then 70, then 80 degrees. And that's when I know I'm getting close, because when the star is directly above me, you should be standing right there.
Yes.
Right? Right. So that's the
but
function.
Hold on. That's it. Yeah, but that's WhatsApp just said that Polaris isn't fixed to a GP.
Well, you know what? How about this? It's not.
I was talking about the other stars.
Well, you have magnetic north, you have actual north, you have celestial north.
But I'm only talking about the GP of Polaris because that is semi-fixed.
Oh, that wasn't mentioned since I've been here.
Well, we did mention it because it's the idea that otherwise you'd be correcting for all the movements of the stars. But the point is that the idea is that if you're going to this position, I mean, remember, it's still complicated when you're dealing with Polaris, because the way that we look at it, you have magnetic north, which we need to correct for with our compasses and devices, and you know what I mean? And but then you have actual north. And you know what's crazy, bro? You want to know what's real crazy? You can't fucking go to where is 90 degrees north on the Earth. They don't let you go there. The dew line, right?
You can go.
You're not allowed to go there.
You can go there.
Really?
People fly over it all the time.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
people fly over the North Pole. Okay, so what's the dew line?
Yeah.
What's the
why
dew
are you just
line, bro?
making stuff up at this point?
What is the dew line, dude?
I have to go on mute. I can't talk. I'm at work.
Hold on, dude. What is the dew line, bro?
Why are you just making stuff up that people can't go to the North Pole?
Footage of the perfect North Pole in the middle.
Where are they flying over the North Pole? Do they always stay outside of the
commercial
dew line?
Flights?
I don't believe they fly over the dew line.
Yeah, you're on crap.
Yeah, they avoid North Pole too. There's other land there.
I don't know. I think you're trying to sound smart, and you got like an egotistical.
No, nobody's freaking smart here. It's just you're making
a black
stuff
hole
up.
for the North Pole.
I'm saying you. So you
a
can.
Big ass hole. Supposedly, I mean.
Well, anyway, we were talking about
like,
navigation.
Now,
So
now,
the point being,
here's my question: where are you getting information, or where did you hear the claim that no one's allowed to go to the North Pole and no one?
I think it's
a big hole there.
Are you just like making that up?
No,
right
I believe
for
it's
your
military
argument?
controlled, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
No,
there's a big ass hole there.
not at all military controlled. Freaking commercial flights go over
Big
it
hole
all
in the ground. You can't
time.
go over it. It's a massive hole in the ground, thousands of miles wide.
Can you give me any evidence that the ISA, or
Fly
sorry,
your ass over there.
that the North Pole is military controlled? Are you just
Fly
making
your
this
ass over there live, right now. And if you can't, shut the fuck up.
Okay, here. So it's only possible to travel to the North Pole by ship during June and July. Outside of these months, you can consider traveling by plane and helicopter or by the hauled sled route. Ask our specialist for more details. So they're traveling to the North Pole. I wonder if they're going to the actual fucking North Pole, though. And we're talking about the ground position.
ISA, geez, oh, Pete.
Well, hey,
Like,
we're going.
but hold up, ISA.
Hey, I'm willing to. I've been under the.
Here's what I'm
impression
actually concerned about, ISA,
Sure.
is that you make this claim and then you look up whether the claim is true or not.
No, I
don't
believe
see a problem with
think
that.
there's still something to this, man. I think there's some military shit that's beyond the dew line. You're not allowed to fly above.
Hold up. Do you not recognize the problem with your methodology just now?
Hold on. So can I go? Fair enough. Hey,
dude.
Hey, you know what? If I'm wrong, thank you for correcting me. Now
You're not
hold
wrong.
on. Can I go to the North Pole, the GP of the North Star? That's what we were talking about.
Yes.
Of the North Star. Let's see. North Star. It's bringing up fucking hotels.
But ISA, like for everybody listening, especially on the live stream, why would you just make something up and then
He just
check
told you he didn't. What the hell's wrong with you, dude?
No,
How
he
many
just
different
admitted
ways
that.
did he-
Yeah, he was.
No, dude. The dew line was no. Let's see here. Let me
You
look up
jumped
some
in the
more
middle
shit.
of a conversation that's been going on for like 2 hours.
No, but he's not.
He's
Hey, if
got
he's
it all
correcting me,
figured out.
hey, if he's correcting me and I'm fucking wrong, then I'm fucking wrong, and I'm gonna, I'm not gonna hold on to anything like that. But let me see. Let's see. Nobody's around with the dew line. But I mean, it's the. Let's see. Also, there's dew line. Early one line was a system of radar stations, north side of Canada stations.
RC, do you got North Pole footage?
This Friday, there's a trip. Dew line proposes a solution to both the problems. Hey, forgive me, man. If I'm wrong, I was under the impression at one point, and maybe I'm thinking,
maybe
I'm thinking of documentations that I
I'm not
read
upset
during
about
the
anybody
fucking
being
Cold
wrong
War.
about something.
No,
I'm calling out the fact that you're making up stuff on the spot in order to support your argument.
We were talking about navigation, and I was saying that, and we were actually talking about going to the GP of the North Star, and I was under the impression, and maybe it's wrong because it's like fucking 1944 tech, where the fucking thing is that people weren't allowed to fly over the dew line. I'm not sure if people can still go there, to be honest, because it's a military fucking thing.
It's not a military anything.
Well, I mean, would you know?
Yes.
You would know, right? Because you're so smart. Like, my thing is, I think there's a little more to it. But fair enough. I'm not going to hold on to the point if I'm mistaken. However, I will reserve the idea that there's something going on above the dew line, and it's quite difficult to get.
Why would you hold on to an idea that you have no evidence of, and you're literally having to
because
look
that
up
makes
right
fucking
now?
that makes military sense to me. That's why, because it makes sense, and it makes sense that someone like yourself wouldn't understand why. But the point is that if we're back to our navigation shit. And and if I'm mistaken, bro, then forgive me. And I gotta say that I know at one point in history you couldn't go above the dew line. I have to say that much because it was Russia and the United States. It was a big fucking issue.
You have footage of him flying over it?
We're not talking. Well, we're not. I don't need any of that. If he takes it, shoot. If there's no evidence on my side of the argument, then I may be wrong. However, I think what I'm referring to in my head is some historical fucking thing that was put to it.
Right, but I still want to see some footage of the fucking direct North Pole underneath. I want to see what that looks like.
Evidence could be that they control airspace, right? Like they definitely control airspace. You cannot, there's no denying that. You get to certain airspaces, they'll send out jets and whatnot. So now it just becomes, is that airspace part of that controlled
Okay,
airspace?
number one, that is internet. Those are international waters. Okay, you need no permission. It's not even a class of airspace over the North Pole. Number two, okay, they don't just send out jets in international waters for commercial flights.
How do you
can
know?
book a
Well,
flight.
fair
Hey, hold up.
A
You can book
stray
a flight.
flight, a
You can
stray
book a
flight
flight
not
from
on the radar
Chicago.
or
You can book a
anything.
flight from
If it's
Chicago to
going nautical,
Delhi and get with about 60 nautical miles on the North Pole. You can get a flight from Chicago
bro, that's not what
to
I said. That's
Kathmandu,
not what I
and you
said.
go right over the freaking North Pole.
And I'm
Poseidon
saying if they
expedition.
go, yeah, if they go off their radar at all, right? Like they're going to
No,
investigate that.
no,
Yeah,
no,
bro.
no,
If you have
no, no.
plane, if you have a plane that's supposed to flying a trajectory, and they start checking in with flight control, and they're like, all right, you're not going on your trajectory. What's going on? 187.
No.
Yeah, they're just let them
Yeah,
go.
hear this
they
right
just let 'em
here.
go.
No,
Okay.
that's not how that works.
Here's a Poseidon expeditions. They give you a way of getting there. They say basically like no one owns Antarctica, but or no, we're talking about the wrong one there. Okay, Arctic Treaty. Okay, never mind. Keep going.
No, you don't just, especially over international waters, when you are on an IFR flight plan in international waters, the only thing that will happen is that if you don't reach your destination, 90 minutes after that, they will send out a search and rescue. But no, there's no such thing as like, if you're not in touch with air
Hold on.
traffic control.
So if you don't fly,
they're
if
going
you
to-
fly into controlled space, they're just gonna let you do it.
No, controlled space is not international waters. Not
Right,
controlled space.
I mean, would you know?
Bro,
Yes.
it's all
You can look at. You
controlled.
want me to
All right,
fly
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. No,
I
were
can
you in the
tell you- I can
military?
tell you
Have you ever?
exactly what
Hold on.
airspace is over the
Have
North
you
Pole.
ever been in the military?
No, but I'm a pilot.
Okay, so you wouldn't fucking know.
Yes,
And the point-
as a pilot, I know what freaking airspace is.
All right, well, can you fly over the North Pole for us on this one?
I do not personally have an airplane that will fly over the North Pole, but yes, you can fly over the North Pole.
All right,
There is
fair
no
enough. I'll tell
restricted
you what.
airspace.
I'll tell you what. I'll grant you that we can fly it over until proven otherwise.
No, there is.
I have
there
no
is
issue with that.
There's
Okay,
no restricted airspace.
Fair enough.
Hear this right here. In 2015, the National Geographic
cut out,
posted
I
an
think.
article. Oh, here in 2015, the National Geographic, owned by Disney now, said that.
Is that me or them?
Can you hear me?
Check 1, 2. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear him fine.
So in 2015, they said that there's a complete suspension of all travel to the North Pole, and it may last forever. These is due to, I guess, whatever reasons, there's just not enough safe ice to travel on.
No, those are for due to what do you call it? You can't take like what do you call it? Like sleds or do ice travel to the North Pole.
Yeah, completely done. It's over.
No, you can go. You can fly to the North Pole. You can sail to.
Yeah,
the North
no
Pole.
one's been there in.
That's
in
incorrect.
years.
Hey, why are you making stuff up now, Cred?
RC,
Okay,
why
a
don't you
claim of
fly
making
there
stuff
live
up,
today or
that requires
tomorrow?
proof.
RC, why don't you fly there right now live with your camera on?
Because I do not have an airplane that can get to the North Pole.
Oh, you can't even get there, but
Well,
everybody.
how about this? How about this? I'm willing to concede the point, okay, until proven otherwise. I'll give you that, okay? I'm not even trying to make that the mountain I want to down about.
Not even the topic that we're
But
talking about.
right. Well, no, my issue was this, and I'm just saying that at certain points in history, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't been able to fly over that thing. Now, commercially, now we're all at
Now
peace.
listen to this. RC Mighty said his plane can't even make it, but everybody can
Yes,
go.
a Cessna 172 cannot make it to the North Pole. What a
Therefore,
revelation!
You ain't making it. Therefore, you're not making it, and you're not going to fucking make it, and you can't.
Well, that doesn't make
you
him a
won't.
liar, dude. That doesn't make him.
No. That makes him, yeah, it does. It means he
That
can't go
doesn't-
there. It means
That's
he
all right,
can't go
though.
there. No,
Right,
that
but
means
we can't go see the ice wall just because you show a picture. You know what I mean?
So my thing is,
it opens up a can of worms. It's not.
I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I'm talking about he said he can go there. I want to see him fucking do it. And if he can't do it, then he should shut the fuck up. Fuck all the other guys.
I'm gonna, hey, Demark,
Yeah,
I'm
you
actually
tell
gonna
me
give you.
go to
I'm
your
gonna give you a
neighbor's
flight.
house.
I'm gonna give you a
You
flight that I
tell me
was
you
on.
can go to my neighbor's house, motherfucker. Go inside the house.
Demark,
and
I'm gonna give you a flight that I was on that was 70 miles from the North Pole. Here, I'm gonna show you.
Cool story. Until you got a live trip from you getting in the plane and going, shut the fuck up.
So I'll DM you this thing about the North Pole. 2015, it's been completely blocked off. You can't go there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, to me, it seems like same kind of deal with the Southern Pole. to the south, right? Like they won't let you really go down there beyond a certain latitude, and that's just intriguing to me. Now, aside from that, because I really wasn't trying to delve into that particular conspiracy.
Oh yeah.
But the idea being that if you're dealing with the freaking stars, right? If you're going to navigate anywhere, you're going to, for all intents and practical purposes, treat the Earth as flat and the stars as a dome. And then the theoretics come in as to the sphericity and all the rest of it after the fact, and also having nothing to do with the actual ability to navigate, other than the theoretics. And as we've shown in both models, these systems work. However, it seems more logical that triangulation would have a base to operate from,
This tells you too that if they can go over the North Pole, they can't the South. So it's like it doesn't match the two halves, just like earlier today with the stars.
So the base assumption is that the Earth's surface is flat. There's a barrier above against which the skylights can be viewed to be reflecting off of. I wonder, is the other assumption that they all have a singular source because there's no parallax experience? Any thoughts on that? Hello, Isa, by the way. I haven't spoken to you in ages. Man.
Yeah, man. Been a while. I'm glad to see you around, brother.
How you doing?
Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's all. I mean, I have, when I get into because you've either got two conversations, I've always felt, in this flat Earth realm. It's either you're debunking the globe or making wild, outlandish proposals about what it could be, maybe. Right? So, to partake in the latter, I think of it almost like, and this is, gets back to, I guess, maybe why I'm so intrigued with the dew line, bro, is the idea that, the tree is the most common thing on Earth, I would say. And I almost feel as though that the stars are like the leaves of a cosmic tree. And that's why, usually in the fall, interestingly enough, I know not all the time, but throughout the fall of whatever season it is and wherever on Earth is when these meteor showers happen. And that's just like a tree losing its leaves. But this is like some crazy tree that comes out of the north, you know what I mean? And who knows, it's like, and then, and check this out, Pete, you'll enjoy this, Pete. The idea is that you can't see it because it doesn't light doesn't reflect any color, doesn't reflect any light. It's not subject to these things. The only implication of it are the stars, potentially. And the fact that we can't fly over the dew line, which has been part of my thing for so long, man. Don't take that away from me, bro.
What's the dew? Remind me what the dew line is. That
it's just a radar system that kind of like goes around the North Pole so they could detect ships or detect all kinds of activity during wartime.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's even still in effect. They make it seem as though it's outdated, but it's been commonly referred to as the dew line, and that would be your, let's say, perimeter around the North Pole, potentially on a flat equidistant projection.
Very good. I actually think the barrier that we're under, and the outer barrier, contours towards ground level at towards the north somewhere. There's a separation between what's at the center and what's going on the outside. And it's the same thing with the inclement weather around the southern peripheral. That's where the outer barrier contours to ground level as well. And I agree with you. And listen, talking about the tree, I just in my own thinking, right? Well, we live on the tree of life, but it's the divided tree of life. So these emanations that are given us, the stars, are focused at the north center. And even say the name of it is Aristarchus, right? You might recognize the name from the originator of heliocentrism. So I think we're on. I think we're all on the same
Pete, check this out, man. This is my thing: is that look, the ancients looked at the stars as though they were like the representative of the soul, and that was measured with the compass. And then you had the Earth, and it was flat, and it was measured with the square, right? And so the ancients understood that the soul were the stars, and that the man's body was the Earth. And there was this strange relationship, and they were not like oil and water. They could never come together. But in this age of materialism, what they've tried to do is take the cosmic egg, which was the stars, the soul, and imprint it on the material. So that it seems as though it's one. And that's why I think what it is it's just roused the suspicion of people who can fucking see through the mistake. of doing so. I mean, even Nietzsche said when they put the sun, they no longer had the sun at the center. That's what made him say the famous words of "God is dead," and they killed God because they removed any, which way is up, which way is down. Like now, mankind's spirit is set off into so many directions that it will. That's why he predicted the mass murder of the wars, because he said as soon as this order, this competent morality was destroyed, it's capable for mankind to do anything and believe anything. And look where we are. Fucking men think they're women and what the fuck is going on, dude?
They replaced it used to be body and soul. Then they took out the soul and they just made it the mind, right? So now it's body and mind. And then you can have the male mind and the female body.
Even better, dude. Love is just chemicals in your brain, bro. You know what I mean? Like they've broken it and deduced all of these things down to some materialistic way to carterize the imagination of mankind, man. That's what MK Ultra, in my opinion, was about. That's why the moon landing was the TV show that everybody got addicted to and gave their psyche over to.
And then peace is war. They landed on the moon for war, not for peace. It was weaponized. It was a showcase of American power. And then they faked it, of course, because if they actually did it,
and then they admit that it's what verified every mathematician that said the stars were infinite and everything else. So that moment alone in history is what concretized this idea of this cosmology. And they understand cosmology is the root of philosophy. And if they can get you to become an atheistic, nihilistic dirtbag, you'll go to war and kill anyone for not getting some medical fucking procedure.
Yet I say, flat earthers handed this on a plate, and there's not one flat earther who is atheist, right? No matter what your belief system is, you understand.
I don't think any man is. No man is an atheist in a foxhole.
Sure. But I was going to say that heliocentrism itself is that was the beginning of the demise of God. So when the center was taken away from a flat and stationary Earth, then everything else develops. When they decided the Earth moves. Sun is at the center, massive distances to the stars. This is a certain paradigm being crafted and created. And well, again, I say all these characters, I'm sure you know, but you're into historical revisionism, I say, but all these are just story tales for us to maybe put pieces together ultimately. But here's the crux of it. And getting back to the point that you were talking about, Aristarchus of Samos 2,500 years ago is the instigator of, or the originator of heliocentrism, which is ultimately the base for materialism and a material-only universe culminating in the Big Bang where everything came from nothing. I think everything sort of connects in a greater thread. When we come to flat Earth, we look at the moon, our nearest neighbor, the most mysterious creator is described, on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe, as creator Aristarchus as well. So this connection has certainly been made, you know what I mean? And it needs to be pursued to some degree anyway. In the latter, what would you call them, wild speculations? I don't think they're wild speculations, I say, because I hold that the truth is known. Truth is known. We're fed the lie, the heliocentric system, but we were always meant to come away from it, come back to the truth. So I don't think. I think wild speculations are actually justified.
That's why I've often said it's like the idea that I don't want to remove the globe. I do not want this thing to be removed because I wouldn't want to deprive anyone of the awakening process that comes with this. And that's the beauty of it. And that's what's so lovely about it. It's like the sperm that finds the egg kind of shit. Like, granted, not many are going to fucking make it. And you know what I mean? And that's how I feel about it. It's like, you either like the knowledge, I don't know why I would think I have the hubris to say it, but for some reason, like you just said, that we do know. But the issue is that, the only thing we know is that we don't know. And that is so powerful when you become accustomed to that, I think.
Maybe we're coming to know. The one thing that we might come to know is to have, in potential, the ability to know everything, to understand all. I think ultimately this is all simple for us. We are greater beings here having an experience, is my thought in it. And the truth is within us all. And the clues are everywhere. We just have to sort of look at things with those differing eyes, you know what I mean? And maybe, outside of any hubris, it's nothing to do with that, but it's like something innate within us. It's a part of our greater soul or spirit. You mentioned the separation, stars and the earth, right? The soul and the body. Well, we have Father Sky and Mother Earth. we're born into Mother Earth, the material, and we have to be born again of the spirit, right? So I think this is all sort of symbolic and leading towards the
Right?
greater
How
power.
cool, bro! And how cool for for those of us who attempt to read the tea leaves, like give thanks. You know what I mean? Like that we even have the opportunity. You know what I mean?
You know what to tell. Everyone thinks you're crazy.
Yeah, right. Well, and that's part of the fun too, man. Like I always say, like the original, like God is the original troll. Like you think you're funny, you think you're fucking witty. You know nothing. You know what I mean? God is the funniest, and he never.
God is the greatest sense of humor going.
Right. If you don't think God has a sense of humor, then where do you think you have a sense of humor from? You know what I mean? And it's like even me right now with coming, trying to humiliate me for saying that I know about the dew line. Well, fair enough. I'm not going to cling to that. I'm not going to cling to some fucking shit that I can't. I could never know anyway, bro. But the difference is that I don't know if the military controls it. You're convinced that they potentially convinced that let's say they don't, and anyone can go there, and that's cool. But I'm not. I prefer the position of I don't know because I can't know. And if someone's going to tell me something that you obviously could logically never know, and you're going to tell me that you know it, you sound like a charlatan. It's like telling me what happens to somebody after they die, and you're going to act like that. It's like you should get slapped.
I was on a forum a few years ago, maybe ATS or David Icke or something like that. Completely, maybe separate but interlinked topic. But I sort of eavesdropped on a couple of pilots talking about exactly this and how you could not go near the North Centre. There was this, you had to adhere to, as you call it, the dew line. And that was just commonly accepted knowledge. So, yeah, I don't think you can go there. And anyone who's saying you can go there, he's probably a baller, right? He's probably a baller who'll deny everything that you have to say. So,
I mean, and I don't fault anyone for that either. But and I'm happy to be corrected when I'm mistaken, man. Like really.
You're right.
And so but at the same time, it also does make some semblance of reasonable.
And I remember we did this a few years ago. I said on Panja Pete's channel, and there was one particular tourist flight from Germany up to the North Centre, and they had to constantly keep dropping down. I can't remember what the proximity to the North Pole itself, but they had to constantly keep dropping down elevation. So by the time they had to turn around, they were down at a few thousands of feet. So this again, just in my own picture, leads me to understand or to believe that the barrier that we're under contours to ground level. And let me just say as well, you were talking about the meteor showers. What I actually think is happening there is like we have an energized barrier withholding waters. As the sun comes towards the north, right, in our summer, the outer edges freeze over. You know what I mean? So as it goes south, then the inner edges sort of freeze over somewhat. And as the sun returns, you have a sort of melting, dislodging of the ice. That's the way I sort of imagine it. And this accounts for the regular meteor showers in some way, in my brain anyway. But just a possibility. Do you think it's waters beyond NISA without any shadow of a doubt? I mean, that's one of the fundamental things we have to decide on.
Well, man, Pete, the best way I can put it is that we live on an infinite plane in a cosmic egg. That's how I feel about it, dude.
And this is the thing wrapped in a cosmic egg. Lovely.
Right.
Is the egg flat?
Right. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I mean, I don't know, like it looks like a fucking dome, but when does it curve? I don't know. I don't know. It's an infinite. It's the thing, man. It's oil and water. It cannot compute, and it's not supposed to. It's error all day. It destroys materialism. Because your only aspect of reality is through this materialistic lens, which we all know the eye is awkward. So therefore, we don't know anything that we're saying is true. We
have to follow the clues. Maybe the truth is written down for us.
Right. Well, that's the thing is, but that's why I love. There's a great line I just read the other day from I think it was Franz Kafka or something. It was like, I was so filled with shame when I showed up as myself to what I didn't know was a costume party. And like I just thought that was so ill, such an ill line. Like he was so full of shame that we show up to this circus
Yeah.
Expecting some semblance of rationality, and it's like, where the fuck is it? And you either show up naive and innocent and get rocked, or you take a part in that, and that's why that's why the legal shit is so intriguing to me, because it's like, I could make an agreement with the prosecutor that Jimmy Bag of Donuts is coming to be the accommodation party, like, you know what I mean, to discharge the interest of this fictional currency anyway. And if you want to play fucking La La Land, let's do it.
How's that working out for you, by the way, Isa?
Fucking awesome, dude. Fucking great, dude.
I was in court the other day. You wouldn't believe it. I went up the whole saga. You wouldn't believe it. It's a different story. But I went up and only to find out that the case was withdrawn. So that leaves the way open for some conversation. I spent a week in jail. Ultimately, for busking, on the street, they came over, demanded my name, and I wouldn't give it. In a polite way. I went through the usual. What cause you asked me, etc. But yeah. I wouldn't give my name. Ended up in a week in prison for it, in isolation as well, because I wouldn't wear a mask.
Pete, man.
Yeah, I said Corona's a load of hoax. But listen, everything for a reason. Boy, when I was up in court on Friday, yeah, like I never existed. The guy on the door, no, your name isn't here. I went in to find out, the charge is all withdrawn. It's the first I heard of it. Grand.
Give thanks, man. Thank you. Good.
As I said it in the last time, I told her I'd be establishing my standing the next time. But also in the original hearing, I said everything. I talked about fucking flat Earth. I talked about
Keith, no.
I know that, but
Don't be doing that to me, Pete. But I don't want that.
But I didn't talk about it in that sort of way. Look, I'm in the highest.
I know how you address. You're a wild brother, and much respect.
But listen, Isa, we're the highest authority in this land. But if you're on the United States of America on the side of a ball, you can claim dominion over that all you like. But you claim whole slice of fantasy. So that was the context I was mentioning flat Earth in. But of course, I mentioned the legal name fraud is exposed. All contracts are null and void. So whatever their position was, you had no case in the first place, and so many wrong things were done. I thought they just found it easier just to scratch it off the books. And
probably so. I'd love to see the transcripts.
Oh no. Hi, Isa. I have. Maybe I'll come to you for help. I have 3 cops. Due notice that for every hour of my incarceration, they'd be charged 10,000 euros. I was incarcerated 150 hours.
See, right. See, my thing though is that the fee schedule stuff. It's like, this is my thing, brother. Is that the system of the courts is built in a godly system, and we have to be willing to forgive our trespasses of our brothers. And the idea is that we take that. Let's say you take your fee schedule and say, Your Honor, you know what? Instead of this and that, let's agree to dismiss the case. That's my thing. Agree to forgive one another. But because I'm not for that fee schedule stuff. I don't think it works. However,
I'm just saying that's a possibility. I put them on notice beforehand.
But if there's
taking the man to court now, right? I say I'll be taking the man.
Right. And you don't.
I don't want to do that as well.
Forgiveness is the move, right? That's why forgiveness. Remember, it's like it's that Christ-like shit, man, of complete forgiveness of those who would trespass against you. It's turn the other cheek when you're dealing with the courtroom. You know what I mean? Like when you're dealing with the courtroom. You know what I mean? So when it's like that's where it's turned. Take the slights, take the whatever. You know what I mean? And conditionally accept all proposals. But
they didn't even want me in the courtroom, and from the little I had said already, and they knew the case was loaded with fucking discrepancies.
Well, also too, remember, I'm not going to get into it too much here, but just remember this: there's 2 sides. There's a financial side, and there's a spiritual side to this, and the court understands both of them. That's why they have chambers. Chambers understands the individual complexity of any issue, whereas the public has a mere penal code. So if you can address the penal code, have it discharged by the nature of the fact that they may have denied equal protection due process, then you can come to agreement on the spiritual side that there's no reason to carry on the case. 2 parties agree to forgive one another, and we agree to dismiss the case. And that's my, in the briefest way. I don't want to get too heavy into it here. I think we've done that the last couple of days.
Very good. I have an option to go into the papers as well, maybe highlighting what happened, because it's pretty drastic, really, when you consider.
Well, you know what, Pete, man? Hey, man, trust your instincts on these things, man, because you're the type of person that could change the fucking world, bro. Really, you know what I mean? I don't know. It takes the wild men to fucking step up and do the things that other people won't do. At the same time, I just love you, and I would say, make sure you guard yourself, because, you know what I mean? I'd hate to be no reason to be Like, there's no reason to have a fixation to be a martyr for anything. You know what I mean, Jed? Like, like, take care of your
man, yeah, I know exactly what you mean, man. I didn't even give a fuck about it, really, coming up to it. And throughout all this time as well, this corona, I've been expecting transformation on a day-by-day basis. You know what I mean? Tomorrow I'm going to wake up and there's going to be some massive announcement. I'm sure we're all in the same boat to some degree. The level of deception has gone through the roof. And it's really difficult to know how to go forward, actually, isn't it? How to cope with it all.
I mean, I agree. I've tried to stay away from any of that madness. Thank God. At the same time, it's like, like I went to a store one time and they were like, "Oh, we can't let you in because you're not wearing a mask." And I was like, wow. And by the end of it, with my, just pointing out the obvious, like, are you a doctor? And, and then I whipped out my phone and I was like, "So you're not a doctor and you're giving me medical advice." They were like, "What do you just want to get?" I was like, "I just need 3 pairs of pants." they walked me in, dude. I got my 3 pairs of pants. The lady stayed with me the whole time. I went to the register, fucking paid for my shit and left. So, I mean, like, and that's where I felt at the time that was an issue that I'm not like, it's not something that, whatever, like, I'm just ready to fucking go to town over these certain issues. You're not going to tell me that I got to do certain stuff, I without like at least accepting an offer from me. Right. So, like, the thing is just, you make them an offer. And it depends how hard pressed you want to get what you want. And the idea that, but that's where I've always just will maintain that we actually have a beautiful system. We just need to learn how to use the system to hold the people in charge accountable for what they're doing, because that's the beauty of the system, is that, and it's only because of lack of knowledge that we don't know how to use the system to hold the people who are running the system in check. And remember, it's not going to be through collectivism, because our system is based on individual liberty. So therefore, it's going to be one man versus this proposed mythical, leaderless state system. Because remember, you show up in there, the judge didn't write the rules, the cop didn't write the rules. Who wrote the fucking rules? You know what I mean? Like, and then, you come to the end of that rabbit hole and you realize, wow, all documental paperwork leads one to believe that the individual is the supreme authority in the land anyway.
Absolutely.
So, we show up, right, and think of it, we're showing up to a system that we've almost built for ourselves to be able to discharge debt with, and we don't understand it, and we're getting crucified for it.
But these are the early days. Now we've been given the ability or the facility to educate ourselves. And if your heart is in something, I say, we'll make great strides. And I think it's almost an encouragement there for us to come to this realization and do what you have to do. The only problem is, if you sort of go along and sort yourself out, knowing that the rest of your fellow man are in this sort of, you might call it a dire situation, I'm not sure how that would work out for the individual, you know what I mean? I don't think your heart would sort of sink well, because we know we're in the midst of a massive fraud, but maybe that's the purpose of life. Life contains the word lie, so we're thrown into the heart, into the fire, only to be sort of born again and to come to realize the greater power within us and how it actually applies. I will actually say that in my own thinking, because Earth is in a divided state, and the waters beyond, the waters inundated and flooded, and this is why we have maritime law, right? So this is what the legal name is the vessel, the abandoned vessel on the invading seas. So for us to make that distinction, first of all, you get into flat Earth, understanding if we're the herder of the land, then it's the land that's on a flat a stationary surface, as opposed to a spinning ball fantasy. And then sort of taking it from there, understanding the distinction between the land and, well, these waters. I think that's pivotal in my own thinking. And it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. If you hold something to be true, no one can fault you for that. You can come along and be put right and change your point of view, but no one can fault you for that. And the one thing I was going to say in the court the last time, if I got the chance, and I knew it was going to be difficult for them, not so much for me, maybe to squeeze out what I was going to say, but establishing jurisdiction is primary, isn't it, Isa? Because none of these people have no jurisdiction over the living man.
Well, here's my thing, Pete. Pete, my thing is this, though, is that, like you said, it's like it's a ship. Remember, it's a ship that you said, because I really don't like these analogies, but I know how to talk in it. The idea is that you have this abandoned ship and nobody's claimed it, and they're identifying you as that ship. And the idea essentially is that the problem is that, remember, you're going in there. The judge didn't write the rules. The guy didn't. So why would I go in there with about jurisdiction, about not owning the ship or not being related to the ship in some fucking way? When in reality, I could go in there and take over the ship, take over the army, and take over the whole show. And that's my thing, is that I'm saying, hey, look, how you doing? I'm the priority security interest holder, right? Which is an immediate identifier of lack of jurisdiction on their behalf towards me, because I'm there to with a priority interest in the collateral, the abandoned ship, right? And they're going to say, well, what do you mean? Prove it. And I'm going to say, well, is there anyone else here who's the priority security interest in this collateral? And if there isn't, let the record show that I'm the priority security interest holder, appearing specially, not generally, merely for the moving party to discharge any encumbrance against the property. Or else it's agreed that the state may accept a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law. Or it's agreed that we could forgive one another and dismiss the case. And, Your Honor, I promise to never be before you again.
Well, look, perfectly adequate way to go about things, I should think.
Right, because it's better than a week in jail, Pete.
Right, and what you did is establish a relationship, which is what I was going to say. If I had the opportunities, one of the things I was going to say, you establish a relationship between you and the legal name trust, right? So you can be a trustee, beneficiary, or administrator. So once everything is operated under sort of assumption and presumption on their behalf, and this is how I think they're allowed to get away with it.
Here's the thing,
once
right?
you establish that, then a different game sort of takes place from there on in. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's what I'm thinking.
Remember this, though, as regards to, and I hate these analogies because it's all the sovereign citizen talk, but in those terms, it's like you're in a trust system with the government, right? And the idea is that you're actually the guarantor of that trust system because you gave over a birth certificate so they could put money in the market for society. So the idea is that you are the guarantor. You can either be the beneficiary or the fucking, what do you call it? The trustee, right? But you can't be both. And the beneficiary, like, the idea is you want to come in as the trustee handling the business of the beneficiary, the citizen. Now, the point is that everyone is always saying that, oh, well, you can't take a benefit because you're going to get a whatever. Bullshit. I created the system for that quote unquote dead entity, right? That corporation, to be able to have a benefit. So I'm there to make sure that the system is held liable as an interested party, because the guarantor, the creditor, can remain anonymous. Which, on a cooler point, Pete, check it out. The reason you'll never see God is because he's the ultimate creditor. So he never has to reveal himself. Now, the idea is the creditor in a trust doesn't have to reveal who he is. And so the point is that you can come in as the priority security interest holder or the accommodation party for the priority security interest holder. And if you've got paperwork saying that you're going to appear as the priority security interest holder for the defendant, and upon proof of claim that their denial of equal protection doesn't justify a dismissal of the case, then you're going to come to court with your motion and your paperwork and everything there saying, Your Honor, motion the court to dismiss the case. And they're going to test you. They're going to say, what the fuck is this? You're some bullshit. How are you going to plead, dickhead? And you're going to say, Your Honor, we might want to do this in chambers. Would you like to reschedule a hearing in chambers? And then, God willing, you get put to chambers. You bring the chambers, you say, Your Honor, is there not a record of agreement and a motion before the court for a dismissal on the grounds that the parties have agreed to forgive one another, and on the grounds that I promise not to ever try to come back into your courtroom and be a jerk again? Fucking boom, right there. Anyone who understands that, that's the fucking beauty of this system.
And is that irrelevant of what charges are brought against? Irrelevant of particularly what?
Well, I mean, I don't like to get into that part of it because there's technique. Remember, there's philosophy, technique.
Sure.
There's philosophy, the rules of the game, and then the specific technique. And the specific technique is where I refrain from getting into to certain ways. Although even it's all in the recipe of the philosophy and the rules. Once you get the,
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I said, under God, under the Creator, we cannot be expected to operate under a fraud that's been exposed. So to say something immediately like, to insist that the proceedings are on for the permanent record, that's one thing, right? You have to get that going from the start.
Check it out. What's to say that God wouldn't give us a game to play? And what's to say that God wouldn't put a problem at our feet that we couldn't solve. And
that's what life is.
Right. And that's why I'm saying in regards to these particular matters, there seems to like this is the high stakes game of your freedom.
I know what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Never in the world, like, you know, you talk about, you know, even that word testify, it's from putting your nuts on the fucking table, man.
Look,
like it's fucking it's a severe fucking game, dude.
This makes the distinction, though. Like, it's different if I was after murdering someone and still knew that they didn't have the jurisdiction to prosecute me, right? So I could get around it via legal matter, in a legal sense. But I knew there's no pressure on my back. I knew I was the wrong man here. I was fucking ultimately kidnapped. So I had nothing to fear. I was just trying to not figure out as much, because I didn't prepare anything, but just in my own head, the things that I would say, what would you start with if you have the chance? Because you know they'll shut you down immediately, and that's what I was thinking. They shut me down immediately the last time, and the judge said, he said with a slight smirk, that you'll have a chance to clear your good name the next time.
Well, I'll tell you what, I say, as opposed to like any kind of crime like that, I refrain from helping anyone in those circumstances or even talking about it. As regards to, let's say, like an herb charge, right, or something in that nature, let's say.
Yeah.
You know, I would ask you: did you say that they do not have jurisdiction?
No, I didn't say anything like that. I didn't get a
What?
chance to say
How?
anything like that, really.
Right. You know, and I mean, did you
I said
say
it the first time? I said it the first time. Can you prove jurisdiction? This is the day after I went down to the court after spending the night in the cell, after being whipped away. I said I was fucking playing music. When the streets of Limerick were Limerick and Ireland here were pretty empty due to the Corona hoax lockdown. So for the most part, I was actually bringing joy to the people. You know, you play music yourself, man. You know the people that can appreciate a good song.
Yeah, man.
But the only fucking trouble came from these cops. But I actually know why I know why the whole thing panned out. I'd already been up to the police station outside. I whipped out my harmonica and guitar and sang my Corona's a hoax song. So they all knew who I was. But that's just freedom of speech, right? And I've been into them as well, talking about it. The fucking treacherous.
Good for you, Pete. Fuck yeah, good for you.
But I was just saying,
fuck yeah, dude.
I've been into the cops saying it's the treacherous nature of this fucking betrayal against humanity.
Hey, just real quick, can we? We need to eliminate that vocabulary from the chat, okay? No more.
Oh yeah.
If you want to use a code word, you need to be a little bit more disciplined to use the code word.
Oh, you're talking about Corona, is it?
Okay, say that word one more time, Pete. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Stop saying that word.
Okay. What do you mean stop saying that word? I might be talking about the bottle of beer, Travis.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
All right.
I didn't know this was.
I'm
is
just
this
telling
censored?
Well, you know the deal. You know the deal, Pete. I think it's.
No,
you know,
I don't know the deal with Discord.
Yeah.
I thought that was on YouTube.
Yeah, hold on, Pete. This is being streamed on YouTube right now.
Oh, I didn't know. Apologies.
That's all right. I just came in to let you
Apologies.
know.
I didn't know.
That's all right.
I didn't know. Okay. But that's just a matter of fact thing. That my Corona is a hoax song, is a song I made up, and it's sort of my reaction to what's going on. But anyway, I did sing that outside. I did express my, you know, we've had nearly a year and a half of it now. Yeah, I expressed myself.
No, I tell you what, I think that's awesome because really it takes out these mediums of like YouTube or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's right point blank on the fucking street like art should be. And you know, and a lot of people have forgotten that sentiment of you know, dare I say protest, but like, you know, that's why I love art really, is because it's the one place where you can like, I agree. I think that there's two types of people, creditors and debtors, and creditors always win and debtors always lose. And, you know, and same thing in law and all that stuff like that. And in art, you get to be a debtor and a creditor because you're complaining like a debtor, you know, essentially in your music, you know, like, you know, or any cry for music, you know what I mean? Or celebration. It's like, you know, it potentially is a complaint and yet you're creating something at the same time for other people to ponder. And it's just such a cool, that's why I don't know, I'm so fascinated with that idea.
The creation of an expression of being in want. I think that's what life is.
Right. You know, but to be in want is to be a debtor. You know what I mean? Like, you know, to be in, like, but not whether, you know, and we have to, I mean, I would agree that there is some kind of duality in that regard. We're all debtors and creditors. We all need food. We're all indebted to how about this? We're all indebted to the creator for, you know what I mean, to our daily bread, and, you know, and these types of things. We all need sustenance from Earth. And I think like that immediately takes away our creditorship in some regard. It doesn't mean that we don't also take that and produce, you know what I mean, and become creditors and givers and, you know, helpers in the world. Whereas this debtor mentality of this materialistic nihilism is like, you know, all it is built to do is complain and putrefy. And there is this kind of eternal struggle of the debtors and the creditors. You know, and I think that's just so, but music is and art is that place where you get to complain and yet create. It's just beautiful. I love it. And that's cool that you would do that.
Once again, it's the mindset, you know, and it goes back to heliocentrism in so many ways. I said, all the ball, you've been here longer than most. Same fucking heads with giving the same arguments, same objections for years on end. They're either compromised in some massive way, or maybe they're participating in a massive noble lie, and their hearts, the chambers of their hearts, are pure and clear in spite of all impressions. You know what I mean?
Well, you know,
it's a greater game.
Well, remember though, Pete, remember it's like you can't deprive anyone of the Great Awakening.
No.
So like it can't get too far.
Right. Right.
Because like, you know, they have to be able, they have to have that like they'd have to, how could you develop the muscle of discernment without deception?
Right.
And like, you know, and I love that, even that idea of that's why that whole concept of, you know, the adept striking down Lucifer, and then Lucifer turns to the Christ and he's like, what the heck? And he's like, look, now is time for you to go to battle. You know what I mean? That was just getting you ready for the battle.
It's that battle within, I say, isn't it? We have a material center, the gut center, the generative center. We have an immaterial center, which is up around the brain. And then we have the heart center and the chambers of the heart. That's what I was going to ask. You think there's an association? I'm sure there is, right, between the judge's chambers and the chambers of the heart. You think that's all interlinked in some very specific way?
You know, man, I really don't know, because I don't know the whole complete system in that way. You know, like I don't know the way that it functions in all regards. But I find it, you know, it's so interesting though. Like,
you'll be interested in this then, I say. So just another little connection. Beneath the World Trade Center, right, we have a subway station where I say the flat Earth map is on the ground now. It's not handed to us on a plate, but it's like a jigsaw puzzle. It's like a jigsaw piece. That the whole piece is there, but you need to put the 6 or 7 pieces in the proper order, which is probably a fiendish sort of ask. But it's on the floor, as I say, beneath the WTC Center of Chambers Street. Subway station. Another Chambers there.
That's
I've
cool.
always associated Chambers with chambers of the heart. Heart is an anagram of earth, right? And also ether. Not sure how you feel about ether. I says lots of friction in flat earth groups about ether and non-ether.
Well, I think, you know, anything, again, to take a stance, like, you know, it's like I've said before, flat earth is the only subject where two people would want to kill each other over looking at a sunset, you know, looking at a pretty sunset. You know, it has this ability to, you know, but yeah, you know, I mean, shoot, I don't know, but I think of it like in the greater scheme of things. I try to remind myself that, like you said before, some of these things that have been put out and, you know, handed to us on a silver platter, it's like, you know, we're really meant to divide us. But, you know, I think, again, that no weapon formed against us shall prosper. And what the certain likes of us have done is turned what was going to be this devastating, you know, blow of two forces going against each other to actually a culminating of knowledge that a lot of people, right? It's like, I call it like the Mr. Rogers effect. It's like, you know, Mr. Rogers was just calm, cool, and peaceful, and like, you know, and you know, made videos about tying his shoes, and you know, and that was more popular than G.I. Joe, Transformers, or all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and same thing with, you know, it's same thing with FE. It's like, you know, it's just gonna, you know, a lot of intriguing people are interested in the topic. You know, I just think the trick is to not fall into the trap of fighting with the you know, going too far with the antagonism, you know, with the other party, because that's what they want. Like, when you know they want war, then that's where we've got to become ultimately peaceful. That's why it's turn the other cheek and that kind of shit. You know, ahimsa, you know, Mahatma Gandhi kind of shit, where it's like, you know, look, dude, this is like a big tidal wave of information that your anger is not going to stop. So it's like, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, you know, but the people who see it will see it. And those who have eyes shall see, and all that.
It's a lonely old station, though. I have to admit that.
Well, yeah, that's why how fortunate are we to have this, bro? To be able to come online and talk and like, and, you know, and hear people's opinions and meet each other. I mean, you and I have been at each other's throat. Imagine if we, you know, left on bad terms, you and I did. You know, like, I love you, Pete, fucking over the years, Aristarchus.
Likewise,
we've all, you know, we've all had our own, like, you know, I mean, dude, think of the paranoia any one of us would have, anyone logically went through.
Process, isn't it?
Right. And like, I can't fault. I can't, you know,
here's
like
the thing, right? So you said we've been at each other's throat, and if we took it to the opposite sort of extreme, I reckon we could write a fucking kicking song together.
Oh, fucking yeah, Pete. I mean, Pete, you know what, man? I'll never forget the first time I tuned in and you were playing the gits, dude. You have such a like. I love your music at its best, bro. I fucking love it, dude. I love your voice. Man, fucking so cool.
I tell you something for nothing, man. I don't know how this life is so strange, but I have so much music put away. You know those little mini cassettes for the dictaphones?
Yeah.
3 hours each side. I've about 100 of those going back to 20 years.
Fucking,
and on each side about 6 hours of music, and a lot of it, or 3 to 6 hours, a lot of it original music, me working on songs. But the thing with me was when I finished a song, or when I got the bones of it, you know what I mean, I just sort of put it away and went on then to not particularly work on music, just for myself, just to pass the time. I was interested in doing that. So there's so much stuff I could bring out of sort of retirement. But this is what I'm saying, my whole fucking life was turned upside down in 2010 when I found out in York that there was a possibility that there was a conspiracy associated with 9/11. 9/11 plays such a central role. This is a metaphysical world. I think we are aware of that, right? So there's different powers in play. Maybe everything ultimately is for a reason. But then everything changed. All the emphasis changed. I've lost everything. I'm the poorest man ever, I say, right now. Whereas 10 years ago, I wouldn't say loads of money, but I certainly had quite a bit of money. But it didn't matter anymore, it seemed to. You know what I mean? It was all fake to begin with. So what was real? You couldn't rely on anything. Relationships went by the way. Flat Earth came along. 9/11, all the media fakery stories, history revisionism, everything sort of, you know, fucking shunted you out of I don't know what, a dream, which is a dream, I wonder, I don't know. But you know what I mean, everything sort of changed and emphasis shifted. So who knows what the future may hold, I say. Who really does know, you know, where all manner of cooperations become possible and all manner of wonder and beauty be produced from art, right?
I mean, shoot, I think of it like, dude, you know, I remember singing, you know, Capleton's music. I don't know if you guys know who that is, the Jamaican dude, fucking, you know, with, you know, about the microchip forehead, foot, and hand, and fucking, you know, just like, you know, just all about. I mean, that's why I guess for me, like, I always, especially like, you know, kind of like the herb community was always kind of a little underground community. I always thought like there was something up, but then it wasn't until like I think I saw Plain Truth, man. Plain Truth and all them after all 9/11 stuff, you know what I mean? Like there's just so much information, you know, you learn about the Operation Northwoods and you learn about all that wild shit, you know what I mean? Like, and it's not until that's why also too it was
always too easy to come
check
by
this out. Well, people what got me is there were certain heads that like got into FE without going through the process of everything before. And like, you know, to not have been, you know, rattled a bit by awakening up with the, you know, 9/11 and then not like, you know, seeing all the little red flags that, you know, once you start seeing them, you realize something's at play, you know, reading about Agenda 21, Alex Jones. Then you find out Alex Jones was really just a modified Bill Cooper. And then you learn about Bill Cooper and you're like, wait a minute, then who the hell is Alex Jones? And then like, you know what I mean? And then now you're like, holy crap, you know, and I think like if you haven't developed your own like informational compass after going through something like that, if you haven't done that, you know, FE, you know, kind of just it's almost like, you know, again, it comes to me like that's why, you know, I have that little title of, you know, quantum, you know, my book that I'm going to write about quantum chicken salads and how to walk through walls. because you've got like a whole bunch of people that will believe that there's a medium that's going to tell you what their Aunt Shirley was talking about. You know what I mean? From the other side. Like, you know what I mean? And that's the problem is Effie also brings in this whole slew of people that would normally just be, paying for a psychic reading.
Well, listen to me now. The thing is, I fucking overruled myself on everything. I believe leprechauns are. I've never seen one, but I believe highly that there's a great possibility they exist, like fairies, like Bigfoot, like so many different things that in my previous mind I would written out. When it comes to psychics, my brother told me a story, and I definitely believe there is that ability to connect and interconnect with these different aspects of reality. So it's not as laughable as I'm sure you know it as well. But you know what I mean. I certainly take the different things seriously. You know, the dogma of science. This is what we all swore by in the past. Now we look at it. Is there any aspect that we haven't thrown out as flat earthers? I don't think so. Certainly not any aspect that we can trust without severe sort of inquiry anyway. But I take it, I say that everything is metaphor now. That's the way I look upon it. So the blue marble is the ultimate metaphor. Like we have to be like Sherlock Holmes. We understand that we're dealing with let's say you're dealing with God. Let's say you're playing a game of chess with God, for instance. If he sets us a challenge, we come to recognize through faith that there is a higher power there. Will we accept the challenge? The Bible tells us to prove all things, right? So prove that God is in existence. Prove that maybe we are an aspect of God. So if God sets us down the challenge and he's given us the ability to put the pieces together in our own experiential life and also in terms of information, interactions we have been allowed to have via the internet here. People forget it's only fucking in place about 20 years. Well, I was in university in 1994 when it really took off the first time. But in terms of this interaction, it only took off after post 9/11, really, and that was for very specific purposes as well. So without it, none of this of greater awakening, greater cooperation, greater learning would be possible. And I always say to myself as well, you never know where you're going to get your next clue. Don't be going judging. Say this to myself. Don't be going judging a conversation or a person or he's this or he's that. You never know where you're going to get your next clue, which can only ever fit into your greater puzzle piecing together.
That's right. You gotta listen.
I think ultimately, last thing I will say is ultimately, I have to understand that I am you. I say, or we're all the same. So the same.
Well, see, but that's the thing, though. I think that is their ruse, though. I think I'm of the, I don't know, man. Have you ever heard like Michael Tessarian and shit speak on these subjects?
Yeah, of course I have.
Like the idea that, like, the whole notion of like the I am you, thing is like a big Bernaysian marketing fucking scheme to sell crystals and magic candles, in my opinion. And like, and that's where it's like, that whole, I mean, not to poo-poo it and not to say that it's wrong, because I do, I believe in the brotherhood of mankind and shit like that.
Yeah.
But to be wary of, right. And that's why I do it. It's like to be, but to go so far as with the I am you concepts. Well, with the, like I'm so wary of that. It's coming out of that school of thought.
Consider this. Well, I don't mean in that sense. I just mean that, look, and I should have expanded a little bit. If you're a male, you are Adam. You are that archetype.
Right, that allegory, for sure.
And the female is Eve. Yeah. And that's it, ultimately. So in that sense, we're all from the same...
Yeah, I agree. I agree, brother.
That's what I mean by that.
Yes.
Your individuality.
Oh, you're so right. No. You're like,
like someday, I say.
Well, yeah. You know what it is. Like, I don't know what it was like for you to grow up, and you know what I mean. You don't. Who knows what any one of us would have dealt with anyone else's cards.
Nothing at all. We know.
You know what I mean? Like, only God knows.
We're finding out about ourselves.
Right. Yeah, man. That's why. I mean, that's what trips me out is that, even just to bring it back to Round of the Shape of the Earth, if anyone wants to, like, I love the subject of the navigation, because for all intents and purposes, you deal with the Earth as flat and you deal with this dome of the celestial sphere. And then they're going to turn around and say, because it's a ball.
Hey, listen, I say, hang on one
and
second.
It's so hilarious.
Hang on 1 second, I say. If Kool-Aid, someone get a fucking message to Kool-Aid, who is an ocean navigator. He was pretty adamant, I said, that I was talking through my arse when I quoted this 600 square mile of ocean was navigated as if flat.
Well, 600 nautical miles from point to point.
600 nautical.
From point to point.
Right, which is like 600 square miles would be, let's say, roughly 25 by 25 miles, right?
Well, this is where everyone busts my balls about square miles and miles.
Oh yeah, what do you understand by that? I would say that's a square that forms a 25 by 20, 30 by 30 is 900, 20 by 20 is 400, so about 25. Work that out exactly, but about 25 miles. So you go 25 miles in one direction, to go 25 miles in a perpendicular direction, and then just complete the square. That area.
Well, you know what though? No. You know what though?
As flat. Is that what you're
understanding? Actually, well, my understanding is that no, 600 nautical miles away from my position,
right,
in a 360 circle around my position.
Way. It's mad. That's even more. That's
what I'm saying, dude.
That's fair enough.
Because if you're saying that I can go from point A to point B, which are 600 nautical miles away from me, and this direction is flat, then why wouldn't I? And I'm not ever treating any other direction as flat. Then in 360 degrees around my position, I could treat as flat.
Well, listen. Forget about it. I understand. No, it's not a controversy. It's just a understanding of the different words, or coming to terms and agreement with the different words used. Remember, everything to do with the spinning ball as an explanation for reality is all tainted. So if we take the lesser figure, which is 25 miles times 25 miles, just draw a big fucking massive square. Your argument just has to be if they had accepted that's the case. So get Kool-Aid in here. If he accepts that that's the case, he will have to, after some of the links you can post. Please post the link in chat, actually, I say, just to show that is a fact, because I couldn't find it. I didn't know where to look for it. Yeah. So he went, yeah, full of bullshit you are. I said, okay, fair enough. Let's leave it till the next time. But in your own time. So while you're doing that, if Kool-Aid will admit that, or any other ball earther will admit that they accept that, then all you have to do is extend that square like a chessboard in every direction and say, do you agree that the same conditions apply to here? And they'd have to say yes, and then there you go. Before you know it, you get your 600 square miles of nautical miles navigated as flat. You know what I mean? You get a bigger area.
They're not
up to you there in every way.
They're not navigated as flat.
Here he is. I said, please. I go on mute. Please have a chat with Kool-Aid, and please bring up a link to show that what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you look up,
I'm not mistaken on this. It's if you look up parallel sailing, it'll tell you that you can treat 600 nautical miles as flat. I'll find the link if you want, or in a couple of minutes. I'll try to come up with it.
Meet Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid meet Isa.
But yeah, like if you. In parallel sailing, that's where I've seen it, and I know that essentially you're treating 600 nautical miles flat when you're making point by point. I mean, Ruhif did a whole video against it. You know what I mean? And it becomes like you're like a little bit of degree off. And the point is that my issue is that you're never just making one heading for 600 nautical miles. You're correcting the whole fucking way. So no one's actually plotting out a 600 nautical mile course. In fact, this is what intrigued me about it, was that I was talking to a navigator who actually is a captain that makes maps for industrial shipping. And I asked him, how do you find your latitude from Polaris? And he didn't know that, which I thought intriguing, because this guy makes maps for shipping, yet didn't understand the simple idea of how to get the angle to find your angle off Polaris from your thing, which is just intriguing. And if I'll find a link for you and I'll put it up, but in parallel sailing, you treat 600 nautical miles as flat. In fact, they say you use your quote unquote trusty flat earth model. That's interesting.
All right, here you go. Here are actual navigation from actual flight planning software, Dodo, that indeed show that you do not treat it as flat. In fact, these points cannot be connected together on a flat surface using direct shortest distance routes. So there you go.
That's a different matter. That's a different matter. Come on, you can't just post.
No,
listen,
but that goes directly against what you said, that you can just spread it out and scale it up, and that makes it flat. That's incorrect.
Okay, well, listen, I didn't want to get. I should be on mute actually, but listen, I just left here. Now,
real quick.
I said, let me just read what I left.
You're talking about airplanes.
I know that the oceans are flat.
Navigation.
I know that to begin with. Let me just say this. I know that. Can I just read the comment? I'll go on mute then, let you two hash it out. The comment I left Kool-Aid was, now I know that the oceans are flat, but the 600 nautical square miles navigated is flat. I definitely heard from ISA. I take it that he can back up substantially what he's talking about in terms of the literature, which I don't have any idea about. So I'll go on mute. How you doing, by the way, Kool-Aid? It's a Sunday afternoon. It doesn't cost anything to say hello or be halfway decent.
Just for the record, Pete, that's RC Meisty. That's not Kool-Aid.
Oh, is it not? Sorry about that. It's a good record to. Okay. No, RC Meisty. Well, in reality, right? You've got to put a chessboard, a dartboard over a chessboard. That's how the coordinate systems combine to work on a flat and stationary plane where everything is centered at the north. The compass rules.
And you're wrong on that one.
I might be wrong, but you're telling me the compass doesn't rule? If I follow the compass east, right, looking at the bearing all the time, I will draw a circle around the north center. If I follow compass east from the starting point and just point in that direction it's indicating, I will veer off east. That's where the square Cartesian, hang on please, that's where the chessboard square Cartesian coordinate system applies, which is the Masonic square, but applies to the flat and stationary Earth surface.
Well, here's where you're wrong on that. Then that would mean that south is different directions. If the north is at the center, that would mean that south is different directions, which it is.
And east is a different direction for everybody.
Yeah, that's a misdirection. We're talking about the North Pole right now, okay?
Yeah, and I'm telling him that his idea of north being at a center and south being the opposite of that is just incorrect, because that would mean that south then is in different directions.
Yes, every position south is different. There's no south.
Yeah, well, you're just wrong on that. All right. So
would you admit that on a flat Earth?
No, you can observe that
there's one in the chat. I'll be right back.
You can observe that it is different because you can see a south celestial pole anytime you go past the equator. You can see the point in the sky where everything rotates, and you can get to that point. And you have it 90 degrees.
Okay, so does a compass point to the south as it goes to in the southern hemisphere? Is that the dominant sort of force field?
I'm just telling you that there is a south.
I know that. Can you answer my question? I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but you're pointing me to the sky, and what you say the stars are, they're not what the stars are in a flat Earth model. You have to understand that and accept that.
Okay, well,
okay, so
you have to understand.
Here's his point real quick. Meisty, here's his point
real quick. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you asked him what his point was, and he didn't answer your question directly, so I'm going to try to do that if that's okay.
Gosh. Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure, talk over, I guess. It doesn't matter in here anyway, right?
No, you asked a question. Do you want your question answered or not?
But if you ask me, why are you answering for me, Travis?
What did you say, Pete?
I said, if you ask me, did you say you're offering to answer for me?
You didn't answer his question.
I did it in a different way. I took attention away from the stars and pointed out to him that whatever he thinks the stars are in a ball Earth, they don't transfer to a flat Earth scenario. I asked him a simple question, and in return, that if we're in the southern aspect, you call it the southern hemisphere, where does the compass point? Does it show a greater tendency to point to the south because that's the more dominant aspect as you're in that vicinity, or not? And of course, the answer is you're going to say no. It's always going to point to the north, right? If you're in a ball, how could it point to the north? Is it pointing in a straight direction? Is it pointing in a curved direction? Is it pointing through the Earth? You have problems here, you see. Everything's impossible on a
Are you going to answer? Is anybody going to answer my question? I've been on mute for 3 minutes now.
Yeah. There's 3 links in the chat if you want to go check that 600 nautical miles there, buddy.
Oh my word, RC Meisty, I asked you and you didn't answer me, and then Pete started talking. So
I went on mute as a courtesy to everyone speaking over me.
Hey Travis.
Yeah,
Travis,
what's up, Isa?
Can you go check those links and just confirm what I said about 600 nautical miles?
I'm driving right now, so I really don't want to mess with that.
Okay, cool. Here, I'll I don't know if somebody else wants to come in.
Anyway, Meisty, this is basically the gist of what I can remember about the question. Pete talked about overlaying a dartboard on top of the flat surface. Okay, so if you put the edge of the dartboard as the perimeter, and then go halfway and make that the equator. His point is that when you get past the equator, your orientation to a magnetic pole doesn't change. It's always going to be toward the north. It's never going to flip around and then take you back down toward another center point. You're always going to be moving away from the north at a wider and wider angle.
And that's not my point. Is that's not what we observe in real life.
It is what you observe in real life. Again, this is the point.
Okay.
Hold
Keep
on.
I guess.
Okay, you said that's not what we observe in real life. So then I said it is what we observe in real life. When if you're at the 45th parallel in the northern hemisphere, and you move past the equator, you still have an orientation to north. It doesn't give you any other way to change. So you are moving away in that direction. That is what you will observe. You won't observe anything else but that.
So yeah, that first link isn't that good. The second one's pretty good. Let's see here. Why does it always?
It's actually so strange when you actually think about it, right? If you do have yourself on a ball, the further you go south, imagine you went to the shores of Antarctica, the compass would still point north. If you were to follow your finger, just extend the compass needle, it's of course pointing into space. All these things have been brought up before, of course, as well. But which direction exactly do you need to follow? It's north on a longitudinal line. But you follow it, which in reality, seemingly in a straight line. The oceans are straight, the land will be straight, flat, and then the compass variation will alter. The thing is, when you go south of the border, you have to alter readings. You have to change. So whatever reading you get, there is a declination value that you have to attach depending on your locality. And this is all very significant. And once again, I don't even like talking about this stuff because anything to do with the spinning ball Earth is fantasy. Everything invoked is everything that we cannot experience. It goes against every single aspect of our experience in life, from orbits to bendy water to movement itself.
Yeah, I would say, Pete, I would say that if you simply went out there with your compass, you wouldn't have to correct for any declination. You only have to correct for declination if you assume that the surface that you're on is a globe, because your magnetic bearing is going to give you the magnetic bearing, and then the map that the global map that they project out on your charts aren't going to match up. So then you have to then accommodate for that. But if you just go out,
I think this is very interesting, Travis, because ultimately it gets back to the heart. Everything comes back to the heart of what is actually fucking happening. I always view it that the true nature of our reality is known. If someone knows some shit, I want to figure out. So we can relate to this. Every compass points north, but it's limited to a certain plane, right? This is horizontal plane. So as you follow a compass, where is it actually pointing? If it was had the ability to free float, would it be pointing downwards? I think it would be. And who's to say that how far downwards? They talk about the magnetic mountain. How far? What's the situation? Where is the source of this magnetic pull? How far deep into the earth is it? Who's to say that as you go away from over this flat plane, the north center towards the southern peripherals, the compass, if it had the ability, will continue to drop downwards and downwards, because that core is, let's say, for instance, 50, 100,000 miles beneath the surface. How are we to know? You know what I mean? But I think that's pertinent in relation to what the fuck is actually happening. Compass kills the globe. That's the great circle route. If you follow east on your compass because it points to north, follow east on your compass, you will inevitably do a circle.
Yeah. Yes. Well, that's the whole thing. If you had a freestanding, a three-dimensional compass, and if the cause for the Earth's magnetic attraction is beneath your feet, then your compass shouldn't point straight ahead of you. It should point toward the ground.
Yes. I think it always will. The further you get closer to the north, the more to the ground, until you're at the north center. If you get up there, whatever the fuck is going on, Travis. Whatever. Do you think people know what's going on? The military surely know what's going on.
No, that's my point though. It's always going to point beneath your feet. It's never going to point toward the north. There's no reason for it to point toward the north unless the north is the direction of the Earth's magnetic attraction.
Yes.
Otherwise, if you are attracted to the ground because of gravity, then the magnet should, or the compass should also be directed toward the ground because of gravity.
Well, I don't care how ridiculous I sound about pretty much anything I say. I try to be honest at all times. I actually see the south at the other side. The tree is intact. The tree is intact. We're on the stump this side. So this is the north, and the south, the southern peripherals, as Orsi Maisty objected to, which is a basic objection, really, when you think about it. Of course, when you're on a flat plane with the north center, every point away from that north, right, as you turn your back to the north and do a circle around, every point is going to be south. So that means there's an infinite number of souths. There's only one north. But I don't think that that's the real south, because that's not the real story. The real south end of the magnet is at the other side where the tree is intact. And that's creating its own bubble. Separating Earth, real Earth. I think heaven is below Travis. Real Earth, yeah, from the waters beyond. In this greater construct, this greater venture into materialism, division, which is what the dodo represents. And by the way, I had something to say to Isa about my own journey and the stuff that I found out about 9/11. Forget about whatever else. But in relation to the soundtrack to the movie, Radiohead, Kid A, song number 10, motion picture soundtrack, and Thom Yorke, nicknamed the Dodo. If it's all significant,
okay. So Pete,
level, that's a different matter. But that was just to Isa. That was just to Isa.
Yeah, I know, but you've said it a number of times. I'm just wondering, is this your own deductive reasoning on this with Radiohead?
Yes, it is. A piecing together. You can only understand or appreciate the significance of it, of the Dodo especially. So Thom Yorke being elected to be the lead singer of the band, who play the soundtrack to the greatest blockbuster. The great term, isn't it? Blockbuster in history. So that album was Kid A. Kid A, very very interesting title itself. Hang on, Travis. I didn't make the associations. Okay.
What was your first clue to associate the album with the event?
This has been recognized. I posted links at Livestream blogspot. There's a few links out there. Look, just type it in yourself. They all have I'm not claiming that. I don't claim anything. I'm claiming certain things about putting pieces together. I don't claim anything about figuring 9/11 was a movie presented to us, or that the Kid A connection to the 9/11 event was eerily what would you call it? Coherent. There was a sort of almost an intent, a connection between the both. I didn't figure that out, not at all. This is what I'm saying to you. Come to flat Earth. Coming to flat Earth is what makes all the difference. When we come to flat Earth, Travis, the Gleason's map is given to us, and the Gleason's map features Australia at the top. These are my own. This is definitely my own. No one else is talking about the Dodo in the world as I talk about it. Now, I haven't any videos specifically on it. I could write about 5 books and all of this sort of stuff, from all of the clues and everything that's in my brain about all of this. But I think there's a different game going on, because the story's already written. So whoever wrote the story is listening in to all of this sort of stuff. But here's the point. My connection is coming to flat Earth, realizing that the dodo bird never existed and represents in some way the Earth. The map. It's the map of the Earth. When we turn the Gleason's map around, rotated with Australia at the bottom. Who would have thought Australia should be on the bottom, right? When it is, and you imagine some of the waters drained away around the Philippines, the Mediterranean, the Mexican Gulf, etc., then a certain bird jumps out. It can jump out in a few different places. The cockerel was a clue for me to begin with, but then immediately I came to the dodo, and then came to understand that the dodo bird never existed. So its greater raison d'etre, I'm finished now, its greater raison d'etre was as a symbol for our greater reality, divided state externally, and then the internal division of us, male from female and self from self, in a spiral fashion down the spine. That's it. Not more, but that's the end of that sentence. But Thom Yorke, nicknamed the Dodo.
That was the end of the sentence.
Okay, but let me just say this, Dan. Finish it off. Thom Yorke, hang on, please. Thom Yorke, right? Nicknamed the Dodo. He's the guy chosen to be the lead singer of the band who are responsible for the soundtrack to the greatest blockbuster in history. That's very significant. Last thing I will say, he's also said to be nicknamed Salamander.
My God!
Salamander, and I think that is more significant. I'm done, Travis.
I'm not even going to try to ask another clarifying question. There's no fucking way. This happens every single time. I can't even believe this. Can't even believe this.
It's a brilliant story, though. Now I'm done saying it. Don't insult me.
I'm not insulting you. I'm saying every single time, all you do is say the same thing over and over again. You started your story talking about Tom York being called the Dodo, and you came back around at the very end and said it all over again. And you
right, so that's fucking full circle.
Pete, but you didn't answer the question. What was the first clue that the Dodo? It was the Dodo thing.
I did answer that.
So good. So
I answered
good,
that
Pete.
in saying that coming to Flat Earth. Now, please, let me just clarify. Answer that in saying, in coming to Flat Earth, this is my part to play in it. Coming to Flat Earth, the Gleason's map was handed to us, right, Jeremy? So handed to us on a plate. At a certain amount of time, back in 2016, I remember exactly. I could tell the story where I was. I was on Dave High 108 channel. I still remember him. And myself and Delqua, another Irish truth seeker. Yeah. Anyway, realized that the map and the dodo bird, it just clicked into us. And then we remembered that we were taught the basics of the dodo bird in school. And because we came through this conspiracy pathway, immediately the both of us connected it would be in a symbol. And we knew that the dodo bird never existed. That's the key part. That's where I then put two and two together. That's why Tom York is nicknamed Dodo.
Let's not write off the map completely anyway, Pete, yeah? We're not going to be writing that map off anytime soon. It does work. The flights work on it. And it's the best we have at the moment amongst all the lies.
Sure.
So until we can actually prove it, I'm going to be using it and promoting it until we know better. And the only way we're going to know better is if we get off our asses and get out there and actually do some groundwork. So don't be writing off the Gleason's map. You can write it off.
What are you talking about, Jane? I'm not writing it off. And why this aggressive attitude, man?
Yeah. Well, let's
I'm not writing it off, but I'll tell you something for nothing that the Gleason's map hasn't incorporated the elliptical aspect to our nature. To nature, whatever you want to call it, to reality. Because you see, if the Earth is still,
let's keep the Gleason's map on the
if the Earth is still,
then
all of the skylights have to move in an elliptical fashion around the flat Earth. How's that encompassed within the Gleason's map?
Yeah, you can the Gleason's map. You can still travel in a straight line.
I'm not saying that, Jim. What do you think I'm saying?
8 to B. Okay.
You
said elliptical. I mean, what sort of elliptical bit? What's the elliptical bit? What are you talking about there?
Right. So, in reality, okay, I don't want to take up the whole conversation here, man. I was on a different.
Well, hurry up.
I wasn't dissing the Gleason's map. I said it's a clue for us.
Condense. Okay, it's good for us. It's good.
It's a clue for us. It's a clue for us. It's a clue for us. The internet was all prepared. Flat Earth was all prepared. Everything was all prepared for us. So everything that was delivered to us, we were meant to come by. If you're going to say that they delivered the truth to us, and that's it. That's fair enough.
Yeah, I think the reason we come across that was made for us so that we could know the truth, not that it was a trap. Yeah. Okay.
No, exactly.
Yeah, but the way you make it.
I agree with you.
But you make it. Yeah, but you make it. Hang on, Pete. You're making it sound like it was like some kind of trap, though. You're not making it sound like it was some good people went out of their way to inform us. That's what you mean. Let's get that out so we get a better understanding of what you mean. Because I thought you meant that. I've heard this said so many times. Hang on, I've heard it said so many times, but the tone is like we should be wary. It could be a trap kind of thing, but no, it's not. The trap was the bloody heliocentric model. So now that the flat Earth is out there.
No.
Okay. So I've misunderstood you then. Okay.
Hang on, Jen. Okay. Answer me this question then. Answer me this question. Very simple question.
Yeah, go on.
What is Earth? No, what it isn't. Tell me what Earth is. If you're going to say Earth is flat, I'm going to have difficulty with that. Tell me what is Earth.
What is Earth? When you ask me what Earth is.
You.
Can I answer it now? Earth is a place that is the name that was given to where we live. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. It's a living entity. Earth is alive. It's living, and we're living on it. Okay, that's it. Okay, is that satisfying?
You draw a picture of that. You see, the thing is, we have a ultimate requirement for truth, sort of written into our software coding, right? So, how is truth? How do we receive truth? You know, in an overt manner anyway, via our eyes, their most sort of vital organ. Now, when people see things on television, we all fell for it as well. Saw pretty pictures, heard seemingly intelligent people talking about the nature of our reality, how it was all established. We believed it, but fundamentally, we believed the pictures. Here's the question.
Try to be concise.
Okay, here's the question then. Fundamentally, we believed in pictures. Once we erased the picture of the spinning ball Earth, Jen, now there's an onus on our own imagination to create some sort of a picture. Can you draw what you just said Earth is now for some sort of
Yes, I can, and I'm going to condense it. Basically, it's this: you yourself, you really are not connected to this Earth at all, because as I've said, if we experience truth through our senses, and of course a process of elimination, but it's all to do with our senses, and I'm fully connected to this Earth, and I don't experience the globe whatsoever. And as for Earth, it's a living entity. It lives, and I'm living on it. Finish. That's it. What more do you want to hear?
I don't want to hear anymore. I just want to see a picture. Right. You draw your daughter. She'll go, Daddy. Hang on, Jen. So just in general, for all of us as well, if we have children, she'll go, Daddy, there's a beautiful picture I'm presented in the school. The teacher is so nice. What are you saying to me? Draw me a picture of what it is. Isn't there an onus on you to at least come to some sort of terms rather than just say what you said there, Jen?
Well, if my children draw a picture of Earth, they're going to... I'm hoping they draw the Gleason's map, because that's what it is.
Well, that's a plan view. That's not saying what Earth is. That's saying what the surface of Earth is, which is a dodo.
The place hang on, don't interrupt me now. Hang on, you're actually interrupting whilst I'm speaking. I'll let you speak. I'll interrupt you. Yeah. Now, and I'm hoping that my children will give that expression. Is that Earth is where we live. It's the name we've given to the place we live, and Earth itself is a living entity. Okay,
I
you understand that? Do you
understand
that?
Man.
Thank
I agree with you, but here's my point.
Thank you. I'm glad you agree now.
I absolutely agree with you, man. I have Earth breeds. I absolutely agree with you.
Someone else wants to get in, apparently.
Okay, I'll go on mute now. Before I go on mute, let me just say this. You've got to
learn to mute this stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Someone else get in now, please.
I got to learn to mute myself because you're in so much of a hurry to say what. I'll go on mute right now, Jim, and I won't bother to fucking answer my question to you, right?
I said someone. You see, you're not listening, Pete. Someone else wants to speak, not me. Someone else. So even I'm muting.
Yeah, but you said, did you not say I should learn when to mute myself?
No, you should learn to what I was trying to say was condense what you got to say is what I meant.
No, but you didn't say that. You should. Didn't you not? Fuck's sake! I'll go on mute.
Can we move on?
Yeah, move on, man. And you said mute, and I said yeah, but like,
how's your day?
I retract.
Doing good, man. Don't want to hear about people what they said about muting, and if they didn't say, we all know what we were saying. Just y'all are doing good. Keep it condensed, precise, and don't interrupt. Easy.
Rocky, a quick question: Do we have an unlimited supply of concrete on Earth, or near unlimited?
Yeah.
Like how much concrete could we, if we needed to build like every home out of concrete, all of a sudden every building, could we do it?
Yeah.
No doubt. What if we had to make 1,000 times the amount of buildings that are on Earth right now? Could we do that out of concrete?
I would say so. It's a natural product created.
I was just wondering, because we were talking about earlier, we're running out of resources, and I don't really believe that. I think Earth could handle 1,000 times the population if we were smart about it.
Yeah. Man can't destroy Earth.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't even talking. I was just talking about running out of resources. Like, I think we have plenty of resources here for, I don't know.
It's a cycle. It's a cycle. So things are breaking down to make sand and gravel and the chemicals that make up concrete. You just mix them together and make more concrete.
Yeah. Like we have an unlimited amount of fresh water on Earth.
Absolutely.
We can turn ocean water into potable water. We recycle urine and shit. Like there's.
We don't really have to do that. The nature does it. It takes the water from the oceans and cycles it and filters it with sand and other natural filters and creates fresh water.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying if we needed it, if we had like 1,000 times the population on Earth,
of course,
we could use the ocean water. Yeah.
Of course.
Straight out though. Straight out.
Having more population is a way that Earth uses this dynamic system to create more of what that population needs. That's why fertilizer is, you can use, fertilizer is made out of the decay of other matter. It's a cycle.
I would just say that if we had a very limited or no industrialization whatsoever, our environment would be even more pristine.
Yeah, here. I agree with that one because, at the moment, man is just wasteful, destructive. When we could be using hemp, as I said before, there are many ways. We're not running out of any resource. We're just using it wrong. We're making weapons of mass destruction when we should be making things of mass living, enhanced living, but we're not doing that yet.
I don't know if this will make any sense, but I've always thought about, Netflix series and whatnot. If we could do like a truth series where we would go back in time and prevent progress that is negative. So, if we think about war, right? War is a construct. War is business. You and I, on our own, we would never want to go to war or produce war machines. That's not us, right? That's another. So if we could go back and prevent those things from happening, I've always thought that would make a really interesting series.
I've always thought that myself as well. In fact, I've always known that. I've always known that humanity doesn't want to be killing. I mean, especially like when you hear in the First World War, they're having a fight in the trench warfare. Christmas comes along, everything stops for Christmas, exchange of chocolates and cigarettes. And then come Christmas is over, back to the gun, killing each other. What kind of lunacy is that? Isn't that not just lunacy? So really, at the end of the day, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that we'll be making weapons of destruction. No way at all. And that's not living. And if we could go back and stop that, this world would be a better place. We can stop it now anyway. It's never too late. It can be stopped because there are generations coming up and they're going to be asking, what were we doing? That's what they're going to be asking. I know that's what they're going to be asking. What the hell were we doing before they were born, So we've got to do something, that's for sure. And part of it is this flat earth thing is part of it. The awakening has happened now. So we have begun this thing. And then realizing all the scams that are going on, the needle and everything else. We're going to, go ahead.
What is the purpose of the universe? Why is there something rather than nothing?
That universe is just a distraction. We can't go there. It's just decoration. No need to waste time.
What I mean is the place you exist in. Why does it exist? What for?
I would say two things that are. Go ahead, Jin.
Go on, Jin, quickly tell me, and then Travis.
What?
Why does Earth exist?
Travis. Let Travis go first. I yield to Travis. Go on, Trav.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say two things. I would say maturity and glorification, both of which I think are interchangeable.
So what's the first one? Mature.
To mature, to grow, to develop.
Evolve could be the same word.
Yeah, sure.
And then to glorify our existence and God.
Yeah.
I can
glorify something.
Yeah, the creator. I can add to that too. Universe, one verse. It says we were spoken into existence. The universe, the world was created in one verse. And also to unify, it shows this handiwork of the creator. So it unifies us into one creator.
Purpose of the universe is like a verse to unify us. Wow.
My opinion. But it's just showing the handiwork above us. How glorious it is.
So the universe is for us, like what Jen said.
Of course.
Yeah.
Everything's for us.
Yeah. Decorative. That's it. But we need to be. The test is living on Earth in harmony with Earth and with each other. When you've achieved that, that is when you know you are living properly.
So you're almost saying that we're more important than the universe. So we were like an idea first, and then they made the universe for us. Or
yes, I think so. Yeah, I think that the main point is that because we're on the ground at the moment of Earth, we can't really go up there and interfere and affect that. That's always going to be there. The thing about the ground is that we're killing each other on it. We're using the materials in the wrong way, and we're wasting as well as contaminating. Like Raquel said, no man can destroy Earth, and I agree with that. But we're living wrong, and that's the problem. We're not living.
What if I said, isn't that a belief from the past to think that it's all built for you?
I mean, it's clearly obvious because look at the splendor of it. To understand the splendor is to understand that you didn't make it. Thank you, whoever made it. It's to give thanks. It's clearly obvious.
Isn't that a coincidence that we enjoy?
No,
we enjoy it. Isn't that a coincidence?
That was the whole point. We are supposed to enjoy it. That is the thing.
It's quite biblical. It's a biblical concept.
For me, like I've said before, I don't follow any book. It's clearly what I see. It's not when I speak. I'm not speaking from the Bible or the Quran or anything. I'm speaking from my own consciousness of what I see. That's it. That's always been my way.
What was my other question? We've determined the purpose. You guys have said for us, it's to help us grow and stuff. What's the meaning of the universe? Is that different?
It's the gift of life. It's a gift of life from the Creator. Enjoy the gift of life. Enjoy it is what we're supposed to do. No crime there.
The meaning
Don't
is
hurt
to
each other.
Enjoy a gift.
Yeah. Yes, enjoy the gift of life because it is indeed a gift of life. It is indeed a gift. Don't you see how unique we are? Come from your mother's womb, from a cell so tiny you can't see it with the eyeball. To understand that is to understand the Creator and to love the Creator, to see this thing, and then to see how you grow. And then you got to pass on because there are others coming.
What's interesting about your answer, Jen, is that you said you're not answering from a biblical perspective, but the Westminster Shorter Catechism, their first question, what is the chief end of man? It is to glorify God and enjoy Him forever. So it's very biblical, actually.
Yeah. But I don't follow the biblical book. Do you see what I mean? I'm just.
I would say that's what makes your answer ironic, though.
I wouldn't say it was ironic because I'm living myself. I'm not following the book. I haven't read that book, and I never will read that book. I'm just going to live my life and go with what I see.
Okay, yeah, I didn't mean a negative by using irony. I just meant coincidental. It seems that you're
yeah, it's coincidental.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is coincidental in that sense, and it blends in with the Bible. That's good, but it's clearly I'm just going to go with my conscience and what I see, and that's all I need. That's it. I can connect with the earth.
I've got another question.
Yeah,
So if the purpose of the universe is for us, what's the purpose of us?
It's the same. I don't think that it's different.
Just mature and glorify.
And enjoyment, yeah, and delight.
Yeah.
If we've got more purpose.
And all the wonders that are therein. Every insect, every animal, every species of flower. I mean, it's amazing. You see, it's hard for us, right? I guess some of those who went to church might have connected sooner. I've always been connected to the earth, so I was never distracted from the understanding of the earth, but I was still distracted in the way of going to nightclubs, having a drink, going to parties, and I enjoyed that. That was all part of my life. I enjoyed it. I didn't oversubscribe to it, and in the end, I ended up doing security and giving back to making sure that anyone's having a party or in a club are safe, having a good time, no fire, no accident. So I understood all that. It's all part of the love of humanity. That's why I did it. The love of the people that I was around at the time. So no, yeah, man. I've always been aware of that. You know, that we are special. I've always known that. Always known that. It never crossed my mind once to think that we were insignificant. That was never in my head. It's never in my head, ever once. To think that I've never ever thought we were insignificant, which is why I couldn't understand how these wars were happening and how someone can carry a gun and go and kill someone else. Just don't know how you can do that.
Yeah, killing's bad, I agree.
Yeah.
The nuclear weapon thing is really a big thing for me because you. Oh, go ahead, Jen.
No, you go, mate.
Oh, okay. Also, the nuclear weapon thing is huge for me because you can cross-reference countries that claim space travel and countries with nuclear weapons that use mutually assured destruction as their only defense strategy. It doesn't add up to a consistent story. It's quite the opposite.
You think the rockets are all nuke tests or something?
Yeah, it's weapons. It's always been about weapons. They don't care that they would say, hey, this technology could be used to expand human consciousness into the universe. It could be used a way to solve problems by finding more space and like a greater, even if they can't do it, just the idea that they could do it. The concept was give peace a try. It must be possible for peace to be true because anything is possible given a heliocentric universe. But it's not. And the same people who claim it is possible don't even believe it themselves. They will say if they don't get their way, they threaten to destroy all life in the known universe. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up to a consistent narrative.
Yeah, you're right there, because in that documentary by Bart Sibrel, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That woman, the woman who narrates that video, she said that a rocket and a missile are 99% the same. That's what she said. You know, it's true though, isn't it? Same technology, a rocket and a missile. They're the same. The only difference is the name.
Just to add some new information, Conspiracy Cats just made a comment on my newest video that William Shatner this week is supposed to be going to space.
Oh yeah, there's so many memes for this too. I've been posting it everywhere.
Yeah.
Because this goes to what I talk about. Go ahead there, Jen.
Go on. No,
go
ahead.
This goes to the whole thing about that the globalists have a fantasy to make out with green alien chick.
Yeah. True. Yeah, you're right. I'll tell you what's amazing. What I find amazing is that he looks remarkably well. He's in his 90s, I think. William Shatner, isn't he? Is he in his 90s?
Yeah, he's 90s.
Yeah, he's got to be close to it. Yeah.
He looks remarkably fit for his age. We have to give him that. He looks very well. I've often thought that. I've been watching him over the years because I used to watch the Star Trek thing, yeah? He looks remarkably well. even though he's going to go and tell a lie now. He's going to go and tell a lie now.
No, well, he might come back and be like, dude, I couldn't see a curve. I couldn't see. He's been really like vocal over the years about how science fiction isn't reality. That people need to let go of this shit. That I mean, he's a huge liberal. He's not going to be sitting there, swinging on the cock of Nixon and Trump. Like America's so great type of stuff. I mean, he's a straight up Hollywood guy, even though he's played some really sort of mooey macho men in the past.
I thought, remember, maybe a year back or something, the rhetoric was that it was only for astronauts who could go to space, not for private people. But now we have private people who are able to go to space. And you can also pay for it.
Well, do it up. Send me a postcard. If a 90-year-old man can do it, why can't you? What are you waiting for? You waiting to be 90? You got to wait till you're 90, do you?
I can't afford it.
But you could make it happen, right? You could get someone else to pay your way. You could show what an amazing human being you are and say, hey, I can represent humanity in space. Let me lead the way.
Yeah, I'm not that amazing. So I don't think people would vote on me for that. I would rather have somebody else go than to send up me. First of all, I don't like flying, so yeah, I would just find the whole experience terrifying anyway. And second of all, like I don't think I'm worthy anyway for somebody to pay for me. So yeah.
Was that Austin Powers? We're not worthy, or not? No, what's that guy? No, not Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Wayne's
World. We're not.
Yeah.
worthy.
Yeah.
You're gonna Wayne's World it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think like now we have the ability, but I heard somebody else say earlier like he will lie. You guys assume he will lie before he even went there. So there is no trip. You will assume there is a lie always. It sounds to me like the only way this could be acceptable for you if you are sent up yourself.
No,
there is no third party.
The only way it's acceptable for me if you leave me out of whatever meth fuel symposium you think you're doing. If I can say no, thank you, then that would be like, okay, well, sure. Let me get a second look at what you're presenting here. But right now there is no thank you. You will fund NASA. So that's the
but
thing.
Nobody has like bought me a flight ticket before.
You gotta do it yourself.
Yes, I can pay for it myself, but I can't afford going to space. Like,
why
so not everybody?
Why not?
Because it's expensive.
No one's gonna sell you a ticket to space, dude. You're gonna have to do it through hard, backbreaking work. You're gonna have to do it yourself through a working with other people to join a collective to make that goal possible.
Why? You can be rich. I mean, if you can pay for it, that's enough.
No, even then's not enough, because how many people can spend $26 billion over 60 years and still not get there? There's not enough money in the world.
Get where?
You could have every penny. You could have the full wealth of the world at your fingertips, and no one's going to be able to sell you a ticket to space. No one's got that product to offer.
They have that. They already went to space.
Who's selling it? Who's selling that?
I think SpaceX is about to sell it, and Blue Origin sending private people.
But you don't understand. They're not going to space, so you're not going.
Why don't you think they're going to space, Jen?
You don't get it.
You
just don't get it. You're so believing. Sorry.
So
why don't
how
you think
would
they're going to space, Jen?
Yeah, why are you not thinking they're going to
it
space?
is not a place. It is not a place we can go to.
So there is no trip
We don't have
ever.
that technology.
If you see a rocket fly up and somebody telling you can pay for it and travel there, you're gonna say no because it's not real.
It's not real. It's not real.
So what?
Okay.
So why do you not think that they're real, Jim? We have video of it, and we have eyewitness testimony, and we can all watch the rockets go up.
It's just an empty shell going
Also-
up. There's no human beings in there.
Also, you are moving the goalpost because the rhetoric earlier was private people can't go to space. It's only for astronauts. Now that private people come, the new rhetoric is no, they're not going to space because it's not
as
real.
in the name astronauts.
So,
as in the name
so why
astronauts,
They're not given
they don't
wings.
go to
So, yeah, but
Dude,
why was
okay,
that
hold
even
on,
a point? That private? Why was it a point that private people can't go to space if it doesn't matter anyway?
It doesn't
Because you
matter
don't
anyway.
believe it exists.
No, hold on, Funk.
It doesn't matter
Jin,
anyway.
they're not given astronaut rings like Bezos and Branson and all the people who went there. They were deemed to have not gone to space. Yeah, I can show you articles. They're pissed. Branson or Bezos tried to sue the federal government. Said, "Give me my wings," and they're like, "No, no wings for you." They did not go to space, even if you believe they went to space. They didn't get the T-shirt, dude. They didn't come back with a T-shirt.
They went to a certain altitude, and some people say that's space, and some people don't. So they went to the border, you could say the edge. It wasn't a clear.
They got nothing.
60
No
miles, the
suit for you.
Carmen line. It's called Carmen line. It's 62 miles up, 100 kilometers.
Yeah, there is a Carmen line, and we some people define that as space, and some people define something a little bit below that space. So
check it out right here.
Below that's not real space, apparently.
FAA rules, right? Here, this is the 23rd of July. FAA rules that these commercial quote-unquote astronauts do not qualify for going to space. They are disqualified. Okay?
Yeah.
Bezos and Branson will not receive astronaut wings.
Yeah.
Now, if they went to space, why would they get their astronaut wings?
So if they travel higher, you think they went to space?
Not
they
me.
can't
This
travel
is FAA.
higher.
Yeah, but but they went below. You have different limits to depending on who were to define where space is. It's like an arbitrary man-made limit we made.
Yeah,
but
so
there is a real altitude to this. They travel to a certain altitude, and some people don't deem this as space. Therefore, they don't get the wings. But if they travel, let's say 150 kilometers up into space, you would say, well, they went to space now, or would you say no?
No, they can't go there. You can't go there. I don't know what you're dreaming about.
So why are you even talking about this then? Why are you even discussing whether they deemed it as space or not? Because this line is just a defined line with an altitude.
I will answer that question. I will answer
completely
it for
nonsensical.
you because you're talking about it. Because you are talking about it is why I'm talking. I'm trying to tell
It was you who brought it up. It was your example. This is your.
I didn't bring it up
but
at all.
This is what I'll do.
This is Chris' example. But it makes no sense to discuss this if you don't even care about it.
Funk,
even if they went higher.
Okay, Funk, I'll meet you halfway. Okay. If you can get,
of course I don't care
if
about
you
it.
can get the FAA to change your ruling, I'll accept that you can travel to space. I'll accept that you could. You just don't want to.
So, yeah,
if
but
you can present your case to.
Okay.
Funk, I'm almost there, dude. Present your case to the FAA why these guys went to space, and if they agree with you, I'll accept your premise as unconditional.
Okay, so you want me to move down the limit of what we say space is?
No, I want you
altitude.
to present your case to someone who can actually make a difference. Because I can't.
Yeah, but that's what I would have to do.
Okay, even if I agree with you today and say, sure, these guys went to space, the government will still say they didn't.
You're not listening to me. This is about altitude.
Yeah, the government says that they did not go to space. No,
you are not listening to me. This is
listening to you. I just told you how you can. See, you're arguing in bad faith. I just gave you a reason what could change my mind. There's nothing that will change your mind.
there is the fact of the matter. They went to a certain altitude. Can we agree on that?
That's why I said, and I will accept your premise if you can get the FAA to also agree with you.
So can we agree on?
What will change your mind?
I want to.
What will change your mind? I just
change?
told you. What will change my mind?
I think they should have. I should have traveled. I think they should travel higher. So there is inconclusive.
I don't think.
I think.
Yeah, in my mind.
He asked me a question. I have to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think they should have gone higher. So it's gone higher. So it's so it's completely conclusive that they went to space, because there are different definitions of space, and they want to argue a certain height, that this height is ruled as being space. But the fact of the matter is, this is purely like get a stamp that you went to an arbitrary line, which we can move up and down. It does not change physics. It doesn't change the altitude they went to. And we have things that have gone higher, but Blue Origins are not one of them.
People went the same height they did and got wings. Alan Shepard.
Are you sure?
Yep, Alan Shepard.
I would find that very strange.
Well, look it up. That's what I'm saying. So
Alan Shepard is the first American to go to space.
I want to see like a source. Can somebody?
You should know this shit before you even start talking about it.
No, I don't know all the facts. You presented an example, and I want to see source for that, and it's not very hard.
It's not my goal to give you a history lesson on manned space flight. Okay, you should.
You don't have to give me a history lesson. Just give me a source to where it traveled to certain. I don't know all the heights
already before you open your mouth.
I don't know all the heights that every astronauts have been at. Sorry,
why not?
I'm not like because I'm not the fucking lexicon.
Go study this stuff, and then come back when you're ready.
I'm not going to remember all the facts about every part of space.
Well, there you go.
I'm not going to do that.
You care less about space than I do, and I don't even think that shit's real. Riddle me that.
I care about space, but remembering history, specific details about all the history, isn't necessary to be interested in space.
Hold on. Right. Take it back a bit. Take it back a bit. Please calm down and start talking instead of arguing. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think Crit should. Yeah, I can accept, but I completely reject Crit's accusation of me not being interested in space just because I don't remember facts.
Okay,
all the facts.
This is why. Because you'll remember everything a flat earther says going back years, and then regurgitate it back to them as some sort of nonsensical version of it, and then say, oh, you've debunked flat earth. But you can't even tell me who the first American in space was, what height they went to, what year they went, what the program was called. This is the stuff you should have known first, especially if your argument's going to be flat earthers keep moving the goalpost. Well, where's the goalpost to begin with?
We also need to know what they had for breakfast in the morning that they did go into space.
Yeah, they had a continental breakfast.
Jeremy, was that you trolling Crit? Because that was good.
I think you were trolling.
Yeah, but it sounded like.
Yeah.
I couldn't read this. Sorry, Crit.
If you don't know what they ate to breakfast, Crit, you don't care about space. Sorry.
They had Wheaties. They had Wheaties, and then they went to Disneyland.
What did the group? That's not. I don't know. Jen said Continental. You say Wheaties. We got a debate over this now.
It's Wheaties.
You want to hear
a debate about something that does not matter. Fuck about anything. How interesting.
That's a conversation. Go on.
And if you don't eat Wheaties yourself, you're not American.
Take it back. That doesn't help.
No, sugar added.
Sugar I guess we can agree. Both following Crit's standard of what caring about space means, then I guess nobody in here care about space.
You couldn't do it. You can't. You have to invoke me instantly. Why not invoke the people who are telling you this stuff? Why invoke me? My standard.
Because
If you use,
because you are talking to me and
if you want
you
to use
apply
my
the standard to me.
okay,
You
I accept it.
forced the standard on me.
No, I didn't. I have no force, no coercion here.
Okay, then I just reject it, and then we can move on. I think
And
it's a
that's an
stupid
unconditional
standard you have.
acceptance. Right there. We
And
bet
I
because
What?
there's nothing that will change your mind. Anything from me, you don't need at this point.
Elisa.
You only need you and the shot callers at this point. Because you're
no,
not gonna
I can't even if I can't convince you, I don't give a shit. But at least people in here, I guess people who are sensical, I guess that they will agree with me. And so yeah.
Yeah, if you want to run some sort of popularity contest too, go have
Yeah,
that.
we're not going to determine reality by
I'm not here.
consensus.
Yeah, I'm not here to convince you, but at some point, maybe we need to agree on something to move further in any discussion. Like, for example, what we were talking about before this, like going on a tangent about
Nuclear weapons.
What?
How the
Okay,
story
that's a
the
new
government
that's a new tangent. So
No, that was the same tangent. It's about the people doing this so-called, exploration of space. Don't really care about space either. About the same level you don't care about it.
yeah, that's the same tangent.
It's about weapons testing.
It's about defining spaces and why it doesn't matter. Why I think it doesn't matter.
Tyson,
That's very important.
Do you watch Neil deGrasse Tyson at all?
Do you want to hear my argument as to why I think it doesn't matter?
No, how about, did you watch Neil deGrasse Tyson? I'm just curious. Any answer is fine. Do you watch him?
Do I watch him?
Yeah.
I have watched him before, yes.
Okay, what's his big call sign, his big send off when he ends the show?
I know he has one. I can't remember what he says. No. I don't watch him.
Keep looking up.
Okay. Does he say that?
Yeah.
I've never heard him say that. Okay.
Okay. For me, that would mean if you think what he told you was true, you would look up at that point. You wouldn't look down. He wouldn't say, hey, look up. Pay attention. There's a humbling experience when you study the vastness of space. Carl Sagan said it really well too. He goes like, you start to see how minuscule our existence is, and you really got to start treating each other with kindness and respect. But you guys do quite the opposite. They tell you, keep looking up so you understand just how much we share together. And you'll come back down here and say, Crit debunks his own ideas with his ideas. Therefore, you won't go to space and don't care about it.
Yeah. It's completely. What? How is this related to where the defining line of where space is?
Because even if you go there, the government just says, so what? You're not an astronaut. You'll never be an astronaut. I don't care how many times you go there, pretend to go there, or act like you've gone there. You're just not part of the club. It's a big club. You're not part of it.
Crit, you and me can make our own club and define like a line for ourselves where space is.
Yeah,
and we can say, fuck all this. Yes. Okay, so then that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter who define it. This is not about if you want to say who goes to space, you're saying it's a physical impedance. But when you can move the line to wherever the fuck you want, you can say, well, space is 1 meter above the surface of the Earth. Then everybody has went to space. So it doesn't really fucking matter how you define it, right?
Which is exactly what I said at the very beginning. Leave me out of it. I want nothing to do with whatever you're doing.
Then I can talk to somebody else then. So who cares about this?
And let me know if talking will get you to your goal. I predict no. And I use a flat Earth model to predict this.
Well, you don't care about defining a limit of space, how it's defined and how it doesn't matter.
Well, let's see what happens.
What?
Let's see what happens. I'll sit back.
No, nothing happens. You just don't care. You just don't care. Nothing happens.
Right,
then. You
okay.
Shut the fuck up and you just leave.
Enough now. Right. Is this conversation finished?
Yeah, I think so.
It wasn't like it wasn't
Right,
even a
thank-
conversation. It was just
Finished
stupid.
a while ago. The conversation between
Oh my
you
God.
and the other person has finished now. Right, let's
it's
move on.
Okay.
Let's start.
Whilst you were talking, I was just looking up the performance of the Blackbird. You know, the USA and the American Blackbird, right? It travels at Mach 3, which is like 2,200 miles an hour. Okay, at an altitude of about 26 miles. Now, do you think that a plane would be able to follow the curvature of the Earth at that speed? Yeah, Mach 3 round the curvature of the Earth.
That's a different question.
Yeah, that's right. I thought we'd take it to a different angle. Why
Okay. Angle. Angle is not right, but it's a question. Yes.
How many miles a second is that?
It's bloody fast, isn't it?
How much G-forces would it experience by that turn, that curvature?
Well, this is what I wanted to find out. Do you that an aircraft could follow the curvature of the Earth at that speed?
I haven't calculated it,
How
but
many
I would
miles
guess
is-
it's very little. But I would intuitively guess it's very, very little.
How many miles a minute is Mach 3 or whatever?
Yeah, it's fast.
Well, that's what you would need to know to see if it could keep up with the curve of Earth. I mean,
Yeah, it's how long time do they use to fly 60 miles? Then that would. Oh, sorry, it's a little bit more. I guess.
The Earth is spinning at 1,030 miles per hour. Yeah, so it's said, right? And
Yeah.
then this aircraft can travel at 2,000 to 200 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fast,
So
isn't
what?
it?
That's
Is this
fast.
aircraft
That's
going
very
east
fast.
or west?
So it could. It's moving, flying faster than the Earth can move. Yeah.
If it's going east or west, then it's either going against the spin or with the spin. So therefore, the miles an hour is actually going to increase or decrease.
Yeah, you would have to add the with the curvature. You would have to add the 1,000 miles per hour to it if you fly with the Earth spin. That's the same
are you
for all
serious
the.
right now? That's how you think? That's how plane flight works. We have to add or subtract the speed of Earth rotation.
Well, to follow a curvature, yeah.
Don't you realize this
Really?
Hey,
So that's
just
how we
real,
fly.
just real quick. At what point does at what speed does a person pass out when they're flying in a high speed jet?
They can go up to
What causes
10 Gs
people
anyway.
to?
They can take
What
up to
causes?
10 Gs apparently.
Yeah, 10G, but 10G is acceleration. That's nothing to do with speed.
Okay, so at what acceleration will a person pass out?
10G.
Why are you flip flopping away from the discussion we just done?
How fast is that?
That's acceleration. That has nothing to do with speed.
Okay.
No.
Can you not answer the question? What speed is 10G?
That's not speed. It's not the speed.
I mean, we got him on where he said you have to add or subtract the Earth speed rotation when we're flying. I mean, he's done on that. We don't do that.
It would be going a distance and amount of time. If that happens, the person passes out, right?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. That if he reaches that speed, all the blood will be draining out of the body.
Well,
It doesn't. It doesn't matter if he reaches that speed. He has to reach that speed in a set amount of time.
Please stop saying speed, because it's reaching speed in a set amount of time is acceleration.
Too many people talking.
Well, you are using speed and inversely with acceleration. They're not the same.
Hold on, Funk. You gotta ask it this way: from what speed changing to what speed somebody will pass away? that better?
That's more like it. That's it. Yes, that's correct. That's acceleration.
All right.
It's not
So,
at
yeah,
what
give us the
speed.
numbers now. Yeah, give us the numbers now.
Oh no.
I would have to bring out my calculator, but something that would cost 10G over a certain amount of, and you would have to experience it over amount of time. So yeah, I have to bring out my notebook and calculate.
Oh, before
and
you
I'm
do
not gonna
that,
do that.
before you do that,
I'm
can I
not
just
going to
go?
do that. I'm
Okay,
not going
well,
to do
can
that.
okay, can we just go back to the part where you said we add or subtract the rotation of Earth from planes when we fly?
No, I said you would have to do that if you're gonna follow the rotation. The rotation will be fast. Will be faster if you're flying with the surface of the Earth.
But you would have to be at
with the rotation.
you'd have to be at a reference point in space to consider
Yeah.
that.
Yes,
So
you're
we
having,
don't-
you're
so we
having
don't
a
consider-
reference point in inertial reference.
Okay, so we don't consider the Earth's rotation when we fly.
It's irrelevant. It's so little that you don't have to correct for that. You're not flying. You have to correct for like tiny gusts of wind all the time, which will surpass any kind of influence from the rotation of the Earth anyway. So you won't even notice that in reality when you fly. You can verify with RC Micey and ask him what he says.
Bro,
So it's
we're not
basically like
verifying.
flying flat.
We're not verifying shit with RC Meisty, okay?
Okay,
Of course you would. Of course you wouldn't want to, because then you have to actually confront facts.
You're not
Well,
someone I would come to
I-
verify something, okay? First of all.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
I know
RC,
that you
hey,
don't- I know you don't want to
Black Swan's about the
actually. Why are you
horizon.
talking over me, Crit?
Yeah, Black
Jeremy,
Swan's
I
about the
understand-
horizon.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, here's a
I
fact.
understand-
Black Swan's about the
Why-
horizon. What's
why-
Black Swan about?
Is there any moderator in here at all?
Let
you're-
RC go first.
You're not
isn't
the
gonna help
arbiter
you.
of anything, just so that you know. Okay.
I didn't say I was. I
All
didn't
right,
say I
so
was.
you're about to say that you can be verifiable or some shit like that. So
No, what I said
just
was,
let him go. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh. What I said was, is if you want to actually talk about some facts, you don't need to say whether I verify it or not. You can just say, hey, here are some facts. Let's talk about those facts.
Black Swan.
Oh, well,
about the
they
horizon.
told me to come verify it with you, like you were the arbiter of this thing
No,
we were talking
nobody
about.
said anything about being an arbiter. I simply said, hey, check it out. If you want to actually look at some data around things like flights, I can get you that data. No problem. You don't have to verify anything with me. I can just get you the source of it.
Hello,
All right.
you RC Micey? Hello?
I'm not asking anybody to trust me. I'm saying look at the freaking data and stop being afraid.
I know
to
the
do it.
other guy did. I don't know why you jumped in. The other guy asked us to trust you and verify something with you. Not you. I never said you.
You literally did 3 times, Jeremy. I don't know if you're
Yes.
like just
I said I'm not going
forgetting
to
what you
verify
said.
shit.
Okay.
The guy told me to verify something with you. I said I'm not verifying shit with RC Meisty. You're telling me not to verify anything with you. I'm glad we agree. What are you arguing about? You're stupid.
Yeah. Good argument, Jeremy.
Yeah.
What are you
RC
arguing?
said-
What do you mean good argument?
You're
If RC
dumb. I don't want to listen
If
to you.
RC Meisty told me the ground is moving, right? He's like, "Oh, I've flown. The ground is moving." I'd be like, "Nah, dude, you're ridiculous. Nobody's going to convince me." Of that.
Who said I've flown the ground as
Dude, not me. I don't think the ground is moving around the sun. You do. Okay, so let's put
the
this in
ground
perspective.
is moving around the sun? No, I don't think anybody.
Isn't that your
the
idea?
Ground is
Isn't
moving.
that your model?
Hold
The
on,
ground?
hold on, guys. There's a new guy trying to get in. He's
RC Meisty.
There we go. What's your name, new?
It's RC Meisty.
Yes, that's RC Meisty. Yes. What's your name, new guy?
Right, okay. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
No, I'm
Event-
not RC Meisty. The other person is. But what's your name?
So you're not RC Meisty?
RC Meisty.
Oh my gosh! Is somebody having a stroke?
There it is. That's him.
I'm trying to.
How about, well, look at the name of the person in the Discord room, and the name of the person is RC Meisty in the Discord room. That is RC Meisty. It's not very hard.
Lord,
Guess what? Guess what, guys?
When
Guess
people
what?
are talking, there are a lot of people talking. I don't know who is talking, so therefore I want to clarify who is actually talking.
sorry.
All right, what do you have to say to RC?
Gin CBR1 is talking now. Right?
Okay, what did you want to say to RC though?
I was going to say
No,
this.
no, not you, Jin. Not you, the new guy.
Lord in heaven.
Oh, sorry, new guy. Go ahead.
I gonna have a stroke here in about 3 seconds.
Just calm down.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no, Meisty. I'm gonna miss you.
Hold on. The new guy wanted to say something to RC. Go ahead, new guy.
I want to talk to RC Meisty.
Yeah, exactly.
They're listening. He's listening. Go ahead.
Is that you?
No, I'm Jeremy. Nice to meet you, new guy.
Oh, okay. Well,
RC Meisty is listening, so go ahead.
I'm not
This
talking
is the
to you
most
then.
fun
I'm
I've
talking
had.
to RC Meisty. Fair enough.
RC Meisty is listening. They just talked just now.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not talking to you. That I want to talk to RC Meisty.
Go ahead.
You said you Jeremy.
Yes.
Go
but-
ahead and
okay.
go to
I'm gonna stop talking. Listen.
Dude, just ask your question. Go.
Here's how voice chat works. I'm gonna stop talking. It'll be your turn to talk. RC is listening, so if you want to talk to RC, it's go time.
Well, I'm talking to you.
I'm guessing. Go ahead with your flat Earth question.
Who said I was flat Earth?
You can ask RC the question
Meisty,
now.
how about you start addressing him? Come on, bro. Stop playing. Meisty. Just address him, please.
No, you start messing around because.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm trying. Meisty, are you there, bro?
Yes,
Mikey,
I'm
he
literally
keeps
on
changing
Yeah,
it,
you're
waiting for the
creating
man to
cows.
talk.
Just
He
talk to
keeps
the
changing
guy,
his
please.
name. The problem is RC keeps changing his name to
Shut
cause
up!
confusion.
Let me calm down.
Everybody just
Meisty,
stop.
just
Let him
address
answer
the
A
guy,
great
please.
server. This is a great server.
Okay?
Stop.
I'm
Stop.
having so much fun right now.
Listen, new guy. Go ahead. Just everyone, stop talking. New guy. Go ahead. RC's listening. Go.
No, I want to talk to RC. You said you go ahead. I want to talk to RC.
Okay, you what? I am here. I'm listening to you.
No, are you going to talk to me?
You just did. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Listen, kick this guy out. He's trolling. He's got to be
No,
trolling. This can't be real.
I think he's just old and doesn't know how to use Discord.
That's RC. Go ahead, new guy. Please address RC. He's listening.
Right, RC.
Yes, sir.
Happy to meet you.
Wonderful to meet you.
Right, okay. Last night you said that I was not a helicopter pilot because you had a few questions which I could not answer, correct?
Yes.
Right, okay. So are you a... What's your qualifications?
I'm a pilot.
Right, okay. So where did you fly from? Where did you fly from?
Out of where I live here in Indiana.
Right. Is that controlled or uncontrolled airspace?
I live under a Class Charlie shelf, fly out of a general aviation under uncontrolled airport.
So that's uncontrolled airspace, correct?
Yes, if I live under a Class Charlie shelf, if I go above 2,100 feet where I live in my home airport, then I have to talk to air traffic control approach at Indianapolis.
Happy days. So what do you fly?
I fly Piper Cubs. I fly Cessna 172s. I fly Cherokee 6s and Cherokee 140s, 180s. Most general aviation aircraft I've probably been in once. Fly Stearmans every once in a while.
Right.
You name it. You name a general aviation aircraft that's not $10 million, and I've probably been in it once.
Oh yeah, top 100% because yeah, we can never fly them because we haven't got the money for them. Right. Okay. So therefore, I fly in the UK. You fly in the USA. Right. I know the difference between UK legislation and the USA legislation. Do you know what the difference is?
I've never flown in the UK, but that's why I asked you originally where you got your license, and you said in South Carolina.
Yep. 100% true.
And that's why I said anybody who's ever taken an FAA exam here in the United States would definitely know what the difference between Bravo and Charlie airspace is.
That was not the questions on the exam that I took.
Yes, it has to be on the exam. You have to have at least
30 years
3
ago.
questions.
It was not on the exam papers.
Percy, what was the question on your math test in 5th grade, October?
No, but if you don't know what Bravo,
Don't
if you
even
don't know
fucking
what Bravo
jump
and
into the
Charlie airspace,
conversation.
if you don't know what Bravo and Charlie airspace are, right, you can't operate here in the United States. Now,
Can't
if you want to talk
really?
about,
Really, can't you?
no,
Oh, okay. So how come I've got a PPL that I can actually operate in the USA and the UK, but I don't know about these airspaces?
have you had a 2-year flight review here in the United States recently?
I haven't been over to the USA for 25 years.
Okay, so you wouldn't actually be able to fly here.
Right. Okay. So you are saying that you know everything, right? In the
No,
UK,
I didn't say I know everything.
Wait a minute.
I'm waiting.
You're trying to debunk me, right? In the UK, how many hours do you have to do every 13 months in the UK to keep up your pilot's license?
No clue. Here in the United States,
Then
there's
you're
no
not a
minimum.
pilot.
Here in the United States, there's no minimum hours. You just have to have a biennial flight review that you have to pass.
Right. Okay. So the question I asked was, how many hours do you have to do in the UK to keep up your pilot's license?
Wouldn't know.
Right. Okay. So you asked me a question last night, which I didn't know, and I've asked you a question tonight, which you didn't know, which I 100% agree you shouldn't know because you don't live in the UK.
Yeah.
You tried to belittle me last night. I'm not belittling you tonight because I know you wouldn't know that answer.
Okay. There are any pilot here in the United States knows. Here are the types of airspace. And in fact, you guys have Alpha there in the UK, correct? You guys have Alpha airspace?
Carry on.
Do you?
Carry on.
I'm asking you.
Carry on.
Okay.
This is
So what are the requirements for entering Alpha airspace?
Carry on.
Sir, are you okay?
No, carry on with your question. Go on. Keep on going.
No, it's a question. Then you answer it, right?
Yeah, carry on. Go on. Carry on.
Are you confused, sir?
Yeah,
No,
I'm going to
I'm
jump
not.
in.
Shut
I'm
up.
going to jump in
Shut up, you.
I'm going to jump in.
Listen
I'm
here.
gonna
Listen
jump,
here. Listen here.
Excuse me.
No.
You are
excuse yourself.
you are avoiding the question. You are obfuscating this discussion. I'm not finding any progress being made here. Either answer his question or we'll just move on to some other discussion.
Now here, I'm humble enough. If you felt like I belittled you yesterday after you making a claim that I found personally not really all that verifiable, then I apologize. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, but if you're an actual pilot and you actually in the 90s came here in the United States and got your helicopter license, okay, and you don't remember what class Bravo or Charlie airspace is, I don't know that you're that current of a pilot. Maybe you did get your private pilot's license quite a few years ago, but you don't know. Doesn't seem to me you remember the basics of navigation.
Yeah. Well, the difference PPL and CPL.
Yes.
Do you know what the difference is between PPL and CPL?
A private pilot's license and a commercial pilot's license typically is what those acronyms are.
Yeah. Well, a private pilot's license, you don't have to know all that airspace.
Yes, you do.
No, you do not.
Yes, you do. You always need to know all airspace if you're going to operate in United States airspace or anywhere around the world. The reason is because if you don't know your airspace,
you do not.
Hey, hold up.
You do
The
not.
reason is if you don't know your airspace, you could go into the incorrect airspace without the correct clearances. For example, here in the United States, hold up. Here in the United States, in order to go to above 18,000 feet, you have to be on an IFR flight plan. Thus, you have to hold an instrument rating in order to do that. If you don't hold that, or for example, here in the United States, if you want to get a,
have an RVI.
That
And
is
PPL does not have to have RVI, correct?
a private pilot needs to know all airspace.
Does he have to have an IVR license?
They do not know.
Correct. Thank you very much.
And you'd also, it's not a light. This is how I also know that you're either not very current or you don't know very much about actual piloting. You haven't done it in years because you don't call an instrument rating a license. It's a rating, not a license. And any pilot knows the difference.
IVR. I said IVR.
Well, you called it a license.
IVR. PPL, IVR. CPL.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything's a license.
But here's my question. Okay. If you're going to try to say, hey, yeah, I'm a current pilot, and I'll just ask you straight up right now, when's the last time you flew?
3 days ago.
Cool. All right. And you don't have to, in the UK, you don't have to know all airspace that you use?
You have local maps.
Yeah. What do you call those?
Maps.
No. They're not called maps. They're called sectionals. You know why they're called sectionals?
Aeronautical maps.
No.
I have a question about those maps. Is there such a thing as? Hold on a second, Archie. I have a question about those maps. Do they use a different north than all the other norths, and it's called grid north?
They use geographic north, and then they also have little magenta lines on them that show you your magnetic deviation.
There's not a different north called grid.
True. Is that true north?
Grid
different north to what?
Grid north is based on geographic. Oh my gosh. Okay, so grid north typically is based on geographic north, which is what we call a true course. Okay. And
the chap said,
why is everybody talking over me? And if you want to talk about oh my gosh,
the other chap just asked.
Jeez, oh Pete's
between north and true north.
So magnetic headings and true headings. Magnetic heading is based off of a compass. A true heading is based off of geographic. Some people will say things like grid north, which what that means is that you're using longitude, latitude lines, which are all based on geographic north, not on magnetic. Unless you have magnetic deviation lines, which all aviation sectionals have on them. In fact, give me a second and I'll live stream and show you exactly what it looks like.
No, you don't have to live stream. Carry on.
Do you know what the artificial horizon is? RC1C.
Yes.
You notice how level that thing is.
It's called an attitude indicator. Artificial horizon is more.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I know what it is.
Why can't? Am I not allowed to live stream on here?
You can if you want.
Well, it's not letting me.
As long as you don't break it, when you must have broken a rule then. But anyway. You notice how that?
No, you need to get permission. Hold on, Jen. You need to get permission to be able to live stream.
Can I get permission or no?
I would. I don't know. What's the command for it?
It states. It says in the. It says RC is not allowed to live stream.
In the rules. It's in the rules. Server rules. No, seriously, I would RC, but I don't know the command. Is Geo in here?
Is that you, Jim?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah,
Silent.
Yeah.
Silent.
Hello.
Do you know the?
Right.
Silent. Do you know the command?
I'll go check right now. Give me a second.
Thank you.
I wondered where you got to. Yeah, I wondered where you got to.
Yeah, I just popped over here. No worries. Happy days, hey.
Yeah.
I predict.
Hey, what's the mission statement of Earth Awakenings? Is it as it says on the tin? And it actually brings back an interesting question, which is what I mentioned to Jin earlier on.
What is
the
this?
onus on us not to be able to figure out what Earth actually is, the word itself, what that word entails? Is that an onus on all of us, possibly?
What's the question?
Good question.
Can't you just assign me a role, Jeremy? Just like left clicking on my name and assign me a role?
No, you gotta do that yourself.
I'm on a cell phone.
Buddy, you all right?
Let me check.
I don't think it's that easy.
Where you at,
Silence
Maisty?
looking into
Can you
it.
speak?
Okay.
Yeah, what's up? It says RC Massey on it.
Oh, there you go.
What? Ah.
What a loud.
Oh, is it loud? Oh, sorry.
Very loud.
Sorry, mate.
You I think you're hot micing.
Right.
Yeah.
10
Sorry, I was
Gs.
just talking to my
10
lad.
Gs, by the way. 10 Gs is the equivalent of 2,200 miles per hour. That is what 10 Gs is in speed. For those who were asking earlier, okay? 10 Gs in an aircraft is equal to 2,200 miles an hour.
Still not?
God damn.
No.
That means the pilot, if the pilot does 2,200 miles an hour, he's going to go into G lock and then shut down.
That's not true.
Is that 10 little G's or 10 big G's?
I will personally verify what RC was saying is exactly true.
Going 2,200 miles an hour itself in a straight line does not make what you like. It does not make you go into G lock. In fact, you feel zero G lock.
Yeah, I know. I'm only kidding.
Oh,
I'm only kidding.
not that part.
I'm
I was
only
talking
kidding.
about the maps and the declination, geographic coordinates, and magnetic.
Well, here I'll take a quick picture of it. So the point is that if you want to talk about grid north, you're just talking about what are the longitude and latitude lines that you're seeing. That's all based on true north, which is a geographic position. If you want to see the reason I wanted to live stream is I wanted to show you a VFR sectional that we use here in the United States. And you can see the declination lines on the grid chart to show you, hey, what exactly is your magnetic declination, aka how far are you east or west of a compass. So here in Indiana, where I live, you have, let's see, going right through here is 5 degrees west. So we will be 5 degrees west of true north. So anytime you're heading on a compass, it will show you 5 degrees west of what north actually is. So you need to adjust your compass.
So that proves you're not
north.
straight line.
Did you say true north or geographical north?
True north and geographic north are the same thing.
I thought there's 3 norths.
No, there are about 7 if you want to really talk about it.
What are the basic first 3 then, the primary 3?
So the first one that we all talk about, because it's what our latitude and longitude are based on, is true north. And that's a geographic position at the North Pole. The second one is magnetic north, which actually shifts every couple of months.
You're not
shifting
so
a little
if you're
bit.
traveling east to west, you're not traveling in a straight line, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're traveling due east,
wherever you're traveling,
on a magnetic. Oh my gosh!
On the magnetic heading, you are not traveling in a straight line, correct?
You cannot keep a magnetic heading. You cannot keep a magnetic heading for more than about 300 miles and be ensured that.
Are you traveling on a straight line?
Why did you just clip the end of what I was saying?
Because
I was literally answering a question. I said you cannot travel on a magnetic heading for more than about 300 miles and ensure that you are traveling in a straight line. Magnetic
Are
heading.
you traveling on a straight line? Yes or no?
No.
No, I just said that. If you would listen and shut your mouth.
It's a great circular route.
Thank you very much.
All I want to establish with RC here is, RC, when you're traveling in your plane, you're following your compass. Are you following the true north, which is not the true north. You're following the magnetic north. So at any particular time, your compass is pointing in a certain direction in relation to this movable north center. So in all intents and purposes, it's your practical sort of guide. Is that true to say? Is that difficult question or not?
All right, can you guys see and hear me now? Yeah. So Jeremy, you asked the question earlier. You see these lines right here on the VFR sectional? This is going to be grid north right here, okay? And those are all based on
Sorry. That's John. That's John Bernard. How you doing, John?
If you look here on this little magenta
Hold on, RC. Does Grid North line up exactly with Geographic North or any of
With
the other North?
geographic, grid north gives you your
right,
which give you your true headings, which lines with their geographic north, and then here these magenta lines right here. If you go down to the bottom, you will see tells you how many degrees east or west you are, right? If you
Right.
follow a magnetic heading, and there it is.
But hang
So you're
on, the
saying Grid
magnetic
North?
heading is the one that moves, right?
I asked you the question earlier. Hello, I asked you a question earlier. So therefore, you're saying that these lines you're following are not true.
These lines are what?
The lines you're following are not straight, correct? Because you're always altering your heading.
No, but they are straight on the
What?
whole.
Yeah, they're shortest distance. They're
on the map. They're straight, but you are not following the same heading all the time because you've got to take magnetic deviation to count.
Well, that's what I just showed you the difference of. And in fact, let me do this one more time.
So you're not following a straight line.
So here you go. Look at the difference. In fact,
Are
you can see.
following a straight
In
line?
fact, you
Yes
can.
or no?
In fact, you can see. Notice how these.
following
Notice how here the straight lines when it comes to the
following a
longitude lines.
line?
Why are you talking over me?
Come on, let's
Are
have
you
a
following a straight
conversation
line
here, for
or no?
goodness sake.
So if you see, oh my gosh, why are you talking over? I'd like to just finish the sentence.
Because you haven't answered the question.
Oh my gosh.
Who is that talking? Is that what? Who is that? RC.
It's freaking the claimed helicopter pilot guy.
Yeah, but get to the point, RC Meister.
Are
This
you
is
following a
frustrating,
straight line? Yes or no?
He said no. He gave his answer, bud.
No, I
He's
said
already answered.
no. Yeah, I already answered a couple times. But what I'm answering another question is, hey, what does that deviation actually look like? Well, you can actually see right up here. You can see that 5 degrees, how that 5 degrees west intercepts that magnetic deviation, intercepts the longitude line.
But
right
have you
here.
have you just admitted that straight lines are curved because you are following the compass? RC Meister.
He's not following a straight line.
It's not because you're
Yes, but
following.
I'm just asking him, bud. I'm asking him, has he just admitted, though, inadvertently, that the only reason for a curved path is because you were following the
No,
compass?
that is not because
it's not a straight line.
Curved path. The reason you follow a curved path.
How
Here,
so?
let me show you one more thing here. I'll show you.
Let me ask this
Hold
once
up.
again. Is this?
If you admit that the compass, if you follow
yes
it,
or no?
gives you a curved path, a circle around the
check
north.
it out. All right. So notice how the bottom of this right here is much bigger than the top of it is right here.
Is it a straight line?
It's
yes
because
or no?
oh my gosh. It's
Is
because
it a straight line?
why do you keep clipping me? It's because
is it a straight line? Yes or no?
it's because this is just a section right
Is it
here.
a straight line? Yes or no?
Oh my gosh. If you're going east and west, no, they are not straight. East and west are not straight.
They're not straight.
North and south are indeed straight lines.
RC, I'm apologizing right now. I can't do anything for some reason. I'm having trouble. Just be patient, okay?
I'm trying to be as patient as possible.
I
I'm
know
just
you're
trying to
doing
get as
good,
many-
but just know as soon as I can figure out what's going on, I'll get it taken care of.
So north and
hold
south.
on a second. RC, hold on one second. I'm sorry. You got to stop clipping him. Okay?
Yeah, let him finish.
Let him
man.
finish the
Let him
sentence.
get what he has to say.
All right. So north and south lines are indeed straight. You can hold a north and south geographic heading without any problem. Okay. But you'll notice that the top of the maps right here are much wider than the bottom. Or sorry, the bottom of the maps are much wider than the top of the maps right here. And that you always measure your directions based on your course right here. And when it intersects one of these longitude lines. The reason that you do that is so that you get an exact true heading, and then you add or subtract depending on east or west, based off these magenta lines that are right here.
You wouldn't have to do this. I'll tell you what, when you wouldn't have to do this. If you laid out the flat Earth as it is, right, with the compass at the north center in a grid-like fashion, Cartesian coordinate system, which is actually how it applies. The compass or the contour applies to the sky and the skylights, which are both pivotal in determining where your position is. You're just using one particular system here of mapping out the terrain, but you know there are two systems in play. They're the chessboard and the dartboard overlaid.
No, that's just wrong.
Every hang on, please. It's not wrong. Every fucking point can be allocated according to the two systems combined. And can you tell me before I go on mute? Can you tell me? Did you just admit that the circle, the great circle, is caused by your adherence to the compass? If you were a certain distance from the north center and you followed east all the way, that you would describe what you would see as a straight path, but it would contour, because you say it's because of the contour of the earth. I say, which you must say as well, is because you're following the compass, and it's like a big rope transferred from the north center to you, and the plane is just swinging around it.
No, that's just incorrect. The reason that we use great circle routes and not... Oh my gosh, I was literally in the middle of the sentence telling you why. So it's you don't make curves pass because of magnetic headings. What your original statement was. The reason for that is because we know the distances between those places, and they are considered great circle routes. The way that you can tell that it's a great circle route is because, number one, any of those points that are mapped out, you can't actually put them on a flat surface when you're anything over. That's why these sectional maps are actually so small and so narrow, is because anytime you get outside of really what is about 10,000 square miles, then you're going to have a huge deviation like that.
You're using the wrong coordinate system.
No, if I were using the wrong coordinate system, I would get all my
translate, man. Well, answer me this, RC Meisty.
Can I finish my? You haven't allowed me to go more than 2 sentences without clipping.
Come on, man. You're the center of attention. Come on, off you go.
So the reason I said that is because if I got this grid system incorrect, then I would not be able to plot my correct true headings, because we always plot our headings based off of those longitude lines.
Right, and this is what I'm telling you. Do you know that every longitude line on Earth corresponds to a point in the sky? Did you know that?
No, that's incorrect. It's the latitude.
Now, if that's incorrect, you'll be proven wrong immediately on that.
No, you're getting longitude.
The coordinate system for locating a point in the sky is intimately related to the longitudinal coordinate system
it's the latitude.
to the spinning ball Earth. And I'll stick to that. If I'm wrong,
you're wrong.
I'll do a forfeit, whatever you want.
You're wrong.
Okay.
We know our latitude based off of that.
It's longitudinal. It's the longitudinal. That's what I'm saying to you. No. That's what my claim.
You're wrong.
Let's see. But before we dwell on that,
do you know why we can't use the longitude and use the sky defined longitude? Is because you have to know your exact time and your solar point every single day. The ancients, neither the moderns, it's completely impractical to do that.
Well, as I say, I stand by my claim. I'm not going to go Google searching it to prove anything for the minute. It can wait for a few minutes, right? But all I'm asking you is that if you have the wrong coordinate system, how would you, for a moment, your scientific brain delve into other possibilities, a flattened stationary Earth surface with the north center being the axis meeting point. How would you map out, I shouldn't have said axis meeting point, we just have a center point, right? Everything sort of swings around that. How would you map out that system?
You can't.
You can use a grid-like system, like your local ordnance maps, man.
Yes, you'd have to distort the distances together with a scale that scales out as you go from the center, but it would not be at a scale that you could use.
You would still use a Cartesian grid-like coordinate, a chessboard system. Simple as that. Now,
yes, and it would be distorted.
Hang on, when you're at sea, right, and you're relying on the star, whatever's going on above, how it's been mapped out, which is a pretty fundamental sort of mapping system. There's a consistency to Earth. And that's for certain, so the stars are all predictable. So that I'm telling you that you've translated that longitudinal system from the sky, where it still applies, but you've transferred it to the Earth, and you've made the sky essentially flat with all of the heavenly bodies at an infinite distance. If everything's at an infinite distance, it can't be spherical.
Let me jump.
Think about that.
Let me jump in.
Think about that.
Let me jump in.
Anyway, The point is here that that's the basic consideration. But as we're on Earth and you navigate by the stars, everything is sort of mingled, intercombined. That's where the coordinate system comes in, the spherical coordinate system. It applies to the contour of the sky,
Can
or
you
at
not
least
hear me,
can do in
Pete?
principle. That's all.
He can't. He's just ignoring everyone talking.
Okay.
Oh, I'm done
Okay,
now.
Pete.
I'm finished now. It's an important
Okay.
point. Come on.
Okay, great. Pete, can you hear me?
Fuck's sake, don't make me sound as if I'm being ridiculous. I'm making an important
You're
intelligent.
being ridiculous, Pete.
Can you hear Travis speak?
No, I can't hear Travis.
Check to see if you have him turned down.
No,
All right, go ahead.
Turned down. I heard him
Okay,
today.
well,
Let me reconnect.
All
Sorry
right,
if I'm disrupting anybody here. I was wondering why it was so quiet. I got no interruptions.
Yes, because you always disrupt.
Sorry.
All right, hang on. No, we don't need to go into that. Just be a little shorter,
Yeah,
Pete. No
it's on
problem.
my end. Virginia
Go ahead.
hates Discord.
Go ahead,
I
Travis.
can't have a strong signal here in Virginia for some
I
stupid reason.
I can hear you, so I think most people can. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question to Pete is, Pete,
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay. In your opinion, are both latitude and longitude coordinated by the stars?
No, Travis, everything is interconnected. So the ground is laid out with a grid-like coordinate system.
No. I didn't ask you to elaborate.
Well,
are the latitude lines? Do the latitude lines correspond with the?
Yes.
Okay, so both latitude and longitude, in your opinion, derive from the stars.
Apply to the sky. No, not derived from the stars. Apply to the sky. Whatever is going on in the sky. Remember, the sky. They've taken every heavenly body. Hang on, Travis. For goodness' sake, man.
I didn't ask you for. Listen, I'm not asking you to elaborate.
Why are you doing this?
Okay, I have never heard anyone say that the longitude lines correspond to the stars. Only the latitude.
Right. Okay, well, you'll find that now that I'm close to the truth. Let me expand it in a flat Earth sense, in terms of what might be going on. They've extended all the skylights, right? Whatever stars are, or Aristarchus, whoever said that, they've extended them all onto different planes, right? Up into infinity. I'm saying everything is reversed here. So everything is ultimately reflecting off of one plane, but it's not just a planar plane, it's a contoured plane. So we got to work out the contour of the barrier above. And this is where I'm saying that the heliocentric model is the greatest symbol in existence. All aspects of reality are incorporated within the greater helii, right? The lie of Io.
Okay, I have a question. Okay. Where's your evidence that the longitude lines derive from the stars?
No, I didn't say they derive from the stars. I said what the heliocentric lie has done is transferred the contour of the barrier. So remember, if there's a barrier, then there's only one plane.
My God.
Hang on, Travis. You're not even trying to picture what I'm saying, right? There's only one plane against which all of the skylights are reflecting against. So they have transferred that contour to the Earth's surface, which is flat.
Where's your evidence for this?
Do you understand that? And that's why I stick by my claim that the longitudinal system, as applied to the spherical coordinate grid-like system, spherical coordinate system to the spinning ball Earth, that is interconnected with locating positions of the stars or the skylights in the sky. You have an interrelationship between both coordinates. That's what I'm saying. And if I would need to find proof, I'll go and look for it in a bit. I was speaking in the meantime, but I'll go look for it in a bit if someone denies that.
I just want you to, again, I've not heard this before, so I want to know if this is just your own surmising or if you are getting this from another source. That's all.
It's not my own surmise. What?
Yes.
My own surmise? Well, how will I put it like that? Okay, I'm a flat earther.
Well, Travis.
But hang on, let me answer that briefly. I'm a flat earther.
Travis,
right?
I think
so when I know that the ground is not curved, and when I know the sky is curved, and when I see that there is already an interrelationship between ground coordinates and sky coordinates in terms of longitudinal values,
okay, Pete.
Then I put two and two together. I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Jen.
All right, Travis. I think there's a video called "The History of the Flat Earth" that came out recently, a kind of like a review, and it's like 5 hours long. And I think what Pete was saying was mentioned in that video. history of the flat Earth or something like that recently.
All right, that's
Okay.
fine. That's fine.
No, my point is that Pete's got it backwards. Longitude lines are not derived from star positions. Latitude lines are. Okay, and that's why he's just completely wrong. I think he got longitude and latitude mixed up, and now he's doubling down on it by saying, no, I've heard this somewhere. No, you're wrong on that. In fact, the only way in the 18th century that they used to get longitude lines from places like Greenwich were using things like chronometers, right? That would basically trying to track how far you've gone, and then the timings during the day so that you get subsolar points and like solar noon points that you could estimate your longitude from. And that's really the only way to go about it. But no, latitude lines are derived.
Listen to me.
From the
Hang on
start.
a second. Let me
You're
respond
just
to that
wrong.
very briefly. And because people here have never had the considerations that I'm offering up here. So have a tiny bit of patience, first of all. But hang
Pete,
on,
I've had
RC
more
Mikey.
patience
First of
than
all, let me say
humanly
this.
possible at this
Hang on, please. Let me say this. In reality, things work, right? The heliocentric model is, on the whole, a very, very sort of acceptable model because lots of observation can be made which seem to adhere to it. If there was an absolute incoherence, the lie would have been exposed long since, right? But here's the subtlety. As flat earthers, we know that the ball doesn't exist, right? So therefore, the longitudinal system does not apply to a flat earth scenario. It's a grid-like system that always applies, like your local ordinance maps. Now, when you come intercontinental level, then the spherical coordinate system is incorporated. But I'm saying that the lie is there because it's built on the truth. There is a spherical contoured aspect to our reality, and that's what's going on above us. The barrier, which is a watery mirror-like barrier, is of a certain contour, dimension, consistency, predictable as ever, right? And it's this contour that the longitudinal system as applied to the spinning ball Earth actually applies to in reality. And that is a longitudinal system. You can say latitude as well. It all applies. It all applies. Think about how you would map out a barrier above. It all applies, but fundamentally longitude, I stick to that. Longitude is the more important aspect.
Yeah, you're just wrong on this, Pete. You're wrong on like
Okay,
85
I might be wrong, and I
different
will put my
levels.
hands up if
But
I
here's
am
where
wrong.
why are
Listen,
you just clipping as
RC,
soon as I start talking?
because you clipped him. Listen, RC.
I didn't clip him. He stopped talking, and then
I'm
like
done.
literally
Yeah, I was
started
done. I
talking
was
again.
done.
Hot damn.
I'm saying you have during this exchange clipped him. Okay.
No, my gosh, he has talked for 20 minutes straight.
Okay.
RC, that's all right. Yeah, just move
All right,
on from that.
For the love of all good and holy, let me respond. So, Pete, here's why you're wrong. The latitude system is fundamentally derived from Polaris, which we also use to surmise the geographic North Pole.
Right.
And nobody disagrees about that. And those are based on latitude systems that exist.
But I disagree.
Longitude systems are based on are based on arbitrary points that have been found, particularly Greenwich, England, that we've used for the past couple of centuries, okay, as a 0 point. Then you have to use a chronometer that we developed in the freaking 18th century in order to try to figure out, okay, based on my time and what I know from almanacs are subsolar points, noon points, I have to then try to figure out where the hell am I in terms of a longitude. But it's an incredibly imprecise system that we've only in the past about 80 years been able to, that you've only been able to measure with any type of accuracy.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. You've been using the wrong coordinate system because you place yourself on a spinning ball.
No,
It's not reality.
you're just wrong, Pete.
I'm not wrong. How can it be
Hold
so
on.
imprecise
Again,
to know where you are?
Pete, stop. RC, you need to understand. Again, you are arguing from a model. Pete is arguing from a model. In Pete's argument, he's not wrong. You're
Yes,
saying,
he is.
okay, RC, you're saying you're saying that according to your model, he's wrong. Pete, stop talking. I don't have a lot of time. This fucking Discord hates Virginia or vice versa. I don't give a shit. RC, from your model, Pete is incorrect. Okay? That's the only way you can say he's incorrect.
No,
From
here's how I
his
can
model,
say he's incorrect.
Yeah, but you're basing it on your model.
No, I'm not. I'm basing it on the fact that in what he is saying, forget model, just his assertion that longitude lines always diverge is something that we can show to be incorrect. Okay, because there is a there, because all these latitude lines they are based on sub stellar points that we see in terms of rotation. Because he says that they diverge, we can see that they do indeed converge under the substellar point of the southern rotation point. And so that's why he's wrong based on observation, not based on assertion.
Give me 1 second, Pete. I'm fine with you saying that. Just don't just give that evidence. Don't say no.
I
You're
said
wrong.
It earlier, Rakia, and he just ignored it. And while I was
no, but hang on, you're dead right. He's right. Dave, you're right as well. Ricky, you're right as well. He's right. But here's my point. Where I'm right. You cannot transfer the components of your model, right, which begins with a surface that we stand on, which is moving. That's your initial assumption. Everything stems from there. You cannot transfer the components that stem from there to the flat and stationary Earth model. You've got to change your mind about it. You're defending a model, but you're not looking into the alternative. Are you trying to understand what I'm trying to say? Because I can demonstrate everything. I can demonstrate. I can get you to agree with everything I have to say.
No, you can't, because what you do is end up not comporting with reality when it comes to any distances or directions that we see in the southern hemisphere or even in the northern hemisphere.
If it doesn't comport with reality, in a flat Earth sense, what have you placed above our head?
Hey, I'm talking. Your grid system
I know.
that you're
If it
proposing
doesn't comport with reality, what have you placed above our head?
Your grid system that you're proposing at the moment with a bullseye together with like the fanned out longitudes does not comport to any type of distance, direction, or navigation that we can see ever. It's not
guarantee you
one
one thing.
It's not useful for it, and it's distorted.
Okay, so automatically you're stuck in one mode of thinking, and you don't understand that there's no transition. The minute we decide that the Earth is not moving, automatically you're led to a flat stationary Earth surface, right? You're led to near stars. You're led to ultimately a fucking singular source that's moving with all the skylights moving together, but they cannot fucking go from one to another. East is east, west is west. Never the twain will meet. You will not accept that. Do you accept that, first of all? If you do, then you have to go along and think about in terms I'm trying to talk about. If there's a barrier above and there's a movement around that barrier, the contour of the barrier is ultimately fundamental. And for you to lay out, well, in some sort of a coordinate system.
You just made 5 points. Not a single one of them responded to the topic at hand.
And Kool-Aid,
I
you're
did
not a mod.
I expounded exactly. But he won't answer my question. He never even admit that anyone on the face of Earth, whoever's lived on the face of Earth in all of history, has only ever experienced a flat and stationary Earth.
You guys,
he doesn't
let
have
Dodo
to do
destroy.
that. Let's take the topic.
Let Dodo destroy this chat like he did every other one.
Kool-Aid, please. He has his right to
don't mean to
opinion
do
just
that.
like you do here. Yeah, it's not personal. It's just that's what we're doing, discussing how everyone perceives things. That's why we're here.
But Rakia, that's fine. I noticed how I spoke in about 45 seconds. I was able to make my freaking.
You're doing great, man.
Dodo
everybody's different.
Dodo can't not speak for 4 minutes straight.
I understand. I feel your pain, brother. We're trying to manage things, but everyone's different. We want different people here. So Dodo is more than welcome to speak his mind here. I've asked him several times to be more precise. I think he's doing a great job. Just keep it not personal.
Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate that. When I ask RC
no
Mike a
problem.
direct question, I'd like a direct answer as well.
Yeah, but I mean, it's he's given the answer that he knows. I mean, you can't make him answer in the way that you want. So let's just keep moving forward.
Sure. But what he's doing, remember he talked about sun, solar spots, etc. He's bringing his version of what the sun is into the flat Earth reality, and it's impossible. That's my major objection. Frustration as well.
It's just frustration because he's not seeing how you see it. But that's the whole point. We all see things differently. I think it's great. Like that is the interesting part to me.
Ricky, we're all God's children. The same reality applies to all of us. Everything I say, I can verify, and I can get him to agree to it for it to be the case. But everything he says, Again, we have to revert to the imagination of others. Imagine this, imagine that.
I mean, I respect what you're saying. I just think that's an opinion. I mean, I'm more on that belief. You know, that's where I put. That's how I see it. But I can't make anyone else see that, nor would I want to. I like RC's view, and I'm trying to listen to both and learn. We just have to let each other talk, and we're doing a good job. No, you know, it hasn't been bad.
I think it's good.
Deal.
I think it's a
Let's
good
move.
conversation.
So here's my
Let's move
entire
forward.
point. Here's my entire point with all of this. My last point, that with mine, what I can verify are distances and directions, right? With yours, we have to rethink all distances and directions, which isn't a theoretical thing. It's a real life thing. Either I get to my point or I don't. Either I know where I'm at or I don't. Either I know what direction I'm going or I don't.
Right,
Okay.
correct. That's correct.
Let me finish my spiel then by saying, and I'll remember, who's the guy? I don't know him. Who's the guy who keeps asking? Are straight lines curved? He's you suspect helicopter pilot, right? What's his name? It comes back
He's
to
not. He's not in the chat. He's not here.
What you left, but yeah, he's
Okay, that's why he was so insistent, because it ultimately comes back to that. If you connected a stake at the North Center RC Maesty and you walked away for 50 miles and you followed the compass, right, with a rope connecting you and the North Center, you followed the compass and you hit a heading of east, would you not agree that you will go in a circle if you follow the east compass orientation? Would you not agree with that? There's no other way around that.
Go in a circle.
We will go in a circle, right?
yeah. He already agreed to that, basically.
And if you
Excellent.
walk from north to south, you will eventually start walking north again.
No, I'm just talking about a fixed length of rope between you tethered to the North Center in that sense. Extended for 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever you like. We all experience a flat and stationary Earth. That's another thing you'll have to sort of admit. But ultimately, if you follow the compass from one particular point, though, and it points east, if you follow that and follow your finger as it points, you'll vary from east because you're using the wrong coordinate system for reality. You have transformed reality into saying that this ray contour is us traveling in a straight line, but we're over a contoured surface. This is the point of contention. And, you know, when it comes back to what you can demonstrate and what you can sort of thought prevail, what you can make a convincing argument for that we can all relate to, you're found lacking in every way, and that's what ultimately kills a spinning ball. You have a great argument, a great mind, but ultimately it's all of the problems with every specific aspect which makes it impossible. That's
No, Keith, there's actually one thing that shows me that I'm right with all of this, is that the distances between the points that we know that are verified with our latitude longitude system, and verified by actual traveling, right? Shows us that, hey, Travis, you're hot micing.
I know. I'm trying to. I don't have very many opportunities to jump in. So
shows us that you are indeed wrong, Pete. That we don't go on a flat, stationary plane, and it's definitely not flat. Like if you want to call it stationary, maybe you can make that.
If I was to tell you,
what we definitely have seen is that based on distances, we do not live on a flat plane.
1 second, Travis. 1 second, please. Just let me say this. If I was to tell you, I could come up with a flat Earth map, I think, in about 2 months a week. 2 months or not 2 months, 2 weeks or a month. I could do. What's fundamental here is understanding that there's a barrier above us, but it's not circular. It is elliptical. It's like a squashed circle, right? So this is fundamental. And that sort of changes everything. We can work it out via the longitudinal, latitudinal coordinate system. Once we understand at the highest point along the outer barrier, along equatorial areas, it's about 60 miles up. Then we can apply the 69 miles per degree, right? Which actually works out as 111.1 kilometers. So we have all the 11s there. This is applied to the contour of the barrier between the north, where in the ground level, and to, I'm finished now, and to the apex at the equator. I'm done now.
Ricky, can I say something?
No, I want
Travis.
Yeah,
Travis needs to
I've got one small point. I just want to point out that the globe gave up rotation completely. The globe has given up rotation completely just to argue for a sphere.
Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, if this goes through. RC, if you and I were both given 100 square miles of Earth, to grid out? Would I be able to grid it out in a Cartesian grid, and you could grid it out in a latitudinal grid, even though we know the distances between all of the points?
A longitudinal and a latitudinal system is a Cartesian.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
That works for land, Travis. How about when you're at sea? How do you know where you
Okay,
are?
well then forgive me for not using the correct term. If I'm gonna grid it out without latitude lines and longitude lines, if it's gonna be a square grid, can I grid that 100 square miles in a square grid and you grid it out in a longitude latitude?
That's what all of us have done. Like, what? I don't know what you're asking. It's the same. You're asking, can I use a Cartesian or latitude, longitude?
He's asking if it would be the same distances, point to point. I think that's what I would be asking.
The question is not can I. The question is what are the distances, and do those distances fit on a flat surface?
No, he's asking, are they the same? If you do it longitudinally and latitudinally over 100 miles, and he does it on a flat grid system, is it the same distances?
No, you can't fit those on a flat surface. No.
Travis, are you there? He said no.
Well,
He might have dropped out.
While Travis is waiting to come in, let me say this: over land, the grid-like coordinate system works grand. When you're at sea, vast distances to travel. How are you supposed to locate yourself? The only way to do that is what's going on in the sky, and this is where we have this amalgamation of both coordinate systems. Remember, the truth is in everything. Truth is everything. You're taking the literal RC Meisty and you are purposefully losing track.
No, you mean the real. I'm taking the real and saying.
No, you're taking the literal. The Earth does not curve. Water does not curve.
Okay, so let me show you here exactly.
Something does, and that's a part of Earth. This is fundamental.
Pete, you gotta get your point, man. And then you clipped him like 3 times.
All right, so here you go. If you notice right here on these longitude lines is where how we typically are going to measure distances from is these right here. You notice that they actually curve on this very small section of map right here. It is bigger on the bottom than it is on the top because we're using a northern hemisphere sectional right here. And so that's how we have to use very small sections like this, and then we have to make sure that there's actual curvature in where we're distances and directions from.
Right. Man, let me say, you shouldn't challenge me. Hang on a second. You shouldn't challenge me because you determine.
I just did.
Well, let me say this. You determine your latitude now, in reality, from declination from the northern star. Is that correct or not?
Latitudes from, Polaris.
Right. So, as you're at sea, right? As you're at sea and you point out a specific star, are you not going to point that out in terms of longitudinal evaluation? Must you do that, right? This is the whole idea of the longitudinal sort of calculator, the precise clock at sea, right? Because you need to know where you are. So you know where you are latitudinally in relation to Polaris, but in relation to the greater Earth, because you're at sea, you have no other points of reference. You need to know which longitudinal line you're on, and the only way you can evaluate that is via the longitudinal coordinate system that's attached to the sky.
All right, and so here's one thing. If you want to make yours in 2 weeks, you need to have this one thing on it, Pete. If you want to try to prove me wrong, it's right here. You need to have this scale. So if you don't have a freaking scale, and you can show me these with non-curved lines, which I'm showing you the curved lines right here, right? If you can show me this scale with the non-curved lines and it be accurate down to the, here it is right here. Down to the freaking quarter mile.
Right, what will I gain?
All right, 16th of a mile. I'm messed up.
What will I gain? Fame and fortune.
A mile. If you can do that, Pete, then you're good.
Well, I'm good. Will I gain fame and fortune? Do I hang on, Rakia, do I think that the true nature of Earth isn't known, and that every single land mass is not planned and imparted? Come on, why not know that?
Pete, what I said was, you're not going to gain fame and fortune, although you probably will. It's actually about you validating your model, saying you have facts, and that the truth is on your side. You need to show me the truth is on your side by living into what you say you can do.
I challenged Tim Osman. Everyone here knows Tim Osman, who's a great sort of computer whiz, right? I challenged him about 4 or 5 years ago. I said, Tim, I mean this seriously. I make you famous. I have all the components needed to make the model of flat and stationary Earth surface with whatever else is going on. Give us 2 weeks or a month together. Now, I knew he was employed on the other side, right? One of the top shells. He never did that. He never come up with that. I'm not interested in doing that because let me tell you why, just briefly. I know that this is all a greater game.
No,
the
because
truth
you
is
can't.
already out there. That's all I will say. And it's up to the individual to piece their own picture together. The truth is known. We're entered into a treasure hunt.
Then show that you can do it. This is the second time, Pete. You said, I've been able to do something. And then, hell, I'll offer you this time now too. I'll give you $500 to do it. If you can make me, if you can make me an accurate. Hey, why are you clipping me off? If you can make me a accurate flat Earth map, okay, using non-curved lines and a scale with it, and it be accurate down to the 16th of a mile, then guess what? I'll give you $500. Go ahead.
Okay, wait, RC,
Lovely.
RC, will you accept a certain square mileage, or you want the entire fucking continental
I
shelf?
won't be using non-curved lines anyway, Travis.
No, my question is, can he do it on a smaller scale, like 100, 500 square miles?
No, I want you to do it what we do with U.S. sectional maps, like U.S. aviation maps, and it needs to be, let's see, this right here is, it's 350 nautical miles by 150 nautical miles.
Okay, so you want it in the ocean.
No,
No.
he did say nautical miles, but that's in the air also. He's talking about the air also. He's talking about
nautical miles.
350 by 150.
If you can do 350 by 150, go ahead.
Hang on a second, yeah. I'm talking to Travis and Rakia more, even you as well, RC Meisty. I don't know what you call the contraptions. There's a finesse contraptions that you have to manipulate in one way or another until you eventually get the sort of decoding. You take it apart and you get to the heart of the center, right? I don't know. Famous artists are famous for these sort of puzzles that are ingrained into everything. What I'm saying to you is that the flat Earth map, the map of reality, the layout, the model of reality is already out there. But all of the pieces, like Osiris's body, have been torn apart. It's up to us to connect or find the pieces. And let me finish by saying this, Travis. It's up to us to find the pieces and put them together. That's all I would be doing. There's nothing new under the sun or Aristarchus. Understand the difference there.
I just showed you mine.
Yeah, but you didn't show me. That's not yours. You were just given that map.
Listen, Pete, you have a chance to make $500, bro. Get together with somebody.
$500? Are you kidding, man?
Pete.
No, I don't think I am.
No, this is the second time, Pete, that you haven't taken me. Last time you said, "Hey, with the weekend."
Actually, here
oh
we
my
go.
gosh!
Okay,
Pete,
here we go.
Come on, Pete. Did you literally not hear RC? I don't get it, man. I'm trying to really defend you here, and it's tough. You're making it really hard.
So,
Hey,
Pete,
RC.
Yeah, what's up?
Can I add $200 to your deal?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, because last time I offered him he told me that he could make something that looked exactly like the ISS thing from scratch. And so I offered him to pay him one month free trial plus another month on my dime of Adobe, the entire Adobe suite, not just Photoshop. He can have the entire Adobe suite. It's like $80 a month for the subscription. And I would give him $200 to use it with anything else he wants. And he said, "Oh yeah, I could do that in a day." And then he refused to do it. And so here's his next one. He said in 2 weeks that he can make a whole flat Earth map. He used the whole world. And then I just offered him 350 by 150 miles and said, "Yeah, try do it. Let's see if he takes him up on this one." You can do it, Dodo?
Why do you hang on, please? Why do you think I don't have a fucking story here? Why do you think I haven't done it up to now? I just told you an instance where I offered Tim Osman. Let me put out an offer here, possibly to Travis.
So are you going to?
Let me put out an offer here, possibly to Travis, because someone else is
just ignore it, I guess.
bumping up the money here. I reckon in a month. Let's give us a month. With cooperation between me and someone the likes of Travis, anyway, with an honest sort of mind, and let's follow the clues where it leads us. I reckon in a month we could come up with a Earth model because I have
All
all
right.
the pieces in my brain.
All
I
right,
know it.
Pete, just because I'm going to be generous with this, okay? Rather than 2 weeks, which you originally said, now you've gone to a month. I'll give you 2 months to do it. You gonna do it?
And just to be clear, he did originally say 2 weeks to a month. He did.
Okay,
I
cool.
said that to
Cool
Tim
beans. I'll give
Osman
him
as
2
well. I have
months.
all the pieces. Imagine me working for fucking 8 a week on the thing
Yeah, go
that
ahead,
all the
Pete.
pieces are already in my brain. I wouldn't be
Get
doing
her
it for
done,
you,
Pete.
RC Maisty. Why would I be doing it for you? If I even presented to you, you were a
Oh
fault
my God!
finder.
Shut up, Pete.
You would
Pete,
deny everything.
Pete, stop filibustering, dude. You're just rambling right
Maybe my
now.
volume is up a bit loud. Let me turn it down.
No, it's not your volume, dude. Either take the challenge or don't. But don't keep just rambling on about shit.
I could write 5 books and all of this, Travis. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, but Pete, to be fair, he's just asking you if you will do it for him for those parameters. Just say no if you're not going to. It's fine. I understand it's not enough money and all that.
I'm not talking about that. I don't want any money for anything. Let me consider it then. Let me
Okay.
consider it myself.
Fair
What
enough.
route does my life take as I move forward?
All right, fair enough. Let's move on.
Let me back up something so Ricky as well by posting something in chat. So yeah, I'll go on mute. I know I can talk. Apologies if I offend or upset anybody. I don't mean to.
No, you're doing good.
No, Pete. It's just that you need to shut up every once in a while. Like you talk for 20 minutes straight and you flip everybody off constantly.
Anyway, we don't need RC to tell people that. I'll take care of that part.
So
go ahead. Did you want to say something, Pete? Or you're posting something?
Ian tries to take up this. What do you call it? That's the basis. That's the basis for our. That's the template. That is the jigsaw board, right? We just have to piece the pieces together. Now it's a fiendish puzzle. It will incorporate a grid-like. Hang on, please. It will incorporate a grid-like coordinate system, but it will also incorporate.
RC, you really can't hang on, Pete. RC, you really can't be serious, man. We've tried to create where there's not clipping, and as soon as he posted this, it seemed to trigger you into clipping. So
no, he just says the same thing over
there
and
is
over.
no
I want
excuse,
other
man.
people to talk.
He posted a picture, and he's discussing it while everyone else was silent. And then you clipped him. That is the fact. All right, go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, all I'm saying
just
is
make
this
it
gets to
brief.
the heart of what matters. Have a little bit of patience, RC. I didn't present you the solution here. This is what I will be working from, though. If you were to ask me, what is that? Where does that come from? I have all that information. Maybe you don't. But the point is here, the truth is already known. The truth is laid out for us. God is all powerful. The Creator is all powerful. We be careful what the terms we use. So that's the way I look at it. Everything is already in place. We just need to find the pieces and chorus them together. That's all.
Okay, good. Now maybe work on the pieces, Pete. In your time, and come back with a, like a different picture that has like 1 or 2 of the pieces set in stone, where
right.
where you can verify.
Do you want me to tease you, Rick? Yeah.
I mean, but you know what I'm saying. Instead of just telling us this is what you think, maybe try and fit one of the pieces, because I would be interested in how you would know which way, where it is in relationship to each other, and which angle it's placed and all that. I mean, it would be almost impossible in my eyes.
Well, let me say this to you, Rikia. Let me say this to you. That's why we have, as we go north to south, we know the ball is not a literal reality. As we go north to south, we have plus and minus 90, so 180. As we go east to west, we have 360. This is indicative of this oval, elliptical nature to the sky barrier. This is all important here. So we're getting to the root of reality, and we understand that everything is given to us. Rather than just scoff at it and throw it out, we understand that it's metaphor. It's a pointer towards an aspect of reality that is there for encoding. I can certainly elaborate upon all of this. Of course I can, Rikia. I've been thinking about this for years. And I'll tell you one thing, the fundamental aspect of all of this, you won't believe it. What's my screen name here? Je suis Dodo. Je suis Dodo for a very particular reason. The Dodo bird never existed.
Hang on one second now. We can't give a speech, so we've heard this earlier, and you know what I'm saying. You, me, RC, and Travis have been kind of the center here lately in the last hour. Can we take a break and see if anyone else wants to bring anything else up? If not, we can continue on. So is that fair?
Can I just make a 10-second comment?
Yeah,
here?
give a final thing if you want, but let's,
sure.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is guys, this is what would happen if longitude and latitude lines did meth, so don't do meth, kids.
Yeah, okay. So I think Drink Kool-Aid, you came in pretty hot, making some offers of money and suggestions how people were wrong. Do you have any other anything else you want to bring in, or anything else? I think Earth of Life, B-Ball just joined. Any other subjects we want to go on to? If not, we can continue with RC and Pete.
I have a subject, but I don't know if it'd be of interest to anybody else. The sailboat races I follow, they decided this weekend to make them co-ed, and they added a spot on the boat just for the women.
So every boat has to have a woman, or is it a disadvantage? Oh, okay.
No, you must have a woman.
So more weight, another spot, or is it taking the place of one of the men?
Nope, they went from a 5-man crew to a 6-man crew.
Well, actually,
by
it went
adding
from a 5-man, 1-woman crew.
5-man crew to a 5-man, 1-woman
6
crew.
person. Yeah, yeah.
And she literally stands behind the driver, and I know she's working hard and doing things, but the video, they might as well be text.
So maybe a spotter or helping navigate things like that, or whatever needs to be done. Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't have any ropes, they don't have anything like that. And these women are the best sailors in the world. They're amazing sailors in their own right. But
Maybe they're cooks. They're cooking.
it
the food or
reads
something,
almost
or
like
cleaning
a
up the bed.
publicity stunt.
Right. Or trying to get women more involved in the sport, is a good thing. It promotes the sport, promotes sailing, which is always good. More women out there would always be good, right? Even for the men. But the extra spotter is a huge thing, right? I mean, you're sometimes going at different angles towards and away from boats. Distances are hard to judge a lot of times, and speed when you're on the open water. So that extra spotter is a key thing.
Especially as close as these boats get to each other.
Right. They're going right behind or right in front of each other.
On a round the world trip, Ricky, I think it's more likely that the women are sort of incorporated, of course, under this veil of equality. But they're going to be doing the cooking, of course, and cleaning of all the quarters below.
Yeah, you don't know some of the women. I mean, sailing. My daughter has her license, and she catches more fish than the men. So
I don't mean that.
Yeah, women are great in their own way.
Women are fantastic. Women are gorgeous. We'd be nothing without them.
Trying to be equal to men in all aspects, I think, is beyond reality. But in their own way, men can't do a lot of things women can do.
Rakia, do you think Adam and Eve that tearing apart because Adam needed a companion? Do you think that is a literal thing? I mean, not genuine. I think we broached this a little bit before, but do you think that's a literal thing? Because I certainly do, man. I certainly do.
It seems to be the way the story goes, where woman was created from man. It's got one man. It just seems to all tie together. But I think it was all planned out.
In Hebrew, a rib apparently translates to side. So it's not a rib as we imagine a rib, it's a side. So if one side of us was cut, if we were cut down the center, what occurs to us as the most obvious axis there? I should think along the backbone, right down along the back. Your mirror image to yourself.
Mirror image, yeah. I've heard that. It could have dual meanings or more than one meaning. Also, I've heard stories where that particular rib that they think was used grows back. Now, I don't know medically. I've heard it both ways, but it's the only bone in your body that grows back.
Just real quick, Pete.
You know what that rib is, Dave? One second, Travis.
Hang on, Pete. Travis has a limited time. Me and you don't. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just the crazy. So again, I would say that it's not a rib because the language of a side, Pete's right. God took one of Adam's sides, one side of Adam. That language later on in the Bible is always architectural. It always has to do with the building. It has nothing to do with human anatomy.
I can relate to that. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it could have dual meanings. Because I've heard it both ways. It makes sense to me both ways. The mirrored image really adds up to me or makes sense to me. So.
But it doesn't end there, you see. That's not the end of it. The be all and end. We are of the creator. It's a sort of fractal reality in a sense, a three-dimensional sense. But the mirroring doesn't end there. We're mirrored about our own central axis, right?
Hey, Pete, give me 1 second here. Kool-Aid, to be fair to you, or you want to, I don't want to move away from the race.
No, that's true, actually.
No,
I'm
I was just talking. I was
Before
just
you
talking
finish.
about that. I hope this is a good change and not just a PR stunt that actually sets women's equality back.
Yeah, I think their intentions are probably to promote, more women in the sport. It's tough enough for the men because it's pretty much a rich man's sport.
Mm-hmm.
Just to sail alone takes a lot of time. So that involves, having the time to do sailing, but the equipment involved. And then when you get into these races to compete with the others, you got to have some big time bucks. So to get the women involved and, get it out of that aspect of just being a rich man's sport, it's probably a good PR stunt.
And that's almost exactly what the chairman of the race says. It's to create a pathway for women to get into multi-foil.
Well, let's be honest.
Foil racing.
Let's be honest. The average man or woman can't get into racing like this. It used to be like that with golf, but now with the with the colleges promoting it and being able to offer scholarships, the normal everyday guy can be a good golfer and get a scholarship and make his way through. But it used to be a rich man's sport, just like sailing, so it's, it's definitely an aspect of it. I know how expensive it is personally.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not cheap, I bet.
Yeah.
I mean, the boat cost millions and fucking.
Oh, well, it's just, I'm not as much of a sailor, more of a powerboat, but just to do oil changes on my boat are thousands of dollars, you start factoring everything else in. It's just crazy, But you have to really enjoy it. I think they really enjoy it and they have the money to do it. That's why they do it, of course. But a lot of backing behind it.
One like that's a sport where you have to like it. I mean, if you go to the Vendée Globe race, you have to like it. You can't be there if you don't like it. I mean, you can't get off.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with him when he said some of the most amazing women sailors are there. I've met a couple of people that have sailed around the world or lived on a sailboat, for years and years with their family, and amazing life. Can be just great. There's always some challenges and things you have to be aware of, more like the weather and things like that, reefs. But it teaches you how to overcome obstacles too.
And
that's my goal in life. Once to it.
The race I'm talking about, just to be clear, it's not an endurance one. It's the sail GP. They only are in harbors. They actually move harbors and go around to different countries, but it's more like Formula One style. These are incredibly fast boats that are impossible to live on.
Right. Yeah. Formula One type racing on the water.
Right. Or NASCAR, where you do a whole bunch of races and whoever wins at the end. They actually had these boats over 50 kilometers an hour.
It's crazy over there.
Would that be with a twin hull catamaran, single
hull? These are twin hull foiling catamarans.
Okay, right. All happening on a leveled flat plane, yeah? And not going underneath the globe or anything like that. Okay, good. Just making sure we get that out there for the listeners. It's all happening on a flat earth, folks, these races. Fantastic spectacle. Brilliant. But it's not happening on a spinning board.
Quick hot take for the audience. But I mean, the thing with those races and with like living and crossing oceans, I mean, if you get like a stroke, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Just sit and wait till you die. Well, it's insane.
Well, that's a
You
bit
mentioned
strange.
that
Help is hours away.
you mentioned the Vendée Globe, and many skippers have died on that race.
Yeah, because there's nothing you can do. Like excessive
course, you're
bleeding
isolated,
or
aren't
stroke or something like that. There's nothing you can do.
No, because
crazy.
you're out in the ocean, so there's no land, no hospital.
Yeah, you
It
gotta be
is
fit
getting
to go there.
it is getting slightly better. For example, the last running of it, they had a boat that snapped in half and sunk in under 2 minutes, and they were able to pull the skipper out of the water because they knew his exact 10-digit grid coordinates.
Yeah, the personal EPIRBs. Everybody that comes on my boat, when we go a certain distance out away from, in open water where we're not no rigs and things like that, we wear personal EPIRBs on, at all times. So just a requirement on my boat. But most of the time they have chase boats and things like that, helicopters that sometimes keep an eye on things. But yeah, sometimes they're just out in the middle of nowhere and just takes hours and hours to get rescued.
Yeah. So you keep your life preserver, what we call the life jacket, on at all times, yeah?
No, we don't keep our life preservers on at all time, but we wear a personal EPIRB. The life jackets are readily available with, you usually have time. I mean, boats, usually will trap air and hold up pretty well, unless you just have a traumatic event, but if you have that big of an event, a life jacket probably ain't gonna help you anyway. But yeah.
Catamarans don't actually even sink. They're naturally buoyant.
Yeah.
Do you use traditional life jackets or do you have the inflatables?
I have both on board with a 12-man raft, but the life jackets I use are I forget which way it goes. The Coast Guard approved at AAA or something like that, whatever it is. They have the head,
The ones I've got
headrest.
The
Rakia,
ones
can I
I've
ask you a
got
quick
for my
question?
kids and that are the ones with the whistle, and then you've got the strap that comes underneath. So you're going to drag them out. You're not dragging the life preserver off the body. Proper official safety things. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
I
we have the whistles with the light and mirror, and then we also have the personal EPIRB that we make people wear.
Yeah.
We do that, and then the other one we do is when you're doing hardcore racing, you wear a harness and you actually tie yourself to the boat.
Yeah, we don't have to do that. But we do, at night we're 2 men, we're never alone. Men like to go use the bathroom on deck while at night. It's a big no, right? Because if you fall off and no one's watching you, you're in trouble. You're not going to be found at night. That's a bad deal. So just careful like that. It's just common sense stuff. But you hear all these captains of, we just had one during a tournament. He landed a big fish and was so happy. They were going 30 knots trying to get in to weigh it. And the captain went downstairs to take pictures with the fish, and they hit a shrimp boat. It makes no sense to me. This is during the daylight. You can see a shrimp boat from miles and miles away. So the story doesn't add up.
Yeah.
He must have been down on deck for a long time doing 30 knots to hit something that was anchored. So, you hear accidents like that, but it's usually the captain, or someone made a mistake and not being careful.
Yeah. Can't stress the common sense bit. But like you said, you get used to it anyway.
We're there to enjoy ourselves, not to take a lot of risk,
Let me ask you a question there, Rakia, briefly. So, fantastic life to be, to be associated, connected with the oceans in some way. But as flat earthers, have you considered that we are upside down? We are actually in shoal, and what's keeping us, or what gives us the illusion of uprightness, is this force from above. So it's pushing us. The only reason your boat remains buoyant on the water is because of the particular design. If you took all the component parts and you scrunch them together, they're sinking straight to the bottom because of this prevailing force.
Very true.
Have you ever thought about that? That we are, and I actually think there's lots of different clues that tell us the same thing. We're sort of in the inverted reality, where Satan rules, you know, who is the father of lies, or lies are built on the truth they're opposing, but also works like Alice in Wonderland, which was originally known as Alice's Adventures Underground. But have you ever thought along those lines? I'm just talking about expansion of just sharing of thoughts, I guess, more than anything else. I certainly do think along those
Yeah,
lines.
I'm a big component of being open, you know, and whatever presents itself. But when I use my senses, right, I feel like there is an up and down, whatever orientation that is. I'm still, you know,
Right.
there's still an up and down. So
There has to be, Ricky, doesn't there? I always make this distinction. Over the years, I've come to narrow down my point process. If I'm going to say to somebody something, or if I'm thinking it myself, one of the things I say, if everyone was to point, and especially now it's more easy for people to relate to because we're all interconnected. We can speak to people anywhere, especially through Corona as well, right? Across the world,
yeah,
instantaneously. But if we were all to point vertically from our standing, sitting position at once, we're all pointing in the same direction as flat
well,
earthers. We're all
I'll
pointing in different directions as ball earthers. That's a
I'll
distinction.
tell you that if we do this all the time just to have fun with people. You know, I'm not a pilot, but I can fly. I sit in the co-pilot seat a lot, and you can tell people to close their eyes and make a general left-right turn or
Right.
up and down. They have no idea what orientation they're in. Same thing with diving under the water. Unless you keep an eye on which way the bubbles are going, you can get disoriented very, very quickly. So I've done both. The orientation, I think, is based on your inner ear and your visual sight
Right.
line. Once you lose those, like my sister has some inner ear, her crystals, you know, get unbalanced or whatever they call it, and she gets dizzy and has problem with orientation.
Yeah.
Same thing with if you lose your visual, you know, sight line, you can get disoriented very easy. And they say that
I can
the
agree.
blind people, their inner ear sense becomes stronger
Right.
because they don't have the visual sense. So that becomes more prevalent, just like a deaf person can feel vibrations more because he can't hear as good. So
Yeah. Yeah. Beware the false light. What our eyes tell us, we can't trust, but we can trust certain other intuitions. I have always reckoned that. Well, and of course, that's a great argument against anyone up in the ISS traveling at 17,000 miles an hour in an orbit. That their ear would tell them immediately their head would explode because their inner ear balance would be so out of sync. You know, it's also this, and also another great argument, Rikia, about if someone was at the North Center, very, very, very hard. So where there was no sort of perceptible rotation. Have
yeah,
zero angular momentum as they travel down along a sphere to some point in the equator, which you could easily do by a flight. They would feel it pretty much exactly the same, which we can all relate to. But the momental forces on them, according to the mathematical equations, are out of this world. But of course, it doesn't adhere with reality. But
Yeah.
let me just say, Ricky, just to finish my point, absolutely. So we can all appreciate in this experience an up and down. So I'm with you on that. But what if the greater experience incorporates this inversion? So we are at the underside of something. The force is coming from seemingly above us, but it's actually below us. The highest mountain is the lowest ridge, like in shoal, and we ourselves are inverted. We are in an inverted state of truth.
I get your point. Quite possibly, because I know where you're coming from. If that's true,
Right.
then it's definitely possible. I just don't know how we prove that to ourselves. So I just go with, you know, when I'm talking about the orientation in a plane or underwater, I'm using my senses that are given to me. You know, everyone is born with them. Some can create their senses or enhance them, like I was talking about, but they're all natural senses, right? Now you can use other natural, like the bubbles going up in water, or if you get disoriented at, you know, in the air, you can use where you know the sun was at the last you saw it, or the stars or whatever, to orient yourself. But it takes time, right?
I like flying my drone, making it go sideways or upside down. and then feeling like I'm sideways or upside down.
Yeah,
It's fun.
I don't know if maybe I'm not hearing you totally correctly, but your mind can be tricked so easily. You know,
I've got a camera on the front, and I look through the goggles to the
right? Yeah,
out of the camera. So when it goes sideways, I feel like I'm sideways.
I
in the
see what
sky-
you're
in
saying.
the sky.
Yeah.
I have a brilliant.
It's fun.
I have a brilliant analogy, Dawn. How you doing, by the way? And thanks for your help. I have a brilliant analogy. So you know those sort of skydiver, you can experience skydiving on the ground. So you just go over this massive fan, right? And you sort of hover, depending
I've seen
on
that.
your own maneuver. So we can all, yeah, you know what I'm talking about there. So imagine inverting that, Rakia. Imagine inverting that, and there's a force coming from on the underside. There's loads of water, and the water is pressed to the upper surfaces of the inner side of the container. And we're, or whatever, there's stones there, whatever. But we're trying to maintain an upright position in relation to that prevailing force from the underside. You understand the analogy somewhat? You get what I'm saying there? We can sort of maybe appreciate
totally
that.
upside down, Pete.
Oh, yes, yes. So there's a massive force from below pushing the water towards the surface, and we somehow are able to sort of stabilize or sort of maintain equilibrium within that environment. Can you appreciate what I'm trying to say there?
A mind trip to think about.
Yeah, it might be, but it's definitely possible because you know, how would you know if that
Right.
was
So
going
now
on? You wouldn't know.
now imagine the force is still in play, Rikia, but it's just so much of a greater distance away.
Yeah,
But
maybe so.
we're still maneuvering in the same way, and this is why our inner ear mechanism is so finely tuned, because we know exactly when we are at a perpendicular sort of relationship with the prevailing force that's coming from above. And let me just say this: I know I can talk, but I mean it's pretty interesting. Dave, Rikia, when you were working as a laborer or whatever, we were all working in a laborer building site or something. You carry a sheet of plywood or a sheet of what do you call it, plasterboard, something like that. As you want to get from A to B, the quicker you move, the more you know you're going to have to orientate. As it's balanced on your head, you're going to have to orientate it appropriately. Otherwise, it will either take off, you know what I mean, over your head and flip over, or it will go delving into the ground. You have to find that right balance, and that's where our inner sensitivity, given from the Creator, of course, lies.
Yeah, I get your point. Hanging upside down, people say that feeling you get is the blood rushing to your head. It actually has a lot to do with the fluids in your ear, getting those crystals. I call them crystals because that's the way the doctor says it. The inner ear crystals get are kind of floating in a fluid, and they get unbalanced when you're either, you know, we call it hanging upside down, but in your case, it would be, you know, going the opposite way.
Right side up, exactly, Dave.
Right side up, yeah. So I get what you're saying, but you know.
Brilliant.
If this is
It's
true, would you
fucking
be
brilliant
happy?
when you think about it. And your ship,
Reverse up and down.
your boat on the
language now.
ocean.
Can we start calling down up? If this is true.
Well, this is the whole trick about the heliocentric model. They're telling the truth. All the antagonists here are telling the truth, but they have just defined Earth differently.
You could raise a village, right, and teach everyone that the sky is green and the grass is blue and down is up and up is down. It would make no difference. It wouldn't change anything except for the wording.
Yeah, I mean, how would you, Dodo? How would you differentiate between us being right side up or
that's what
the
I'm saying.
actual world being
You
upside down?
can't.
It loses the meaning.
Well,
totally.
no, I can. We can. Absolutely, we can. Because here we are in a divided state. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat like a tree stump is flat because the tree of life has been cut. Our family tree has been cut. So we live on the tree stump at the underside, unnatural situation. Everything has been inverted. On the other side, we're intact, and this is where I say the tree is intact, but our being is intact. Male with female, interconnected in one. I see wings. I don't know what you see. Just as you were talking about upside down and downside up, Rakia, I actually view, when I connect with my mirror or my female counterpart, I view my brain as being a pod and the spine then as being a sort of the chute, which everything, all the limbs then leap out from. So I see that they've been cut. right? I see that being cut, and that's what ultimately we find ourselves in, this divided state of being within the external, which mirrors the internal, because we're greater than the external, divided state of Earth, right?
Okay, so just real
Go ahead.
quick, that I don't understand how that tells us that we can know we're right side up or upside down.
Well, because we are, okay, other clues, Alice in Wonderland, all of us in Underland, Alice Underground. We are in Shoal, Travis. So the highest mountain. I'm just asking you to consider it. The highest
I don't
mountain
even
is the
understand
lowest,
what you're
is
saying.
the lowest peak.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would be happy to consider, but I don't even understand what you're saying.
He's
Right.
saying,
Well,
let me
say that
maybe he
ether.
can relate to me, and I'll do it real short. He's saying we're walking on the land that's above us. We're still oriented with our head away from the land, our feet on the land. It's just turned upside down.
Right, no, I understand that, but then the question was to Pete.
Oh, how would you know? Yeah.
Right, and so I still don't feel like he answered that question.
I say you can. He says he can. So carry on,
I
Pete.
don't know how
I
he
say,
knows.
I
I don't
say
know
that
how he
we are.
knows.
There's nothing natural, Travis, and you're ether
Weird.
band boy. Yeah, let me get this out. You're ether band boy. I say the ether is a reality, and it's this pushing force from what we deem to be above in our existence here. We are in life, the lie of F. But I say that's the pushing force. That's the ether band, which is everywhere. But in reality, heaven is beneath us. It's not above us. That's hell, which is the cold waters beyond. That's what I'm saying. And to understand that we are in a divided state, what do we long for throughout our lives? Well, how much do you love your children, Ricky or Travis? How much do I love my child? Of course, this is what we long for, is unification with our other divided half, right?
But wait,
But that would mean. Oh.
you said lie of F. What do you mean by that?
Well, God is the Father, right? You have to equate E with the F and the L. If you think about a human, H-U-man, we are divided ourselves, and we have a material center, which is down at the gut and the groin. We have an immaterial center, which is up as the brain, and then we have a heart center at the very center, which is the bridge between the two. So the E is the potential. You can go either way. If you go down to the lower aspects and you dwell solely in the material realms, well, then you descend into L, right? The letter L, which is lust. So it's all representative. When you bring the crossbar upwards, you transform the E into an F. And God is the Father, right? God is the Father. You are the Father of the Son. So the F is just significant in terms of bringing that emphasis to an upper, what do we call it, a more immaterial nature or aspect to our being. That's what it is.
Different
That's what it
crossbar
is, how it applies to
position.
you. Whole E, spirit. What does that say to you?
Oh, okay,
Whole
Pete.
E,
Hang on.
spirit.
Let them take in what you said about the E and the F, because take some time to sink in before we move on. Does someone want to make a comment on that?
Crossbar positions moved. So F becomes the lie. I don't really understand.
And this only applies to the English language, doesn't apply to any other languages.
Well, put your hands up. Who speaks more than the English language here? I can speak Irish or French. Not very well because I'm rusty at it, but definitely within a few weeks I could improve
No,
drastically.
he's saying the letter E, taking the lower being the L and the upper being the F, only applies to the English. That's what he's saying.
Just the word, like life in Finnish is elämä. You can't apply anything like that to that word when it's said in Finnish.
Write it down, my friend, and let me see how I would apply.
Okay, I'll write it down. I'll write it down.
English is where they do the spells.
I'd love to hear that. Let me say this too. I'm talking to Ricky, and I'm talking. Well, anyway, why is the letters God chosen to represent the highest sort of in imaginative sense? This is what it's all about. Us sort of pondering these things. Why are the letters God chosen to represent in the form they are?
Because allegedly there's a Babylonian deity that deals with commerce, and the way you pronounce it is God.
Right, but you're relying on something else then, Travis. You got to be like a child. You got to understand that this is a universal language. The truth is only represented through the artifice. I meant to talk about that with Isa earlier on, who's a great brain and a great mind and a great spirit, I believe. But yeah, artifice. This is what we're all
Reading is
involved in.
Germanic.
Is a
Germanic
representation
Pete.
of truth. But we know that the truth is already written. So this is my point. The letters
God is
God
Gudan.
for us who
Gudan
speak
in German.
English and who can only converse in
Dawn,
that
you're not helping.
language, they're significant.
Oh, wait till it's finished. Pete, here you go. Here's the information. God is from Gudan in Proto-Germanic, so pagan German language.
But you don't need to know that.
Old English.
This is my point. You don't need to know that. That could be true or not true. How are you going to
I'm
know?
helping you with the etymology. So God comes from GUD in German.
Well, there you go. God divided gives the sun. GODOD, dodo is in there somewhere.
Jesus.
Do to do. Hang on, 88 keys on a grand piano. It go the central C scale. Do to do. Dodo is the
Truly,
first word
you
that
have a
millions of
dizzying
babies
intellect.
earthwide associate with a soothing feeling. Who do you think you are? We are of God.
I don't know who I am anymore, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, okay. Maybe we should. I mean, just yeah.
Who denies we're of God? Get the heck out of here.
Maybe leave them with that, Pete, because it's a lot. It gets deep. I understand how you're seeing it. I don't have to agree with it, and other people may want to ridicule it. I'm not going to, but it does get pretty deep. So maybe do it in small doses.
I mean, yeah, Pete, you just jumped then straight my etymology information straight into 88 piano keys and the dodo and everything.
Yeah, let's maybe
Sorry about that, Dawn.
not bring it back into that.
You
So
don't have to apologize to me. I'm just agreeing with Rakia.
yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, meanwhile, back in the real world.
Yeah, the world that we think we're experiencing doesn't mean that it is real, right?
It is real because it is real.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just going to vent real quick. I cannot understand why when I get into Alexandria, Virginia, all the way down to Richmond, it's just shit with Discord. Absolutely crazy shit. And now it's all cleared up.
Because the
must have treated
satellites
some woman wrong
aren't
in your
linking up.
driving here past, Travis.
Every day. It's not like every once in a while. Every single time. If I turned around and went back, same shit.
It's frustrating for me because outside my front door, my Wi-Fi, my internet, everything just goes south. It just in my house it's fine. I can walk, wherever, but at the front mailbox it's just terrible. It's weird.
You're being gaslighted, folks.
Dave,
All about the gaslighting.
It could be interference. There's a big electrical. We have underground electrical, and the box is right there. So it may be just interference. Who knows?
Well, Quantico is right there in that hub, so I don't know.
Yeah, that could be it. I mean, you know what I'm saying. The energy that's, I think it's just frequency, so it can be disturbed, distorted.
It's ether, Rakia. You can't.
Ether,
deny
yeah,
ether.
whatever you call it, yeah.
No flat earther can deny the ether at this stage. You can't do it. Simple.
I
You can't
accept
do
the
it.
ether. I'm a glober.
Yeah, but
I'm a glober. I said the butt.
I think
they're
they're
sober as well.
I think they're moving back to that type of thinking, with dark matter, dark energy, dark fluid or liquid, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
So they're trying to move scientifically back to discovering what that medium is. It's a big unknown right now, but
more so than that, Rakia, into public consciousness, and they're putting Tesla and all his works, of course, Tesla cars, Elon Musk. So yeah, absolutely, all just being scripted out, being played out. How far are we going to be ahead of the masses? I guess is the question. I mean, some of us have been in flat Earth for many years at this stage. So I think I think we should entertain the possibility. We have the ability to move our way through and up the chessboard to what? The mind of God, ultimately?
Off the chessboard completely. That's duality, the chessboard. So we got to come up from it.
Right, we got to start as a pawn. Alice, all of us in Underland starts as the pawn, works our way up through.
I guess through the archetypes of the chess play,
course,
chess
yeah.
pieces.
Don't get me
Ultimately,
started on
we've
that.
got to get off the board of duality.
Don't get me started on that. I have connected so many, what do you call it, pieces. I've connected Paul / Paul McCartney is the dodo. Do you know that? The dodo appears in chapter
I've
3
heard that
of
many
Alice in
times.
Wonderland. Lewis Carroll, his nickname was Dodo because he was said to have a stammer. They don't exist. The Beatles are all a fabricated band, but it's a story that is, transmitted through the ages. Now, how far did the ages go back? I reckon, according to the story of the Dodo, anyway, 423 years. That's the beginning of this sort of aspect of the Matrix. Whatever it is.
Oh my God.
I know, man, but if you're going to say that's crazy, then you're going to tell me, well, what's the other options? You're going to say, well, the current standard model is 30.7 billion years.
Rather than crazy.
Hang on, please. The religious model is generally about 6,000 or 7,000 years. So why is 423 years more, And I can also further that by saying that both answers are incorporated into the truth, which is that our iteration only began 423 years ago. But before that, it was timeless.
Yeah.
Timeless. Billions upon
They've got
gazillions,
Jesus
whatever.
dying, and you've got the dodo being discovered.
Well, I understand is the dodo never existed, and then from that starting point, you'll find your way home.
That was the trick. See, it never existed all that time.
There you go. If it never existed, there's a greater symbolic tale being told. Who's the author of the Book of Life? Of course, the Creator is. God is.
The dodo's fake. What else could be fake? Jesus
Well,
Christ.
9/11, Corona,
Yeah. Loads of things.
my life.
Yeah. Discord
Alistair
could
Crowley.
be fake.
Well, there's
How dare you?
different
Crowley's real.
degrees, right? Different
Crowley
degrees
is
of being fake.
100% real.
Rakia, that's why Jesus always points at the heart. Because our heart has the truth. It's the balance between the immaterial and the material. This is the realm we find ourselves in. I think once we leave this, which is what, 10. My father apparently always dreaded, he just knew that it was 10. One of his last sort of sentiments was, to my brother this was, but that he felt exactly like he felt when he was in his 20s. You know, it's just his body had let him down. It's the things he couldn't do. His mind was the same. But, my arse, 10. This is just an experience. We live forever. What percentage of forever is 10, Dawn?
What's 10? I don't even know what that really means. I'm not a math guy.
Well, you should read your Bible more.
What's 10 mean?
A score is 20. Come
It
on.
means
Then there's
70.
a score.
It means 70.
3, 20, 10.
Yeah, 3 times 20 is 60 plus 10.
Ooh, yeah, I would never have known that.
Well, that's because you don't know the Gettysburg Address, right? 407 years ago, our fathers led forth, blah, blah, blah.
It's just another way.
What 70% of infinity did he ask? Infinity divided by...
Yeah.
No.
Percentage is 70 years of infinity. You work out that percentage, right?
Well, it's nothing, isn't it, in infinity?
Of course it
It's
is.
zero.
Because
It's
we
zero.
do live forever.
Or it's
That's
what we
scary.
represent
That's scary
nothing with as zero. Zero actually doesn't exist, but it is represented by zero.
I've read wiki pages that say how the ancients discovered zero. And I always think, how can you discover just the idea that no apples exist? Like, surely that's part of the math when you get to the point of knowing one apple exists.
My kids
Right?
can't use wiki as a source to write a paper. Why should we use it for reality?
How do you discover zero if you've already discovered one? Surely you know about zero, because one is the opposite of zero.
Would you believe I have an answer for that? Of course you would.
How can one be the opposite of zero?
Well, one is everything, isn't it? Depending on how you divide it. Divide stuff.
And zero is not zero is representative of nothing. That's how they're representing it. That's what they're saying.
Let me ask you
The
to
opposite
consider
should be
this.
negative, though.
Yeah, but it's the 0 and 1, like the simulation type.
Nothing, or one thing, or nothing, and everything.
Let me ask you to consider this so all ears can sort of incorporate it. We're here, Flat Earth Forum, or Earth Awakenings. We're fundamentally arguing against heliocentrism. Heliocentrism was the base for the greater galactic and greater Big Bang model, right? So what it actually did was reduce everything down to a material-only reality, a material-only base for reality. Materials can be counted. This is the atomic theory. They know exactly how many atoms are in a mole, or they know exactly how many atoms were in existence from the beginning of existence itself, where everything, which is the infinity sign, came from nothing, which is the zero. That's very easy how you can see that transition. Get an elastic band, make a 0 of it, and now make an 8 of it. It's very simple. You twist it once, right? Now, so that means that everything came from nothing. When you twist the 0, the nothing once, you get the 8, which is the infinity. But you understand that the infinity is just an endless series of ones. The funny thing is, when you keep twisting that rubber band, the more you twist it, the finer you twist it, the closer you get to 1 itself. So it's the material base for reality, which gives us ultimately the godless, the everything out of nothing, and does away with the spirit, the 0, the uncountable, the immaterial. And here's my point ultimately, and I will always bring it back to this. Who gave us this? Who is this cult leader? It's none other than Aristarchus of Samos, 2,500 years ago and 2,000 years before Copernicus. But as flat earthers, my final thing, Dawn, as flat earthers, we understand the man didn't exist, like the dodo bird. It's a symbol to lead us to other places.
It's a math cult. Made up a man.
I would just be careful in generalizing all flat earthers thinking that way, or, it's a little far stretched out as you use the rubber band.
Earth isn't flat. Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Earth is a
I
psyop.
realize that.
It's a psyop. Of course it is.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, Earth is definitely not flat. Earth being the land only is not flat.
It's like, Ricky, it's like someone saying that table is flat. You'll say, no, let's break it down into its logically consistent components. The surface of the table is flat. What the table is something different. So then you can go into the description of that with the legs, the screws,
It depends on context. Yeah.
Exactly. And the word in the beginning was the word, right? But here's the question. How could a word develop without something prior to it, which is what? The thought. Has to be the thought, right?
Well, the
Word
information.
is the expression of the thought.
I would say information. It can be thought as is thought, but it's got to have the information to have a receiver.
And THOTH is thought. TH is the stone, the S tone. Pronounce it out yourself. That's the S tone. And also TH is associated with God. Theology. That's telling us about ourselves. We have the H in the center, so our left side or right side, I'm talking about skeletally wise. Our internal organs are sort of mirrored in a certain different way.
I will agree. If I can...
Thought is from Thoth, the Egyptian wisdom god.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. Like, you can represent them in how you pronounce them or in symbols. So many languages are drawn out, so there's some different ways to do it.
Yeah, but it's about you. That's what I'm saying, Ricky. It's about you. You can point to your heart right now. Are you talking about your heart isn't there?
agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
And even when you look at the word heart, He-R-T. If you bring the two cross uprights of the H-U-man together, so you bring your divided aspects together and you raise the crossbar, you get a capital T. When you lower it, you get the L on either side. This is the fall. Remember I mentioned the F earlier on. So it's all about our sort of relationship to ourselves and these divided aspects. And let me just say this. I know I can fucking talk, but when you bless yourself, and we were born into Catholic Ireland. I love Jesus. There's a statue of Jesus outside. I might show you. I might bring it in actually in a minute. And fucking hilarious enough, it's the head off my son's mum. The statue of Jesus, who my dad painted meticulously 50 years ago or something like that, is the head off my son's mum. But yeah, this is all relation to us. Jesus always points. He's pointing to his heart, his sacred heart there, because that's where the balance has to lie. If you rest solely in the immaterial, you get, this is Pandora's box. All possibilities are in play at any one time. If you rest solely in the material, I'm nearly finished, man. If you rest solely in the material, well, then you're in the heliocentric realm. You're in hell. This is what hell represents. But if you go through the heart, where you have that fine balance, well, then all can be established.
Yeah, but you have to realize, Pete, that those depictions of Jesus pointing at his heart aren't, that they're created, they're fabrications.
The clues for us, man. Jesus doesn't lie.
Yeah, I mean, if Jesus, right, then could have dictated that the heart is, you know, the main source of where your source could come from, right? Where the source of everything, what you believe, how you feel should come from the heart. So of course he would leave clues on how people should live, because he's Jesus, right? He walked the earth to give people direction of how they should live. He was an example, so of course he would point to his heart. That's what he's trying to give an example of. So they would make statues of that, representing that fact. That's what they usually did, was made statues, you know, to represent the time.
Jesus knew what parts to point at.
There's a lot of interesting ways, language, you know, symbols in the past, things like that. But it is funny how it all relates, right? You can draw back to the words and even how they're pronounced. Yeah,
amazing
stuff. Yeah, it is amazing. I agree.
Brakia, let me ask you a question. And I know you talked the last time about your beautiful daughters and just their whole approach to life and their own bodies and etc. Well, have you told them about? Obviously, they know about flat Earth. They know your position. You're the man. You're the father figure. But they know about other suspected fake things, conspiracies, 9/11, World War II. No matter how far you go back yourself, they don't know about all of this. And do you think it's important that if they don't know, that they should know, because it gives us a different?
We're very open and discuss things, but I've never forced them to do anything or physically, like sports or school or whatever, and I definitely wouldn't force them into a belief system or a way of thinking or forming their own thoughts. I've been very adamant that they should use their own experience in life and discernment and the powers above to live life. But
you'd have no. Sorry, man.
That's all right. I'll finish. My main quote to them on a daily basis is, "Life is short. Let's live it." You know, go out and live it, and it's worked for us, right? We all have great individual lives, and we all share those experiences together a lot of the time, right? I think that's what life is.
You know, I think in a sense, not to get sort of emotional about any of this, I haven't seen my son in over 6 years, and I'm thinking it's probably maybe for the best, because immediately I would have been telling him my own personal truths regarding what I think about Corona, or what I think about, of course, flat Earth, or every other system. When he was 8 years of age, I always, when I picked him up from school, I said, "How'd you get on today at the slave farm?" So I was always sort of contradicting or always antagonistic in that sense, because it wasn't my own ultimate wishes. If I had the ultimate freedom, I would have. And if I met him tomorrow and we meet up again, I will only continue on in truth, because I think ultimately that's all.
But maybe it's not him. Maybe he's not ready, right, Pete? But maybe you're not ready to explain it to him in a way that he can handle it. So time is a great you know, a healer or whatever. It can bring people apart and together, but that passage of time lets you learn and gain that knowledge. So maybe it's not all him, right? Look inward more than outward. So give him the respect and time that he deserves to to deal with you as you deal with him. But to be apart because of that is terrible.
You know it, man. You know it. We live in the now. And if your heart is broken, it's sort of broken forever. And especially when it's such a difficult road coming down this sort of truth-seeking path, which was laid out for us. But, yeah, the only tendency is to lose contact with everybody, because the more sort of sequential it becomes, the more ridiculous what you say. I mean, hoaxing is a good thing, you know, so we can write things on.
Even when the things you say come true, they still, you know, it's still like a separation, but there should be a balance there, you know.
I will say this, Rikia, though, and I am great. I knew my son for the first 12 years, and there was a great love, and there is a great love and truth between us. And I think, yeah, time is irrelevant in a sense. When all of this pans out, according to the Creator's will, well, all will be restored, I should think. I think we're all worthy of restoration. What do you reckon, Rikia? Even to your worst enemy, you wouldn't damn them, I should think, would you?
No, I would never, you know, swing one way. I think I relate everything a lot to water. So if you're on a raft or, you know, a boat or whatever, you're trying to find that balance, that buoyancy or equilibrium point. And I think that's what you have to do in life too. Water to me is the key to life.
Yes, it
so I think of everything in relationship to that.
That's the ultimate representation of material. Matter
everything.
is the mother.
Yeah.
That's why Mother Earth, right? In the beginning, I had this out yesterday, and I'd love to hear him get back to me because I'm sort of proven right. There's a distinction between Earth and in the King James Bible with the capital E at the start, and then as it talks about the earth, sort of ground where the soil is with the lowercase e. There was definitely a distinction, but before anything was, the waters were. We're born into the mother, and that's why we have to be born again into the spirit, right? To the Mother Earth, which is when you invert matter, water, right? MW. So that's at its core representative of the material. Fire then represents that immaterial aspect to us. And
well, Pete, let me ask you something. I know you're a free thinker. I've been told this, kind of putting two and two together or whatever, but all my life, like I hated wearing shoes. I was always barefooted as a child. I was very in tune to nature, loved the outdoors, right? Was hardly ever indoors. And I think, you know, the rubber soles of our shoes cut that contact a lot. You know, it's no coincidence, you know, they give us reasons, right? It's a, you know, it's cheap product and gives us grip or whatever. But it seems that rubber is a great insulator against that electrical free, you know, whatever it may be coming from the earth. So I think that's hidden from us. Even today, I don't wear rubber sole sandals. You know, I wear sandals a lot when I can. I'm barefooted a lot. You know, getting your toes in the sand and in the water and in the grass, I think is a natural thing. You know.
Hey, just real quick, there's a channel called Flatter Day Saints, and he walks around. He doesn't wear shoes at all. He's in Southern California near Santa Barbara. He does not wear shoes anywhere.
Well,
yeah, that's how I was as a kid. I'm talking about my friend's parents hated it because we would go somewhere and I wouldn't have shoes, you know, and it's just been a thing my whole life. But even today, like I have sandals on right now, but as soon as I get somewhere, I'll kick them off and just my toes will be on the floor, you know.
So Rikia, consider this then as a new perspective. Please do this, right? So remember I was talking about us upside down. Your boat is sort of being pushed towards the surface as we are pushed towards the surface in that sense. If you don't have, or if you do have rubber shoes on, there is no way to transmit this greater ethereal force. Remember, every action has an equal reaction. So we have this prevailing force from above, which is an oppressive force. When you wear the rubber shoes, and the Beatles album, of course, is the rubber sole, hand, isn't it very funny that the soul, if I say soul to you or to anyone, I guarantee whoever's listening, it will bring up a picture of different things for different people. Soul, the fish is the soul of your foot. Why did it put the sole of your foot to coincide with, you know, the name for the soul itself. I said
I
this
get
is
what
not
you're
by
saying.
accident. But anyway, listen, let me get to this point. So consider that scenario again, and if you have rubber soles, then that sort of conduit, right? You're not grounded, so you're not allowing that force from above to pass through you, right? In that most convenient of way, like I measured when you're walking, or like I mentioned when you're walking along with a plywood board on top of your head, you have to balance it precisely. Remember, this is an oppressive force, never meant for us. We're in an unnatural situation. So when you take off your shoes, then you are grounded, and when you find your balance, then you can sort of walk through that prevailing intense energy, and you can
Agreed.
how would you call it? You can like a river. You can sort of
Yeah,
direct
the
it.
current, the energy current, but
Right.
grounding, you know, you're
Right.
walking on ground and grounding. I'll go one step further. I represented a company when I first got out of college as a salesman called Nikon. It was a NASA developed product. One of their products was, y'all have heard of the magnetic soles that you put in your shoes, and it's supposed to increase blood flow, which it does. But one of the tests that we would do is that we would get people to stand up flat-footed, put their arms up horizontally away, perpendicularly away from their body, and we would push them, and they would fall backwards, right? And then you could insert these magnetic soles into their shoes or underneath their feet, and when you did the same test, they wouldn't fall backwards. They were more balanced. They were more grounded.
That is mad.
Yeah, this is
That
a
is
true story.
absolutely
Now,
mad.
now back then I didn't know about all this, but that was a test that we did.
Now,
And then you would take the magnets off, and then you could push them easily over again, right? Now, when they had the magnets under them, you couldn't push them much easier it was to push them over without it. It's just amazing, you know. So
Well,
that has something to do
brilliant.
with it. Whether it was psychological, it didn't seem to be, because you could
No.
kind of trick them. You know, you could put
No.
ones that didn't have the magnets in it but were the same size and shape and looked the same, and you could push them over, and then put the ones that did have the magnets, and they had more resistance, right?
You
So
see,
resistance is also another electrical term. Grounding, resistance, current, everything has to do with the earth.
well, more than that,
this is
and this is the pivotal point here. It's who we are. You see, the ether is a dominating force. It's too powerful for it. It's almost like Dawn. Tell
Paganism.
no, I'm not going to be banned for Dawn. Tell
Satanic
him what's
paganism, earth worship.
what is ether according to some modes of thinking?
I'll tell you mine.
Come on, say it here. You said it before. I can say it easily. Say it.
The energy of the relative movement between heaven and earth.
It's God's spunk. Excuse my language. It's not anything. It's God's ejaculation in a sense. But if it's too powerful for us, it's a
I don't give it
predominant.
that high a position. I just think it's part of nature that we don't
I'm just saying.
really
I'm
admit
just
and
saying
know
that's. I'm talking about. I don't mean it in any lewd or rude sense, but it's too powerful for us. So it's a dominating force. But the thing is, here we are the one player. We are the active influence. Once we understand how to orientate ourselves, right? Orientate ourselves properly, we'll find that balance. But then we can extend our own aura, our heart-centered aura. It has to be the heart-centered aura, and then we can come to unity with God. Because just as we are divided, God is divided as well. You know, we're all in the same boat. The war in heaven reflects the war in hell, or no, I'm going to say hell. We're in the heliocentric model, but we're coming out of that now, right? So consider it. All that counts in your life is your experiences. Everything has to apply to you. Everything.
I like to think of the Holy Spirit as God's spunk. You know, the sexual energy that goes through
The
everything.
ether. The earth divided is the
And I
heart. The
think
heart divided
I
is
think
the earth.
ether includes
And
God's
ether is
spunk,
the
Pete,
bridge
but I
between.
don't think the whole thing is God's spunk. I just think God's spunk is in everything, and ether's part of nature.
Well, you still put people in Australia upside down, so we can't listen to you.
Yeah,
Up to a certain degree, anyway.
Come on, you think the land's shaped like a dodo, so we're equal now.
That's okay. Whatever. That's beyond understanding that everyone on Earth's surface
Yeah, just a minute ago you
has
put everyone
one
upside down. That's a great
up.
point.
That's all.
Hey, You said we're
You
all
put
upside
everyone
down.
upside down.
No one upside down. You say plumb bobs aren't parallel. Bollocks.
No, Pete, you said this half an hour ago. You said we're all upside down.
Yes, we
Yeah.
are,
Yeah.
but the tree is intact the other side. The bubble is intact the other side, like an eyeball. If you were to zoom out from the and here we are on the stump surface. Look up "Missing Pieces" by Talk Talk, released in 2001. Someone please post that in the chat.
Do you have
Post it on-
fireworks going on in your head?
I know they're going on outside, not in my head.
Oh, okay.
In my pants, maybe.
You're like,
Everywhere. You have a head in your pants and you have a head on your shoulders as well.
Why is there fireworks going on around there?
You know, man, I don't know. I'm in Ireland here, and I think people are celebrating Halloween easily, or just they can get fireworks easily and just set them off. Nothing
I
else
think
to
I
do.
want to ask Rakia about his maybe unchristian practice of grounding to the earth with bare feet. No, Jesus would have had bare feet, but if you're saying you're getting some type of power from earth, isn't that a bit pagan?
No.
Hang on, he wanted to ask me. So I know there's energy. There's electricity in the air. There seems to be, some type of energy all around us at all times. Why wouldn't it be in the earth type thing? So if we're creating a barrier between that energy source in any way, then of course it would affect me, right?
And it's the earth's a gift from God. So if you find out it's got energy, it's still part of God. It's not.
Rakia, well, hang on, Dawn. Rakia, let me say this to you specifically then. Christmas time is coming up. We get a cut tree, we put it on an X, and we light it up again. We reconnect it as it up the tree. Every limb of the tree, especially the evergreen tree, forms in a spiraling pattern upwards, and we light it up. And then at the very top, we have this lit shining star. This is all very symbolic. So it is all about the division. The Father and the Son are divided. One comes from the other, and what connects the other is the Spirit. And this all applies to us. How can it not apply to us? If you love Jesus, I love Jesus. You love God, I love God.
I would definitely say I love Jesus. I mean, I'm not ashamed of that. I think the Christmas time and Christmas spirit and Christmas tree can be represented in many different ways, just like everything can. But how I represent it is in a very spiritual way to remind myself, and to get together with friends and family to remind ourselves the gifts that we received from the giver, right? The creator. That's how I
That'll
represent.
do, David. That'll do. That's good enough. That'll do.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I would argue it's not devilish. It's just recognizing what earth can give you.
Yeah, you can make everything evil, right? You can find evil in everything. Right. I don't find evil in a Christmas tree or Christmas time, or I don't find evil in anything. Yeah.
Christmas is quite.
But that balance
decision, and Satan is
right.
Santa.
But without going there, Dawn, that balance decision came from your heart, Dave. Right? It came considering, because we know there's so many possibilities in our head. Our God will lead us in a certain direction as well, but our heart, that's where the balancing point to find. Remember, we can't get to heaven unless our heart weighs lighter than a feather. We've got to take this journey upwards, which is actually downwards in a sense. Let me just say this. If you think about yourself, right, and just as your limbs would fall naturally as you stand upright, imagine turning yourself upside down and planting yourself as a little sapling in the ground. I can imagine my female counterpart connected to myself and doing the same thing to us, being exactly that, a little sapling as we grow from the earth. But we have been uprooted.
I can relate that to a real world deal. Of course, a downhill run would be easier than an uphill. So when we were training our kids to do national gymnastics, we often use this analogy in the mind over matter type thing. So when they were doing, their runs, which was a daily event usually, we trained them to think about running downhill. Just imagine that you're running downhill, and you would be amazed. We proved to them, and we proved to everybody that trained with us that if you did that, imagine, that thought process, your times would increase and you would be less tired at the end than if you imagine you were running uphill the whole time. It's basically just mind over matter. We did the same thing with pain management and whatever,
Well, Dave, listen now. Please try this. I know. Is it okay if I call you Dave here or Ricky? Interchange. I don't mean to be rude or whatever. I'll do what you want, but please consider this as well. I'm having a difficult time at the minute. Pretty much everyone knows I'm an amputee, so I lost my leg in a building site accident in London when I was 18. And funny enough, the biggest influencer in my life is 9/11, the Twin Towers, capital center of New York. I lost my leg at the capital center of London, which was Canary Wharf, where there was 2 towers as well, just when they were being constructed. Anyway, that's a different matter. So please consider this. At the moment, I'm sort of confined to crutches. I was sort of, not to go into a massive story, it wasn't that I was beaten up, but someone broke my walking stick off my arm. I fell awkwardly and sort of twisted my artificial limb within my leg, and my leg swelled up. Just as I was coming away as well, they kicked me in the ribs, and I don't mean to expand upon it, but I get to the point, right? Over the last 5 weeks, I haven't been able to use the crutches because it hurts my ribs. I haven't been able to put on the leg because it just swells up immediately. So I've been pretty much immobilized. Not really, I've been to a few places as well. But what I've come to realize and refresh my memory as well, and how our skeletal system actually works. Because when we realize we're half of the story, right, everything revolves around, okay, fuck it, this is, okay. If you imagine your male and female counterpart coming together back to back, right, and you imagine the heels being connected, the way that we're sort of living up on our toes like a bird in that sense. As we move forward, it's always about getting your weight off of the heel, because that's not naturally, I'm talking about the true nature, that's not naturally on the ground, and rolling it onto the toes, which takes the most weight. That's what it was designed for. And by understanding that sort of principle, it can definitely improve, I guess, whatever endeavor you have, but it's just viewing everything flat earth and beyond sort of system.
Being on your toes is more fight-flight mode, so you're ready for action. But then if you've got time and you can relax, then you can stand back on your heels.
Yeah, we're taught as sportsmen, don't get back on your heels, right? Because you can't. Right. Your movement is limited, I think is the point.
Right, so your daughter running up the hill, do you know what you actually, honestly, maybe, I don't know, I just appreciate it's probably a wonderful, beautiful relationship. But here's another thing to consider. You shorten your step. Shorten your step naturally, because you're meeting the incline at a lesser time. So with both of these considerations in mind, I bet you whatever time she's achieved to date, with a bit of practice, she will shorten by a substantial amount. And that's what I
Well,
recognize.
she's out of competition. She actually, that was a couple of years back when she was training for the national team. But my oldest son was a national gymnast too. They trained together 6 days a week until my daughter moved to a different state to be with the national team. But I was more their mental coach, like making sure they were mentally prepared and could handle the stresses and pain and whatever of the sport. And then they had physical coaches that taught them all the physical stuff. And then my wife was the nutritionist for the team. But it definitely all goes together. The mental aspect, though, and you can talk to a lot of pro athletes today, is a huge part of their training, right? Mind over matter is definitely something that happens.
Ricky, it just occurred to me, and with all the observations you've made, You've been down the beach many times, I'm sure. You know all those wrinkly lines that appear after the water, the tide sort of goes out, where normally it should be flat, right? You have material, you have water always resting flat. It should just, to our senses, or thought process, it should remain flat. But do you know those wrinkly lines, those little ridges that appear in regular places along the beachfront?
You're talking about on the sand?
Yes, on the sand, yeah.
Yeah, of course, of course.
What do you put those down to?
You know, I thought about that the other day. You know what? It's just the lapping onto the shore, the way it, the way the energy of the wave goes in and out. I guess it makes that because it's even not further out on the beach. Underneath the water, you can feel those ripples. But
the problem is that that's not experienced everywhere. That's the problem, you see. If it was experienced one place, it should be sort of pretty predictable and pretty repeatable, but it isn't. It isn't. I have my own thoughts on it, and going back to ether, this prevailing force from above, which is something to be avoided. Imagine you went around just all day with a big sheet of plywood above your head, just perfectly balanced on your head. That would be more pressing for you, even though you'd have found the central balance, because you're sort of gathering a greater force from above because of the greater surface area that you were underneath. I think this is where the pyramid comes into things. Imagine how would you perfect, right, Dave? Perfect. So imagine how you would
I like turtles.
maneuver that. Hang on, I'll let me finish. Right. Imagine how you would maneuver that board itself. You could sort of contort it into a perfect shape that would, with the understanding there was a prevailing force from above, you would direct it out and away. I'm going to give you the answer anyway. I'm thinking a pyramid, right? A pyramid sort of shape.
I get you.
Hey,
pyramid, but yeah.
Hey, Pete, I don't follow you because I know the pattern you're talking about, but it doesn't happen even in the same place every single time. So what was your point about that?
Okay, well, my thoughts are this is a proof of the ether. So sand, what is sand ultimately? If I say it's the sawdust of the giant silicon tree that's been cut, or trees. That's what I say. So it reacts to the prevailing ether, which is always sort of in motion. This is the 15 degrees per hour, which is Foucault's pendulum. That's a real phenomena. It's a real phenomena because the pendulum is free swinging, but the ether is moving. Ether is moving. As you go towards the equatorial areas, then it's more in a straight line fashion, right, until you get to the two corners of the eclipse, whatever, the two shorter radii. But as you get into more northern realms, the contouring of the ether is more exaggerated, I guess, and that's because I think everything is going back to the north center. What's going on there? Everything rotates in a certain way. I have a few good questions to bring up later on, actually. And I know I can talk, but I definitely have a few good questions. We're told that the Earth moves from let me get this right because we have to reverse our thinking, from east to west, right? No, hang on. Let me. Fucking hell.
Well, Pete, let me step in here. We're kind of reaching that point again. Maybe we need to take a little break. I've enjoyed it. Right, I can relate to you a little more because I take it as it is. But maybe someone else wants to get in here and bring up something else that'll give us a break too. So if anyone wants to maybe move on, if they're having mixed feelings about this, don't want to hear it anymore, now's the time.
You ever notice you put your hat on your head, you wear your hat, and then hours later you're like, where's my hat?
So like turtles?
Yeah, just like turtles. They know all about it. They got shells.
The turtle shells have some distinct patterns on all of them that kind of correspond with some of the things we talk about sometimes. I think that's why one of the representations of the Earth being on the turtle's back is made, but it's just a thought process. Nature is amazing in its shapes and how it's made. Frequency is related. You can't deny that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you ever mess with the bionic band?
You mean the show that was on?
Yeah, you were dealing with soles, shoe soles.
Okay.
But there's another product called Bionic Band. It works around the same principle, I think.
If I did, I'm not. I remember the Bionic Man. I remember the other stories of the $6 million man and things like that. But maybe I'm not.
Oh no.
clear on what
So the Bionic Band, I'm not sure exactly what the claim is, but it's similar to the soles of the shoe, where it has some sort of magnetic or electric effect to the body.
I got you.
And it you know, they talk about how it aligns all of the electronic poles on the body and allows your nervous system to communicate better. And so then when you may have a weak, limb, it'll balance out the strength in both limbs and give you more energy and efficiency and whatever. I'm not sure about all these claims, okay? I'm not saying all this is true. But I will say that I was having a fuck of a time doing a remodel on one of my properties. And the guy I was working with was just coasting, just not slowing down, getting work done. And I'm just tired, okay? Instead of carrying 2 buckets, I'd end up having to carry 1, and I was just wearing thin around lunch. And he told me, hey, put this on. And he put this band on my wrist, and he said, all right, now carry the buckets. And I was like, no way. I can't carry 2. I'm too tired. And sure as hell, I picked up both buckets as if they were nothing. And I just carried them all the way upstairs. And I was like, what the fuck is that? It's like, it's a bionic band. You get them at the state fair. It's one of those.
Well, a lot of them are copper, and then some of them can be magnetic. Seem to have some of the same tendencies. I actually use one on my boat for seasickness. It sends out a frequency. People put this on, and it's on their wrist, on the underside of their wrist, and it sends
it just
a
has to
pulse.
touch the skin.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
know
know
why I guess the wrist is sensitive. Whatever.
I don't know why it works or whatever. There's a lot of people on YouTube trying to debunk it, or they claim it doesn't work and stuff like that. And I'm like,
it might
no
be
way,
mind
dude.
over
Like,
matter type thing. Who knows?
well, that's the thing. Like, most people, they know that when they go to the state fair, that they're going to try to sell them some kind of knockoff or something that's a scam or whatever, pyramid scheme or whatever it is. And they fall for it, and they do the show, and they spend the $40, and they feel like they got had, and they never wear it again. But me personally, I put this thing on. I had no idea what it was or what it was supposed to do. I was given no expectation, and I was already aware of what it was doing.
Well, I can tell you with the product that I was actually representing, it was big then, and it's still, if you notice, some of the sports stars, they'll wear that wristband, that magnetic wristband or copper bracelet, but a lot of them have a brace on that is magnetic. It's supposed to increase flow to your lower back, if you wear a brace there, or your knee or whatever. And then they wear the inserts in their shoes are supposed to give them better balance, that sort of thing. But it's just increasing energy or flow to that area is all it's
no idea.
that I was taught that it was doing. So I actually have a back roller that's in my room right now to this day, and that was 20 years ago. That was a product that I sold that I still use. I mean, it is amazing. And it's just a magnetic roller that with 2 handles that someone can roll your back, or you can do it yourself. Actually, just reach around, roll it up and down your lower back, and it increases the blood flow immediately and massages at the same time. But that magnetic effect, whatever it's doing, is definitely. I mean, there was another test.
It's magnetic. That's the thing. Like, I wish I knew what it was doing.
What I'm talking about has magnets in it, whether it's creating a different effect, but this was a magnetic product. Now they had other products too, but one of the other tests that we did was you could you could lift your arms up to your side and someone could press them down real easily. And then when you would
Right.
step on these insoles, you could resist like so
Right.
much better. And
Well,
also,
they do the
you
same
know,
thing. Right, if you look on YouTube, the Bionic Band, they do the same exact tests and they record it. And people say, "Oh, this is fake or it's staged," or they're given the expectation that it's supposed to do something, so it does. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe those are fake. But
Yeah,
what I
might be.
experienced, no way.
Well, I
And
can
I
tell you
continue to
these
wear that
products
thing
weren't
for the
fake.
next.
Yeah.
I continue to wear that thing the next 5 years, and then I
We
lost it.
had ways to test it, right? We made some that didn't have they looked exactly the same. You couldn't tell them apart, but didn't have the
Right.
magnetics in them. They
Exactly.
just appeared to have it, and you could put those under them and do the same test and no resistance, right? And then put the ones that did have the magnets in it. So the person doing the test or otherwise didn't know which one was which, and the resistance was a lot, very noticeable. Like no way it was being, people were, they weren't faking, they were against
Right.
it. So why would they be faking it?
It's I guess the only way I could akin it to is like if you're using your arm, you think you're using your bicep, your tricep, your shoulder, maybe a little bit of your pec muscle. But what this does is that it actually it feels like it's activating every muscle in your core to do one action easily. It's like adding a bunch of pulleys to like if you're trying to do something, you're adding a bunch of pulleys just to make it easier. That's what it feels like,
Right.
just effortless.
Right. Yep. All the way down to your toes, through your
Yeah.
spinal, through your core, all the way down to your toes. Yeah. No, I get it. The one of them was pushing against the person's forehead, right, for balance, and they would just fall backwards, and then put this under them, and you'd push against their forehead with the same force, and they would be rock solid. It's weird actually, but it has something to do with energy.
Yeah, I can testify that stuff's real. I meant to go online and buy another one, but like you said, I mean, someone can sell you just a little sliver of metal. You'll never know if it's real or not just by looking at it. So I'm very wary of just buying one off the internet. I'd rather get one from, State Fair or someone in person.
Well, that's what happened. As soon as this company got big, they had a lot of knockoffs that came on, and they were just cheap and didn't work and all this, and it killed a lot of the market.
From what I understand, so that wristband, it came with a cloth, and it was stitched to the cloth, and it was just velcroed onto the wrist. And what I did is I took out the little metal piece, the pendant, and I put it on a necklace. And I wore that necklace all the time. It was always in contact, and I could tell the difference. And then one day, my necklace got ripped off in a fight, and I couldn't find it. And yeah, so I need to get it replaced. I know they make like you could get a ring, or you could buy a necklace that's made that way. There's a bunch of different kinds of jewelry that basically serve the same purpose. We need to find some. It's directing the ether bud. All churches in the old days had copper-lined roofs. So beneath it, there was sort of Pacific calm zones where the people could be influenced by this man in the pulpit. As flat earthers, the ether is revitalized. Because when we look back at who killed the ether, we're given Einstein, who turns out to be a probable tranny, right? And his whole premise for his future theorizing can be busted in, I don't know, a page or two. You can actually post a link if you want. But, that makes them a different character on the stage. And are they presented purposefully with their whole outfit fully designed? You know what I mean? For our consideration right at these times. I say absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. But Yeah, that's. There's a reality in place and they know it. And it's all about conducting. This is what electricity is. It's gathering the ether and sort of focusing it. So by bracelets, copper bracelets on your arm, I would say a good place to put a. I swear to God, I don't try any of this, but just thinking about it, on your dick as well. I don't mean that in any sexual way, but just because things that are outside should be inside. But it's all about sort of a conducting away or a focusing of these different energies to harness them, as opposed to being oppressed by them. So that's what I think the pyramid is about ultimately, and many other spires. Spires went up around the world shortly before 2001, 9/11. There's a spire in Dublin here, so everything is a sort of an antenna in a sense. But us ourselves becoming aware of this and coming to understand that we are. Every antenna needs a distributor, I guess. A source. I guess we are the source ourselves, and that's about us building up our own aura, but understanding fundamentally then that there is this prevailing force from above.
Male vitality. Defeat the globalists. Put copper on your dick.
Copernicus, right? He's the fucker that got us into this mess in the first place. And he was a Jesuit priest. It's all storytelling. He didn't exist. It's all storytelling. With a point. Copper, when you move, well, we all know the story, magnetism, copper wire, electric current. Yeah. You're just harvesting the ether that's already there. Without ether, none of us exist. We don't vibrate. Base bestial matter doesn't exist without that. We're all an aspect, we're a derivative of something that was former. So Earth is in a divided state, which gives us heart, right? Heart, Earth, and ether, anagrammatical. We got to direct the ether. And the powers in play know this stuff. This is why, someone mentioned earlier on, the world is becoming more aware of the differing possible nature to our Earth. But I'm saying, yeah, absolutely, because we're being said and led at every hand turn. Tesla, motor cars, the name has been brought forward. People look up Tesla. What do you get? Well, Nikola Tesla, that's another psyop. He didn't exist just as much as Einstein didn't exist as a real man. This is a character. But Nikola Tesla, I don't think existed at all. Let's scan a few pictures of him. But the point is that that sort of reality has been brought to bear now. And, yeah, what are we going to make of it? I think we can direct it.
The Dapper Dan Hairwax.
Well, yeah, I heard that, or Mark Twain as well. Another good connection. But it doesn't even matter in a sense. It's just a greater script being played out. But the attention is being brought to the main issues here, and I think that is the ether versus no ether. Tesla described Einstein as whatever. What was it? I don't know. I can't even. It's not coming to mind now. You get lost in mathematical theorizing anyway, and lose all track of reality. But yeah, if the man himself didn't exist and Einstein didn't exist as given, well, then it's all a greater fucking script to be unraveled for us ourselves. But as we live here and now, if there is a prevailing force from above, and if it moves, just as we understand that the sky moves, right, as flat earthers, something is fucking moving. So what is the sky? Maybe it's all emanating from one source energy that's maybe earthbound, ground-based. Who knows? We know, we don't know, someone knows, that's for certain. But yeah, that's the way I see it. So it's all about harvesting or manipulating, I guess, is a better way to put it. Manipulating, and that's what harvesting is, isn't it? You put a certain amount of time in, Understand the basic principle, and then you can gather out you can reap the harvest. That's what I think it is. And they all know this. Over there. We can know it too. So getting back, finishing the point. Well, yeah, Rakia, go around in her shoes. So we're directing it. But if you want to direct it to a certain area to energize you, I think that's where copper comes into things. You will focus it in that particular area, even to a minute level, that you will notice the change with and without over a certain amount of time. Definitely, God's energy has to be taken in relevant doses. That's what I should think.
Good.
Go away.
Hey, totally bottom shelf, but if anybody's interested in just a pretty decent low budget movie, there's a free movie on YouTube called The Hammer. I enjoyed it. It's pretty good comedy, pretty good story. Acting is pretty good.
Hammer. Didn't that come out like 7 years ago or so?
What's that?
You know, I didn't look at the date for it, but if you know the actor comedian Adam Carolla, he wrote it.
Oh. It's a YouTube movie?
Yeah, but I mean, don't go in looking for. It's not action and it's not Rocky, but it's still a pretty good storyline and pretty decent. It was good. It was good humor. I thought it was really cleverly written. The guy, you know, I felt like when I was watching him, I thought, man, this guy would drive me nuts, but his humor was really funny.
One time, Adam Carolla was like funniest guy on television. Like back in like 2005, way back. He was the most talented guy.
The guy
he was like one of those South Park type comedians.
Yeah. The main actor reminded me of him as well, just in terms of his looks and whatnot. But overall, I recommend it.
Comedy is a great genre. Comedy. I almost sounded like I said Sean Connery. No, comedy is one of the only genres I like. Kind of one of the most uncorrupted parts of Hollywood. Like, there's no like, $600 million comedy movie. Like it stays loyal to the craft of acting and writing and stuff.
You know what movie that I found really took me by surprise that had a comedic vein to it was the first, and I'm sure the subsequent ones, but I haven't seen them yet. But the first Scream. If you haven't seen the horror movie Scream from 1996, I was really surprised by how much humor was in it.
It's like dark. Well, it's a dark comedy. Dark humor.
Yeah, but at the same time, it wasn't dark humor. It was a dark movie with life in it, right? The people were just funny in life itself, I thought.
Travis, what is life itself? God's laughter, maybe?
What is life itself? Well, I answered this earlier with Dawn asking the question. I would say, maturity and glorification.
Laughter, God's laughter, ha ha ha, H-A. If you go the other way and A-H, that's always a sigh, right? So we're going the wrong way. We have to go the right way. Let me say, I've long since learned that if you're waiting for some other fucker to laugh at your jokes, he'll be waiting still. So I always laugh heartily at my own jokes, and that's true.
Oh, you
And
said
gotta
Mark
do
Twain
that.
was fake. Mark
Gotta
Twain
do
was a
that.
comedian. Mark Twain was a funny guy.
Fuck it, though. Fuck it. I think that's what God
The
would
guy
say.
Mark Twain, he named himself after what you say when you drop a line in the river.
Well, listen. Let's get into it a little bit more. God is a he. Why is God a he? We know God is indivisible as one of his inherent qualities. How can he be described as a he when he is a sort of half of a she? So I said there's specific reasons for that. What do you think? Sort of contradictory, isn't it, in a sense?
What, men are half of women? What?
No, it's not that.
I think it explains it in the Bible why.
Well,
because God
because
has a son.
It's because God has boobs.
Yeah.
Because God is the Father.
We're made. If you go to Genesis 1, we're made. I hold the Bible as true. We're made in the image of God. In the image of God created God man. Male and female created he them. I say in inverted commas or brackets. You have after that in one. So 2 in 1. Right, so male and female in one, and then when it comes to Genesis 2, we take a different pathway. We enter into division where Adam is divided into Eve and Adam. So I think the clues are all there for us. So God is indivisible ultimately. Why it's a he? Because H-U man. Whole E spirit. That's the potential. God is the potential, you see. We are E on both sides, if you think about it. You have the spine, you have a branch coming out from your groin, your genital, your gut area. You have a branch coming out from your heart area. You have a branch coming out from your brain area. That's a capital E on both sides. You have to bring all opposing sides together, divided sides together, right? And get back to Genesis 1, which I think is underground, the other side. I think we're all ultimately still in Genesis 1. We have wings. When I picture a male and female, my female counterpart together with me, and everything in its right order, I say we have wings. That's what our fingernails are. Like the plumes, everything connects in that way. Definitely. We can fly.
Yeah.
God wouldn't have created us without looking at the birds and not giving us wings in some form.
I can talk on this. Men and women, real men and real women connecting is a big part of reality and spiritual reality. But also inside your own brain and soul and your actions, you should try and combine the masculine and feminine gender energies. And that's
do
a big
what?
part of enlightening yourself.
Sometimes you have to be a pussy, and sometimes you have to be a bitch.
No.
Yeah.
Be
The
tender,
feast,
be tender
the
as a
lion
male,
and the
be
lamb,
protective
gotta
as a
be both.
female. Right?
No, it's not about lion and lamb. That's strong and weak. You've got to be the sun and the moon. You've got to be both.
That's Horus. That's Horus, Dawn.
You have to love and kill. Build. You have to
Because
love
we
and build.
come from a whole state and we enter into division. If we consider ourselves whole, then only half the story is told.
It's a never-ending.
Listening to ourselves.
Because as soon as you've got them balanced, life will unbalance them again, and you have to do more shadow work to get them balanced again. Keep rebalancing yourself.
Yeah, but everything you say is good, but you still have people in Australia walking around upside down.
Pete, you think land's like a dodo, so we're both crazy
I
together.
know. But the dodo only came into being after I decided that people in Australia are not walking upside down.
I mean, mad.
No, but the mad stuff that you believe is easily debunked.
By you, but your mad stuff's easily debunked by me.
No, it's not. You're a
It
ball,
is.
spinning ball earther. You
Yes,
can't
it is.
stand up to the most basic of
I debunk
questioning.
Dodo Earth every night when I want to, whenever I want.
Okay, no worries.
I debunk Aristarchus every night.
I solved the Paul
What I'll give you.
McCartney. Hang on, Don. I solved the Paul McCartney mystery. He did. And it leads onwards. So that's not the end of the mystery, like the JFK mystery. That's not the end of it. They're just bit players in a sense, telling a greater story. Now, where does all roads lead to? Nearly all roads. Aristarchus.
I'll give you this, that some of the stuff I believe in is part of a mainstream religion, whereas some of the mad stuff you believe in is your own individual preference.
What do you believe in?
Maybe you're more free than me with
Yeah,
thought.
but no, I'm not saying that. You are who you are. What do you believe in, though, Don? What is the sun? Do you think the sun is something 93 million miles
I think
away?
it's a holy
ball of flame?
object falling through space.
Why would you
Falling through
believe
the
that?
mother.
Any experience of
I
that?
think it's a masculine object of energy falling through the feminine space of no energy.
Okay, but that's sort of metaphorical. But in reality,
I can be more scientific. A ball of space falling round the Milky Way. A ball
fair
of
enough.
fire
Then.
falling around the Milky Way.
Milky Way, right? All these sexual innuendos. Mm.
Yeah. Well, some of the high priests were perverts. They still are.
Oh, and if I was to ask you, if the sun was what they say it is, what's diminishing the sun's energy as it approaches Earth? What are you going to say?
It's
You have
not
no
just what
answer.
the
Because
scientists
whatever
say,
answer you give, I'll
it's
just say
also
to you,
what
well, as we
religion
rise up, the
says.
temperature gets colder.
Religion and science is true. It's a ball of fire and it's
I
Horus.
agree. It's all true. But I'm just trying to get you on a literal sort of position here. What's your position?
It's still a hot object for you, isn't it? It's still a hot moving point that moves.
It's true. Earth does move.
The sun. It's still a hot
Yeah.
orb moving
Yes,
through
it
the
is.
sky, right?
It's not hot as such. It's an intense reflection. That's what it is.
Well, we feel
You know
it as
the way the
heat.
moon. You
We
know the way
feel
the
it as heat,
moon.
so we can call it hot. We can call it
Well,
hot.
listen to this. You know the way the moon reduces to a small dot. There's images on, or is it video on YouTube? Videos on YouTube, which taking images of an eclipse above the cloud line from an airplane, and you see the moon apparently shrinking to a small black dot. I say that the sun would shrink exactly to the same size, small black dot, were it not for it's such an intense reflection against this watery barrier beyond. Which
What is the sun a reflection of again?
Giving its apparent form. Explosions. This is where the hydrogen comes from. It's the water being broken down by this intense reflection.
What is
But
the
if you
sun
could
a
narrow it down to
reflection
its
of?
laser beam, imagine the most powerful laser
Don,
beam.
don't you know?
And it'd be the same size as the black
Aristarchus.
dots on moon. That's
It's Aristarchus, Don.
well, come on, Travis. You know about the moon shrinking to a black dot. When you rise up, where's the images of the moon in all its glorious beauty above the interfering atmosphere?
What does
You don't find it.
Aristarchus look like in his true form? If we stop looking
Listen.
at the reflection of the sun and we
But
look
Dawn,
at him, what
yeah.
would it look like?
But Dawn, hang on. You attribute the apparent unique motion, singular motion to all of the skylights to the movement of the Earth, right? I don't. I say that there's some other source that's
pretty much.
moving and giving us the reflected skylights. So everything is a reflection of something singular. And what do I say that is? I didn't pull that out of my arse, Aristarchus. I didn't.
But you just mean God, don't you? Aristarchus is just another word for God, right?
No, Aristarchus, if anything, is the devil. He's the father of heliocentrism.
Yeah, that's what I
Leads us
meant.
into
That's the same
hell.
thing.
Leads us into
Same.
material only, the one only consideration.
Higher power. The source general, higher general, chief.
Right. Aristarchus is only the material story. That's all. He's not God. The opposite.
I don't know what it is
Stark
then.
affair.
I don't know what you
House
mean
of
it is.
Stark in Game of Thrones. Stark. What do you call it? Iron Man, Fe Man, Flat Earth Man, Tony Stark. Yeah, these are all negative terms in a sense because we're in a state of division. This is hell. We've entered into hell. are
I
in
agree.
shoal.
Yeah.
We are in shoal. So turn. So remember I mentioned earlier on to Rakia, if we imagine ourselves upside down so the tree is intact the other side, in relation, this is a relative thing, but then all the highest mountains become the lowest
Yeah, it's
sort of
not actually
valleys and
upside down.
peaks.
It's just relative
And that is
upside down.
shoal.
I get
That's
you.
shoal as represented. That is shoal. Here you go.
Real upside down would be crazy.
Or Sheol.
Tony Stark. That was a pretty good connection. F.E. man, Tony Stark. And you said the Starks in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And then they have an ice wall. They had an ice wall in Game of Thrones.
They did, and their house, their oh fuck it, I have to see, I have to remind myself what's the logo now. Actually, their motto, the logo was found on Mars. Would you believe? And Elon Musk, who sent up Starman and Starlink, all these sort of connections, leads us back to Game of Thrones in that way. Oh yeah, the wolf. The wolf was found on Mars. If you don't believe me, you can type it in yourself, Kosho. The wolf was found on Mars, which is an emblem of the House of Stark from the Games of Thrones, which I've never seen, by the way. But Arya Stark is the main protagonist. Arya Stark, us. What do you reckon?
Starkest fan before I even met you. Nobody talks about him except for you. But yeah, he doesn't get enough. He doesn't get enough. The Arya Stark is one of my biggest. I'm one of his biggest fans, I guess you'd say.
Right, you're the head lead. You're Kosho. If anyone is the head of the cult, you are. You put in all the groundwork. Where Neil deGrasse Tyson putting in the work that you do fighting the flat earthers? No, you are the lead protagonist fighting for the cult of Aristarchus, who was the originator of heliocentrism. Isn't that wonderful?
I just admit it.
Ha! It's hilarious.
He didn't say he's the leader, but he said he's the biggest fan. So he's the most passionate follower. Most passionate follower.
No, he is the biggest protagonist in that sense, because he is here day after day fighting for the spinning ball Earth, which was given to us ultimately by the father of heliocentrism, which is credited to Aristarchus of Samos. Now, I say the man didn't exist. You don't. You'll tell me the man did exist, and that's his philosophy, his imagination. You are defending.
I'll give you. He's a fake name with encoded meaning, and it was a cult that made it up, not just one man.
Right. Exactly. So if it's all a game of clues, as flat earthers, the moon is our nearest clue. It's the greatest blueprint in existence. I say all those craters are a kaleidoscopic expression of one crater. I stick to that. Who cares if no one else is saying it? I stick to that, and I know it's true.
Newton and Einstein. Einstein gave us a lot of insights.
Well, Einstein was a tranny, you're right?
Newton gave us a lot of insights. You know, single man, he gave us a lot of insights. I think people don't give Aristarchus enough credit. Who gave us a lot of insights on things that who knows who would have had those insights. You know, that if he had
Kosho, you can't even expand and develop your own thoughts on a system based on a flat and a stationary plane. You can't tell me how you've painted in what outer space is not. You can't tell me the different component parts that you've developed upon in your own thinking. Because I know you can't afford to do that, right?
I tell you, yeah. I was trying to before, man. On the flat Earth model that I was left with was one that can only be simulated with some disconnects from reality, because there's certain things that you wouldn't be able to do in the reality like that we know it. So for instance, like the two hemispheres, you wouldn't be able to rectify the issue unless you made it in like a video game sort of thing where it made it look like you had two hemispheres, but in actuality it was all over a flat plane.
You can make two hemispheres with a contoured mirror, you know that. If you have a source pointed in a certain direction in relation to the contour of the mirror, you'll be able to, and if you turn that source, you will be able to see a sort of a mirror reflection, and you can replicate that. Do you understand how you can do that? I can put on my camera and show you fucking how you do that with a little chalice I have here. Not a chalice, but a silver little goblin. upside down. You deny that you can do that.
Can we see an example?
Well, I don't want to hang the smoke at the window, but I
You
mean,
said
I'm
a
just
crazy
saying
sentence,
this
Pete.
involves. I can do that, but I'm saying this involves just a basic expansion upon deciding that the Earth's surface is flat and stationary. We understand that the stars have to be something different as well, because as we walk, the stars show a apparent deviation from relative position. So that has to mean that they're near, because we can gauge how far we are moving. So again, every model is different. But when you decide what the stars are, how is this possible on a flat Earth? You're bringing what the ball Earth and all of its subsequent sort of component parts entail into this flat Earth, and it's like bringing chalk together with cheese. It doesn't mix. You're not going to have a grilled chalk and cheese sandwich. It doesn't go down well.
Sake.
Take it from, I was going to say, take it from someone who knows. I always learn things the hard way. For an example of that, just pick up a spoon, go down to the kitchen, pick up a spoon, imagine it sort of enlarged somewhat, and imagine a little point source. And if you have a laser pen, shine it against it, see what sort of reflection pattern you get at the other contoured end of the spoon. That's just to get your imagination going. That's not to say it's true. You have to develop some sort of steps, you know, when you decide initially, what am I going to do? Decide the Earth is moving? Grand. If the Earth is moving, then blah, blah, blah. The ball comes after that. If it is said the Earth is not moving, then, well, yeah, the ball is in the sky, which is the contoured sky. If they're moving around
It's
the
all
center.
good for people that haven't thought about it yet.
Let me say this, Aristarchus is a crater. Note the similarity between crater, creator, crater, creator. Nothing's incidental.
Close, yeah. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Everything's a clue or nothing is a clue.
Yeah.
Anyway, I apologize for taking up time talking. I don't mean to impose in that way. I didn't realize that you were on YouTube as well, so I'll definitely bear that in mind. So cheers, I'll go on mute for a while.
I wanted to see the two hemisphere thing with the lens, but I guess not.
Well, okay, hang on. Let me turn on my video here. All I was going to show you is this. I have no maybe a lighter, just to give you the basic principle, right? Let me just clear out my screen. This is the goblin I'm talking about, the chalice. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just talking about if you're inside. I'm not going to be able to show it like this. This is what I'm saying to you. You can get your own instrumentation and if I shine a light, particularly at this side, you won't be able to see it. It's just going to be ruled out. But you'll be able to see the reflection going around in a certain pattern. If I was to move this light, it would reflect in a certain way. So I talked about a more precise, coherent laser pen and a bigger sort of contour as well. Remember, the highest point, and it's in my thinking, the highest point of the outer barrier we're under is only 60 miles up. So it contours from ground level to 60 miles up at the equatorial areas along an elliptical, defined by the sky, elliptical path, and then down to ground level as well. So every distance given for degree of latitude applies to the sky, the contour of the sky, as opposed to the ground. And this is how I can work out the greater dimensions and the greater model of Earth. That's just a little.
I like how you say the contour of the sky instead of the ground, because I think that's how a lot of ancients had their patterns worked out.
Yeah.
They didn't necessarily know the shape of the Earth, but they knew some type of shape of the sky. enough to make clocks and patterns and all of that.
Hmm.
I think there's truth in the contour to the sky kind of idea.
Everything's reversed. All of us in Underland. Remember it, Dawn. Aleister Crowley, a character. He's just a character. He's another character on the stage, like Barack Obama or anyone else. But
He's definitely
look for the
fully real.
clues. He made it necessary. He made it compulsory for his students to study Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass, Inside Out, back to front, up to down. Clue for us. Who wrote it? Lewis Carroll, also known as Charles Dodo Dodgson. That was his nickname. He's the original. Well, he's not the original Dodo. The original Dodo is Jesus. No offense. Charles Dodo Dodgson was the author of Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass. He never existed either. Another clue for us. So I'm not making this shit up. You can check it out yourself. Just connected different dots as well, and much beyond that as well, by the way. But I think you get the general idea of what I was talking about there.
Yeah, it reflects around the curve.
Yes, but the contour of it. This is a circular bat. Remember, it's stretched out. It's stretched out, so you'll get a different reflecting pattern. And this is why, because observations count. If heliocentrism was so off kilter, there'd be so many objections coming. But no, what they do tell us is that the Earth is rotating, and all the skylights are moving in an elliptical fashion around the Earth, right? Or sorry, the other way around. The Earth is moving in an elliptical fashion, and all the planets move in an elliptical fashion around the Sun, where Aristarchus of Samos put attention to. So, yeah, in reality, the Earth is flat and stationary, so something has to be moving in an elliptical fashion, and that is not the sky itself, but the skylights off of the contour of this barrier. That's what I say. Makes the most sense.
It's very well explained.
Cheers. I definitely should go on mute now and sing myself a song.
Yeah, there's no way it can be a ball. I mean, they'd have to show the gravity equation for not a sphere. They'd have to show the odd, crazy potato, funny, weird indent, just any kind of crazy type of shape for the idea of gravity, actually.
Potato, I'm hungry now. You know I like pork rinds.
Geoid.
Mr. Potato Globe, it doesn't work.
It looks like a chicken nugget.
Oh, it's worse than that when you add the trenches and the Grand Canyons.
Definitely not a perfect sphere. I mean, come on.
Look at the big mountain points and scapes too. Yeah, this would be a weird pointy chicken nugget. I just want to know, like, which equation did they do on the blackboard that made any shape like that? That was like close to a sphere for gravity. Like, which one was that?
Hey, Denmark, you had to mention potatoes. I'm fucking Irish. That brings up terrible memories for me. Thanks a lot, bud.
Sorry, I'm Irish too.
Potato famine, which is a load of bollocks as well. When the potato famine came, all the Irish moved over to America apparently and built it up. So, but yeah, we're known for a potato love.
What powered you? Potatoes.
Potatoes are bloody great. I mean, chips.
Yeah,
come on.
sure.
No, they
You
are
could
good,
just
but I
fry
mean,
them.
damn.
You could just eat the ketchup if you don't have potatoes.
You're eating tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently hot potatoes aren't good for you because should you eat one of those, your whole channel will be deleted instantly. That's a reference to Patricia Steer and other hot potatoes. Remember that?
So, globe Earth is a chicken nugget potato geoid, and flat Earth a spiky puddle.
Pancake.
Yes. Paraglobia. If I look at something, it becomes a globe. It starts to go. It gets rounded in spherosity.
Globophilia, right?
Paraglobiac. Paraglobophilia.
You're truly
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh.
Pete.
Here last night, and well, Carnivore had posted a picture where he took like a picture of the horizon, and he kind of smushed it together, so that it was like a really close picture, and like it accentuated the curve that he was trying to show. And somebody thought that was really dishonest or something or other. And I told him that I would try to do that with a picture, like a picture with straight lines, and shorten it and stuff, and see if I can make a curve or if it comes out straight.
Oh, yeah.
And sure enough, it comes out straight. So I'm trying to see if you'll rectify it. Say again?
Straight lines come out straight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I
we
think he
can
was
make
trying
them come. We can make straight lines come out curved though after you take a picture of it.
Okay, can you?
Yes.
Go for it.
We got it. You've never seen the compressed pictures?
I never seen you do it.
Well, if you take a picture and compress it, you can have straight lines be curved. Remember, you know that level you always show against the ocean, not you personally, but the Globers, the red
Well-
level with the table.
It would need curve in there.
I'm telling you, I'm doing it right now. It's not happening.
Yeah, you need curve there to begin with for it to do
No,
that.
you don't. Listen, you don't need it. We already know this because you can. They compress the thing and it has straight lines. The table is straight. All the shit is straight.
That's
and it's
why.
curving.
Well, that's the thing. It's ever so slightly curved. It's like we're talking about like 0.01 like curvedness, but when you compress it, the curve that was already there is being exaggerated. It was always there.
Or
to
you
begin
can
with.
make a ruler curve. Is a ruler straight enough?
It's made what? How was ruler made? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some error to it. I mean, it's not perfect.
Jeremy wins this one.
No, he doesn't.
Listen,
No, he doesn't. You can literally
Stop
hold on. No, you
Stop
can
saying
literally.
something. Hold on. I'm actually doing this, okay? So, Jeremy, unless you're actually going to do it, there's no point arguing. I'll show you the
You already
pictures that I'm
lost.
making where I'm using straight lines and they're not coming out curved.
You already lost. John said it.
No, Jeremy, you lost this
Great.
one. Right? You
I
could
think
literally go.
not-
And he tried to say rulers
Yeah.
are curved.
Listen.
Yeah, I know.
Have
That's what
you
I'm
got the
saying.
pics of that where someone's got a table and they're saying it's straight, and then you compress it and it's curved?
Flat Earth wins again.
Oh,
No,
Josh
no,
has
no.
got it. Josh
Hold
has
on.
got
Listen.
it there.
Listen. You could literally open up MS Paint, draw a straight line, compress it, and it's still straight. All right.
Okay.
This isn't an argument.
I think some of it is Earth curve, possibly, but most of it is from the wide angle lens. That's not
The only thing Flat Earth
narrow
won
enough.
is Ron's.
It's not
There
narrow
it is.
enough.
Look at the chat. All right, guys, look at the chat. This is the thing they always show. See how they got those straight lines on a table? They'll never show you the table, but that table itself is actually super curving underneath these red lines after they've compressed it.
I'm the one that generally posts those two images, and I don't have that compressed image with the table in it. So if
No
you've
doubt,
got
no doubt.
Jeremy and you want to produce it, that would be awesome.
I don't have it, but you know what it looks like, and the table's super bent. You can even see how these
No,
lines look.
I've never seen it, Jeremy.
Oh, well, I don't have it, but I've seen it, and
Yeah,
the table's
so
insane.
These are the two images that I think I nabbed them from MC2's site. And those are the only two images. I've never seen one with the table bent. And if you look in the middle there, you got the front edge of the table. That looks pretty straight. The ruler looks pretty straight. The only thing that looks bloody curvy is the horizon line. So
All right,
I'm
the
not
table-
quite sure what you're doing.
The table's not straight. The table is super curved. If you've ever seen the full image of it,
Well, post it.
for I don't have it.
Then why you bring it up?
Well, I'm just letting everyone know. I mean, I would edit that out too.
It's back to the infinite draw argument. No one wins.
Not only that, you can
I'm,
see that.
here,
these-
I'm over here doing this with pictures I just found, the straight edges, and it's coming out straight. So I mean, unless there's a counter example.
Can you compress the image that I put in the chat?
Yeah, hold
yeah,
on.
there we go. Compress that image. Watch what happens to the table. It's nuts.
Oh, you can do it to the table now.
The tables, yeah, the table. There we go. You'll see it, Dress. It's very rare that people show the table because then it's obvious that you've got
As I said,
straight
I've
lines.
never seen that image with all the table in it because, funny enough, when you compress it, that little bit in between there is the table.
Yeah, they don't
So
get
look-
it. They don't
and,
post
and
it.
look at how lovely and straight it is. In fact, I'm going to zoom into this now whilst Kosho's doing his magic.
Oh,
I'm going to
curved.
screen grab off my big monitor. It's go large or go
Yours
high.
curved when it's compressed. I think Jeremy's right.
If the table is curving, whatever, it's all because you have things on the table bending it down. Because I mean, if the table is perfectly flat, then it's never going to actually look curved if you compress it. All right, there has to be some curve there to begin with. All right, and you could say maybe it's a lens. That's fine. All right,
Like
maybe.
I said, they can do it. They can do it with a ruler. I've seen them do it with a metal ruler before.
Yeah, well, metal rulers they do bend a little bit. I don't know if you ever had one, but those aren't. They can
Sure,
bend.
they can bend, but this was a
I've
straight one.
seen warped ones
You're
too.
right about the lens, though, man. If you have a lens that's not rectilinear, then you could end up with
All
artificial
got it a
curve.
tiny bit, so there's enough nuance for someone to get a massive wide shot of the sea from a drone. They've still got a lens that's not narrow enough, so they're still exaggerating their own curve belief.
I don't see any curve there, bro. Let me do another grab of that, just with a bit of the sea in the background, so we can.
Where's the table? I don't see the table.
The table's that brown bit in between the two red
No,
bits.
underneath the whole picture. Do
I don't
the
have
whole
the
bit.
whole picture. I'm just grabbing the bit that I've got off the image I posted.
No, you posted the whole picture up top. 431. It's got the green table, the bottom of the table, the whole thing.
Yeah, Kosho's compressing it.
All right. Well, wait till you see how curvy this table is. It's crazy. That's the curviest table I ever seen.
Yeah, you're getting a fucking boner.
I'm just saying, post it up. You got this, Kosho. Come on, post it up. Don't cheat.
Cheat? Why would I cheat, dude?
Don't cheat, bro. Show us the curvy
The
table.
table is a little
I
bit
already know
bowed,
what it
to be
looks like.
fair. Yeah, the table is a little bit bowed. I've actually just grabbed it again in a large image, so we can see that the table's a little bit bowed. But funny enough, the supports that he made are straight because it's showing the bowing of the table because of the straight supports.
I mean, I'm doing this on my phone, so these aren't the best pictures, but
So I'll do one just zoomed in a little bit to that so we can see the comparison because Kosho's doing all the hard lifting here. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, the
Right,
table
so-
does. Oh, you first.
no, it's fine. I was saying sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, if that table there is a little bit of bend to it. I mean, it's not perfectly, straight, but if you look at the what are those? Like those red level things, right? Those are pretty much straight.
Yeah, because he bolted it to a big piece of poly iron. That's what he's done, and he's made sure that the ironwork's straight that he's bolted it to.
Okay,
And then
so you got
the actual guides are straight out. So yeah, there's a little bit of both to the table. So what? But the
All
guides
right.
are straight.
all right. So you're
Aren't
telling me
they?
these red and black. So you're telling me these red and black things are straight right here?
Well, look straight to me, mate. What do you reckon?
Do you guys agree the red and black things are straight?
On the right, on the edge, it does seem to warp a little bit, but that's that's like a little bit though. I mean,
So no, they're not straight.
No, the guides are straight. The table's not.
So that you're saying the red and black things are straight. Okay, let's refer to 431 foolish decisions. The bottom picture where the compressed red and black lines in it. And I want everyone to note how these red and black lines are not straight.
I mean, they're mostly straight.
Those lines are curving.
The one to the left
Not as much as the horizon behind them, Jeremy.
Okay, yeah. You claim these are straight lines. We can see that they're curved.
They're straight. They're not perfectly straight, but then again, someone pointed out before everything's made to a certain tolerance, but straight enough to show how much difference there is between the curvature of the horizon versus those guides.
No, those guides are curving. Your guide, you have no
the
standard
horizon
straight.
in the background is curving a lot more, Jeremy. Let's say there's a tiny bit of deviation.
They're obviously looking at them farther through more atmosphere that may make them curve.
Oh,
That's besides the
more
point. Your
atmosphere
straight
makes
lines,
stuff
your straight
curve.
lines, Druss, hold on.
Cool.
So your straight lines in this red and black thing are not straight when you compress it. They're curving.
They're not curving. They're
In
just
all
a little
different
bit off
directions.
straight.
Some of them are curving down, some of them are curving up.
But the horizon in the background is incredibly curvy.
Okay, so we're going to ignore the straight things that are curving then.
They're not really curving, Jeremy. They're just deviating from being a bit straight. So
They're
what?
deviating from straight. Okay. You got
Yeah.
straight things deviating from straight. Yeah. So you don't think that's a problem
But
when
what we're
we're
looking at
He's
is we're
saying
looking at
they're
the
angled.
incredible amount of curve in the background. Look at that curve, and that curve is not reflected in any other portion of the picture the way that the horizon is. And Coach is right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have straight lines curving, and you're trying to say that
Where's the curve?
this thing's
I can't see any curve, Jeremy. I just see a little bit of deviation from straight, a little bit of angular change.
deviation from straight curving.
No, it means that it's not horizontal. Deviation
Okay, you
from
have straight.
horizontal.
Okay, you have straight things deviating from straight, just like the horizon
No,
is.
deviating
When you
from horizontal.
compress it, the horizon is deviating from straight. Just like
No,
that,
the-
these red and black lines are
He's
deviating
really
from straight.
scrambling, Jeremy. You're really scrambling, mate. Come on. Listen
I'm
to
not.
what
You're
I'm saying.
trying to
They're
play word games.
deviating from horizontal.
Yeah, deviating from horizontal. Fine. The red and black lines are deviating from horizontal, just like the horizon is.
Yeah, but look at my picture I just posted. Those red lines are straight. They may be angled slightly, but they're straight.
They're not. They're curving, and when you compress the red and black lines, they're
Look at that
deviating
lovely
from
curvature.
horizontal.
You can see the real difference between the curve of that horizon versus the straightness of those guides.
The guides aren't
Amazing.
straight when you
It's
compress
very
them.
hard
The
to
guides
see
aren't
compressed
straight.
them.
They're
Hardly
They're
curving
clearly
that
curving.
much.
Anyone with eyes can see that these
Not
red and
exactly
black lines are
curved.
deviating.
It's
Hello,
pixels.
Don. Why are you talking over me?
I was helping. Not
Listen, you
glad
can't help these guys. They think these red and black lines are straight. At 4:31 p.m., Dross posted it. Foolish decisions. You can clearly see in the compressed, in the bottom compressed picture, in the bottom compressed picture, the red and black lines are deviating from straight, aka curving, and they have no basis for what's straight. If a straight line should be curving in this photo, this is garbage.
Of course it is, because it's disagreeing with your bias.
No, because you're showing straight lines curving. You
I'm
said
not.
these
I'm just
red and
showing a
black
bit of
lines are
shadow.
straight.
Okay, you carry on. Showing a little bit of shadow in there. Maybe the paint's not fun. Maybe the actual edge there itself isn't perfect for those guides. The top bits we've got. Show me where you see the from between the red and the blue, where there is any curvature on those lines. I can't see any. And again, I will open the original and I'll cut out what I mean.
When it's deviating from straight, that's the part where it's curving. When Dress, you're open, you're hot,
Why is
Mike.
it only
When
one
it's
side,
deviating from
Russ?
straight, that's where it's.
Russ, why is it
Go
only
ahead.
curving one side? Why is the ocean only curving on the left, on the right?
It's going on both sides, just a bit more pronounced on the right. Don't know why exactly. Could be the angle of the camera. Could be not. It's not perfectly set up. The guy actually said when he did the experiment, he said it did it pretty roughly and wanted to go back and do a better one. So
It could
tell
be
me,
that. Go ahead.
tell
my bad.
me where the curves are.
Or it could be that straight lines are deviating from straight, as shown in the red and black lines after the picture, after the photos.
In the picture I've just posted, where are the curves?
That one's exaggerated. I like Kosho's fresh one more.
It's better than that one because I've just grabbed that and I've kind of like tried to make it so
This
it's
is from the
reasonable
source.
image.
I don't trust the source.
The one you've just posted, Druss, the red line on the top right is clearly deviating from straight. Okay, top right red line. You can clearly see it's deviating from straight. Left top left of the red line that's clearly not a straight line. That's humping all over the place. Okay.
What about the
Where
nice
else?
bottom ones there? Beautiful. Look at that. And have you noticed that actually isn't black? It's shadow, by the way. So that's why I'm preferring the bottom ones because we got no shadow going there.
Yeah. But this is all because like the thing being used just wasn't perfectly constructed. I mean, it's that's what I'm saying, like if they were perfectly built straight, the horizon would still be curving on its own, like I don't know, it's just there's human error in the that thing that was built. the red and black thing. That's all.
Or there's something that's making straight lines deviate from straight. Look how, if these lines are supposed to be horizontal right here, the Earth isn't curving with
like
where's the
what,
level
the
at?
lens?
It's curving more on the left than on the right.
But like what, the lens?
No, the water, the blue stuff in the background is curving more on the left than the right.
I know, but I'm asking what would be causing this deviate? What would cause these lines to curve though? Would it be the lens? Is that what you're trying to?
I don't know. Do you hear what I'm saying about these lines? These red and black lines are horizontal, but yet we have the water curving more to the left than the right.
Yeah.
Because it's just, all it is an illusion of straight lines appearing to deviate from straight. You can see that on the red line in the top right corner. You can also tell by how it's curving more on the left than on the right. Is that how your Earth does it? When we make a horizontal, there's more drop on the left than the right.
If there was a slight tilt of the camera, maybe, I don't know. But like I said, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't have all the answers for this, unfortunately. But I'm asking you though, like, what would be the reason for why these lines would be curving? I mean, would it be the lens or like what?
I don't know that you guys claim there's refraction happening right in front of your face when you look at your hand. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. All I know is it's happening.
If the person who did this, if they could like record it next time, just to see, because I don't know, maybe, I don't even know honestly, but I don't know. Maybe they could do this again, and to remove some doubts for you guys, Flat Earth side, because I think it's a pretty good picture. But
It's not that we're on the flat Earth side. It's just that we consider the two options. The Earth is moving, the Earth is not moving, then everything that stems from there. Have you had the ability to consider both options and decide appropriately which makes the most sense?
I haven't gotten a chance to do that.
You haven't, after all these years. Isn't it a basic consideration?
I've been trying to make some time to do that, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for, actually.
So what about all your spare time when you're driving along, or when you're going to sleep, or you're having a shit?
Between doing this and trying to please Jeremy's wife, and yeah, come on, man.
Okay, well, that's a different story. You know what happened the last time that started.
Just messing with him. I got my own girlfriend, please. I made this fucking gazebo for her, right? And she ties all this blanket sheet or, shade thingy to the side of it, like straps it down. I'm like, you gotta make sure that you can put that up in case the wind blows. And of course, there's like heavy wind today. The whole fucking thing is like, fucked up now. Yeah. Anyway.
Maybe it will end up in the best love making you ever experienced tonight or something. Out of everything.
Yeah, maybe.
Every cloud has a silver lining.
Yeah, maybe fucking up the gazebo is gonna make the best love making. That's possible.
What's a gazebo as well? Actually, it's like a mix between.
I'll show you a picture. It's not really a gazebo. I'll show you a picture.
A mix between a giraffe and a hobo. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what it is. Hold on, man. Yeah, it's like this. I posted a picture.
All right. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, is that what you did? You blindfold her and said, "Honey, I have something to show you." I put lots of work into this, and you brought her.
No,
out.
she's been wanting. She bought this.
Oh, okay.
It just wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you prepared? We're coming into winter time now. Have you prepared for?
That's what's happening. The winter's coming, and
well, it's the thought that counts.
Sure. That's all good though.
Maybe one day you get around to considering the opposing side of the initial proposition.
Proposition? What do you mean?
Well, two roads diverge in the yellow wood. When we decide the Earth is moving, surface we're on is moving against all experience expectations, and we can develop it mentally to its fullest extent, which is fair enough. This is, as long as we stress that this is where we're coming from and this is where it leads as a necessary aspect of from where we're coming from. Now, if we take an opposing aspect, which is that the Earth's surface that we're standing on is stationary, that leads in a completely different opposing direction. And both sides need developing by an honest mind, an honest heart, and then we'll weigh up what is more likely. And maybe one day get to consider the other side. That's only one side as well. Don't get me started about Lord Stephen Christ, who spent 33 months in prison because he threatened Barack Obama, who I say is Will Smith to this day.
Yeah, he might be.
Do you?
What?
Tell the truth, Kosho. Come on, man.
Dude, I showed you 3 times now pictures of Will Smith with Barack Obama, man.
Kosho's actually Bill Clinton.
Boy, hang on. Before he showed me those 3 images with Barack Obama and Will Smith in the same shot, I already told him you're going to find 3 images with Barack Obama in the
Oh
same
my
shot.
God.
Video. I'm just saying.
How do you
so
feel
I already told
about?
him. So he thinks the point is proven by me going, okay, you found the things I said you were going to find. What's beyond
You
that,
did
though?
not say that, dude.
But Pete, how do you feel
Okay,
about Kosho actually being Bill Clinton?
Well, ask your wife, Jeremy.
I did.
My wife already knows.
Slick Willie Clinton.
And his wife is Monica Lewinsky.
Well, that's another fabricated tale. That's another thing that didn't exist at all. What you got to take out of that is Bill saying it depends on what the meaning of the word is. ISIS in the same sentence. ISIS combined there. That's all you need to take out of that. We're always meant to see through the fakery. What are we supposed to think as conspiracy men? Oh, we're supposed to be concerned about a blowjob he got from an intern when there's all these rape and murder allegations against the Clintons. Get the heck out of here.
I mean, I agree that there's conspiracy there, but it wasn't the fact that that didn't happen. It was just that they were. That was like that was kind of, the media blocking other shit that was going down.
Right, so you're talking about the rape and the murder allegations against the
You gotta clean this stuff up.
No, I mean the political stuff.
Oh,
We gotta
you're not
clean
talking
this
about
stuff
that
up. We're gonna clean all this stuff up right now.
Clean it all up.
But how can you not be big into that? You easily find a path to the Clintons' death trail, where there's many, many tens of people who have met an unpleasant demise, I guess, and seemingly in association with the Clintons and their shady affairs. How can we not come to that juncture? The whole point, if they give us which is a very lightened down version, right? Why did they give it to us? I just gave up my conclusions initially. All you got to take from that is it depends on what the meaning of the word is. He's pointing you towards ISIS. That's all. Everything else is theater, fabricated.
They want us to get a head start on it, yeah.
Well,
20 years, 15, 20 years before they would actually become a thing, even.
Well, you know it, man. It's all prescriptive.
For sure.
I married
like
ISIS on the
Seinfeld.
5th of May. I did not hang on to her very long. It's a Bob Dylan line from the song ISIS. Very fucking informative. Imagine there was clues everywhere. What does ISIS mean to us? Sirius and ISIS are ultimately connected as well.
Sirius Black from Harry Potter?
Well, Sirius the dog star, right? When Truman from the Truman Show, when he's awakened and started, it was on day 9/11, after a particular period, or 9/11 showed up in the day itself. But that's when a lantern fell from the ceiling, one of the artificial stars, and
Isn't it crazy?
It was the star Sirius, right? So that's when his awakening began.
You know something crazy? I was watching a movie today called The Guilty with Jake Gyllenhaal, and at the beginning of the movie, he looks at his cell phone, and the day is November 22nd, and that's the day Kennedy was killed.
Yeah,
Oh, that was interesting.
good man. Of course, he wasn't killed, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah. JFK is Jimmy Carter, and I'm Bill Clinton. That's right.
Yeah, but is that another aspect that you're waiting to look into? We know all the different conspiracies associated with the JFK. What if it was all fake?
Dude, imagine if the Earth is actually fucking, I don't know, pyramid shaped, right? And so the people who made up the fucking globe Earth made it up because there's people who knew the Earth was flat, but that was just a conspiracy because the Earth's really a pyramid. You know how much sense that makes? It makes no fucking sense. It's the same thing as, JFK was killed by the government, Lyndon Johnson, all those other people. But actually, it turns out that is the conspiracy within the conspiracy because he didn't actually die. It's like, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. There's already a conspiracy there. Why would there be another layer of conspiracy? And then if there were, why would you uncover the conspiracy, or why would you make up a conspiracy?
My direct answer to you there would be to ask you what your starting point is for your reality, and where does it go back to? What certainty? Let's say these people are playing
Right,
a different game.
Right, and my question would be, would you find a conspiracy easier to believe if it was just one-dimensional, or if it was multi-layered?
No, I think that if there was a conspiracy, for instance, like if I killed somebody, I wouldn't make up a conspiracy that I robbed a bank just to cover up the fact that I not only robbed the bank, but I also killed somebody. It's like, why would I make up a conspiracy where I'm the bad guy just to hide the fact that I didn't actually do it? It makes no sense at all. It's not even logically sound.
Okay, listen. I don't even know how convoluted that is to tell you how much it's not a dynamic. Listen, how much that's not a dynamic equivalent. Okay, so again, I'm going to ask you a question. Would it be easier for you if a conspiracy were simply one-dimensional or multi-layered?
It'd be easier for me if the conspiracy actually made any sense in reality.
No, that's not it. Why can't you answer the question?
That's the answer
It's
to
either
the question.
no. Your answer would be, it would be easier for me to understand a conspiracy if it was just simply one-to-one correspondence. I don't
No,
want
that's what
any
you're
more
asking. That's what you're
complication.
asking me to say. I'm not saying that because it's not true. Instead, I'm saying what is true. And if you're not happy with that, you need to take that up with yourself. That's not my problem.
When you say what is true, that's not an answer to my question. I gave you an either or, and neither of them had the word true in it.
Yeah. So I have nothing. I have no, need for something to be one-dimensional, and I have no need for any number of dimensions for a conspiracy. What I have to do to understand a conspiracy, or even try and come up with how likely it is first of all, it has to make logical sense that it would be a conspiracy to begin with. And in my opinion, there would be no logical sense to have a conspiracy where you not only frame yourself as being the culprit in some horrible crime, but on top of that, the real conspiracy is that the crime never even happened, and you're not guilty at all. It makes no sense.
Again, the reason why it makes no sense, and anybody else can chime in, even from your side, your analogy makes zero correspondence to this whole discussion.
Yeah, that last one wasn't an analogy. That last one was the actual conspiracy. The conspiracy is that everyone knows is that JFK was shot in the head. The conspiracy is that the government was involved, Lyndon Johnson, whoever else was involved, and was an inside job. There's multiple shooters, whatever else. That's the actual conspiracy. Now, the double conspiracy, the conspiracy that we're tackling right now is whether that actually did not happen, and it was made to look like he was shot in the head. And not only that, but it was laid out that there's evidence to suggest that there was multiple shooters and the government was involved.
Right.
So
well, the way I
why
see
would
it,
they claim themselves?
Well, the thing is the way I see it in terms of conspiracies, as it were, is that there's usually an agenda. Like there's some core thing that whoever are the conspirators want to play out. Like there's a whatever that is within them that, okay, they want to, you know, convince people of this or that, whatever psyop, whatever it may be. And once you have that core agenda, then they would put their minds together to figure out how to play that out. And on this level, when they have control over the media and so on, in terms of, let's say, the JFK, they wanted to instill into the entire population that this president was brutally murdered, you know, on an open street, as it were. So I mean, that was like their main agenda. And so at that point, ultimately anything is possible in terms of how they would play out to get to that core agenda. So when you keep saying like how it makes sense, to me, the making sense part is simply the agenda that they wanted to carry out. And then the way that they did it is simply the moving parts as to, you know, however they, you know, played it out in the media. I mean, wasn't it effect? What if he was not even killed that day? Wasn't it? Was it an effective psyop? Because they convinced everyone that they did, and then they used that.
Yeah, Gio, I understand what you're saying, but what doesn't make sense about what you're saying is, yeah, it makes sense that they would want to make him a martyr and they want to make it look like he was brutally killed. That's fine. That's not the part that doesn't make sense. The part that doesn't make sense is why they would frame themselves as the culprit. If they're not actually even going to do it, why not make it look like it was just some kid who did it? Why would they have this whole drawn out conspiracy that somebody else killed him? I mean, that they were the ones that actually killed him and made it look like it was somebody else when in fact he never even died. Why not just make it look like somebody just killed him brutally?
There's no crime committed, right? But what did JFK promise the world? He was the first televisually elected president, by the way. What did he promise the world? Man will land on the moon. Another fake voice. How fake is that voice? But a man landed on the moon before the turn of the century, so in honor of his memory, man landed on the moon. Now, as flat earthers, we know that's all a hoax. So is he involved in that greater hoax? Of course, he also promised us a greater lucrative business, which was satellites, right, on the back of Arthur C. Clarke. So to think of these ulterior motives of clever men, Kosho, I'm disappointed in you that you can't consider certain options.
Well, Kosho, I think the reason they did that was to bolster the idea that indeed he was actually killed, meaning that if they had just tried to do the one story of the, you know, Oswald and that was it, then enough people would have been able to see through it. So they have a backup fake conspiracy of, you know, shooters on the grassy knoll and all these other things to make people even more convinced that indeed he was killed, and then gets people, you know, going on rabbit trails, you know, all off to the left, to the right, you know, every which way. You know, and so through all these years, the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you know, most people still thought that, you know, that just by default that he was actually killed. And then they've planted all these, in my opinion, these kind of fakes, like side conspiracy theories to just keep people, because it's all about black magic. They want you thinking about their psyops. That's the number one thing. The more you think about it, it's like getting a subscriber on YouTube. If you have subscribers, they're watching your content. So these people in power, they just want you watching their content at every level. And so in terms of that event, that was how they played it out to get everybody focusing on it, which they pretty successfully did in terms of at least getting people subscribing to the whole concept and to all of the things around it.
Right. And we, you know, we talk about misdirection and we talk about, you know, pieces and parts of truth in the narrative. So to me, a more complicated narrative society. So, you know, when I talk to my mom about things and I say, well, you know, I'll say, do you think that the government tells you the truth all the time? She'll say, no. And I'll say, so what about this? Well, it can't be everything. I mean, it can't be everything. I'm like, well, why not? So it's a matter of disbelief, right? There are some people who will say, look, this conspiracy is so complicated, it can't be true at all. Right?
No, it's actually that there are so many details about what would make your conspiracy work that you have no way to verify, that it becomes like, it's not that it's not believable, it's that you present no evidence for all the claims that you're already saying. You have to.
Okay, look, but look, even right now, Meisty, I'm not making a claim about anything right now. I'm just talking about what I would consider reasonable doubt is the mother of conspiracy. Now, if I have 10 points of reasonable doubt that I think are justified, well, that's one thing. But all I'm saying ultimately for me is reasonable doubt is reason to consider that a conspiracy has been contrived.
That's fine. I want to respond to the topic there that what Gio had said because what the fuck now?
It's reason for doubt, Travis, right?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Hold on,
Probabilities
Pete.
accumulate.
Pete, hold on, Pete. Yeah, he was talking about JFK and the people who believed it and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I don't get is like the explanation you just gave just now about them making that up because they want people to make sure people believed it. I mean, that's kind of so you're telling me that you think that people would have stopped believing that JFK was killed if they didn't make up a conspiracy that the government killed him? Like, wouldn't people just have gone on believing that he was shot by Lee Harvey Oswald? Like, I don't think anybody would have uncovered that he actually didn't die if that didn't happen.
Oliver Stone just gave us a mainstream movie with JFK in 1991, right, Kosho?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, ultimately,
they're presenting the conspiracy so in your face that there has to be more to the story. Anything obvious is obvious. Anyone coming away from that movie has to say JFK was fucking murdered by somebody or other. Definitely murdered if it's based on.
Yeah, but people before that movie came out, that wasn't a question. Like, if it was a question by 10 people, then okay, but it wasn't a question by, most people. Almost every person was, convinced that he was killed. So I don't see why it was needed
They did a
to
better job
come up
on
with
that than they did on
another
9/11.
conspiracy that they actually killed him just to make sure people believe that he was dead.
I'm sure everyone didn't believe anything. Don't be silly.
Well, that's why I was saying originally, like, in my opinion, like when conspiracies happen, it's because there's some core root agenda that they want to do. So in this case, they wanted to make it look like the president of the United States, was shot in an open car in, Dealey Plaza. And it was, was absolutely shot. Right. So that was their number one thing, that the president had died. That was the thing they wanted to instill, like the core psyop. And so while they were concocting how to do that, perhaps they came up with the Lee Harvey Oswald story and then decided, well, hey, let's add this grassy knoll and all these other, side stories about, like Cuba and all these other, countries being involved and all these other things in order to bolster it. And in a sense that's how it played out. Like it created this whole like whirlwind of quote unquote conspiracy theories, and there's documentaries and movies, but the whole thing is based around, yes, 100% he was murdered. So now more and more people are realizing or thinking, okay, maybe he wasn't murdered at all, but it's taken quite a while for a lot of people, to start to see that way. So in that way, it was extremely effective. Whereas if it was only Lee Harvey Oswald, it would have been pretty easy to be like, wait a minute, did that really happen? But when you add the grassy knoll thing, and the head going to the left, it adds a whole nother layer of deception on it.
Don't kid yourself.
Is this
a all sort of on-the-fly adaptation? No way. This is all pre-scripted out. Let me tell you something very significant if you haven't considered it before. Shortly after JFK died, who arrived on the scene to console the nation? The Beatles. The Beatles arrived in February 1964. So this is all a greater collective psyop, and there's a greater, at least in potential anyway, a greater significance, a greater layer, a greater sort of thread within the greater theme here that I say is absolutely pre-scripted out. It's like the NASA stuff that's given to us. There's no mistakes. Everything we're meant to see and everything presented with, we're always meant to to see and maybe see through ultimately. That's definitely my position. I definitely have a lot more to say about that, but I'll save that for another time, maybe.
Is this a common theory that JFK never actually died? I've never heard it before, Dodo.
Proven, yeah.
The reason I asked.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of people think that's the core of it all. That's what I think for sure. Yeah, but yeah.
I've only met 3 people who have told me that.
Not to interrupt, but I'm gonna post something in the live stream text. Tell me if you could make a straight line out of these jigsaw type pieces right here. I'll post it right now. It's a TikTok. My bad. Carry on.
I've talked to a lot of flat earthers, but I've only met 3 people who
Well, hang on.
they're all in
Okay,
different.
you haven't. So okay, you're not well researched then. You're not well researched because there's an excellent thread by Cooltoe which spans about 10 years at this, maybe 7 or 8 years at this stage, which proves categorically that it was all a symbolic affair, right? So beyond the literal, which was always meant to see through, then there's a deeper symbolic layer to be entertained. JFK was about the killing of the king, and it's ultimately associated with Camelot and King Arthur. So that's a different story. But if you've only heard that from 3 people that they suspect JFK was a fake shooting, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Where does that leave you, I guess?
I definitely agree. Yeah, the death of the king, that was the main archetypal symbolic that they wanted to strike into the heart of all of people. And it was effective when you think about it on that level. I mean, how much it swayed people emotionally. And there was a lot leading up to that, for sure, like the speeches that he was giving and there was a lot of hope at that time, you know, like he was this young president that people were excited about, and he was sort of, there was just a lot going on with his whole story, and then how they wanted to play that out, and in terms of kind of stopping that, there was a lot of time that were swiftly halted when that happened.
It's not just an isolated incident as well. You know, when we come to this conspiracy world, we're soon led down the pathway if you have sufficient interest, which obviously most of the Globers don't. We're soon led down the pathway, like Princess Diana's death was another fake scenario. 9/11, you know, a Sandy Hook, go back as far as you like, Pearl Harbor ultimately, Second World War hoaxery, just historical, questioning, I guess. Back
Is
to
there
whatever
anything you hold sacred?
Anything I hold sacred? Fuck,
I
that's a good
apologize. I just
question.
can't listen to you anymore, Pete.
That's okay. Is there anything I hold true? I would love to be sacred. Of myself, my fellow man, that we're all in the same boat together. But I hold that sacred. That we're of a different origin, man. But when it comes to discovering lies, is it my fault that I found out a lie? Is it my fault that I found out my girlfriend cheated on me? You know what I mean? I'm just giving that as an example. Of course it's not. But when I tell people, oh, well, I don't believe you, she wouldn't do that.
Actually,
You know what I mean?
yes, it would be your fault, Pete.
That's fair enough. Everything's my fault. I'd probably take it on my own back anyway. Ultimately, it would be.
Yeah.
If I only did this when I should have done it, or whatever. But when it comes to JFK, I believed it for years. My father was an artist. We had 3 pictures up on the wall when I was growing up in this very house I'm in, which is, one was the Titanic. One was a picture of JFK. My father painted both, and the other one painted the other one as well, which was a picture of No, actually, he didn't paint the third one. But was a picture of Pope John Paul II. Now, I came to realize later on, JFK, a hoax death. Pope John Paul, remember his assassination attempt, another fakery, extravaganza, and the Titanic. No ship sunk. We were led in conspiracy circles to think. Remember, the ship or the sub went down, and we saw an imprint of an M. We were only led into the Olympic Titanic switcheroo, and there's fucking direct evidence of it. Well, it's all too obvious, isn't it? I said there's no fucking ship down there. No.
By the
ship
way,
sunk.
it's the Britannic, not the Olympic. At least
It's
get
the
your
Olympic.
conspiracies
The Olympic
right.
that the switcheroo theory revolved around. The Olympic Titanic switcheroo. But I say, just coming to the point, I grew up with these truths, but I came to overturn them all in my own brain. Now, is that my fault? I consider both sides. Have you?
No, I think it's the drugs you've done, Pete.
Oh, well, there you go. That's an easy answer. It's an easy answer. Because you don't believe what's given out to you, what's delivered to you. Is that? I did believe it. That's the whole point. When I came to question it.
So, Pete, when can we expect that map that you're going to make? 2 weeks, right?
Told you.
That's what you said. 2 weeks. So I'll be expecting it.
I didn't come onto any firm or fast agreement, and it's probably time I go on mute anyway and hang up. But I told you what I could do, didn't I? I said
Yep,
at the
2
start, this
weeks.
is what I
I'll see
could
the
do.
map.
Of course.
2 weeks, Pete. Till then, you're just
You
flapping
gonna
your
do
gums.
anything in
You have,
preparation for
you only have
you?
2 weeks left. Go make a
Why
map,
don't you
Pete.
tell? Why didn't you tell us about your sister's experience at
Yeah.
Columbine?
Pete's gonna have a map in 2 weeks.
I'm
That's
gonna go. I
awesome.
didn't.
Let's
Hang
spread
on.
the
I
word.
never committed to anything like that. But I'm just
Pete,
saying I could
Pete,
do.
you gotta stop being an insensitive dick face, dude.
Okay, well, I'm just saying before I go, and I'm going now. Why
About
didn't
his
Cooler
sister.
tell us about his sister's experience at Columbine, where she experienced all the horror? Off you go. Bye.
Yeah, off you go, cocksuckers. Quit being a dick.
Why would you say that, Sean G, you little traitor, a flat earther who has no good reasons
Because you
to change the flat
literally
Earth
just
from a
said some
spinning
just
ball? When you ask him what
wrong
was his
shit.
best
And
reasons for
you just leave
changing,
that.
he'll go, "Oh, I didn't know. I was just a dumbass."
Yeah,
Now
that's my
you're
answer,
wiser.
Pete. Yeah, can't wait
You're
for
out
that
of
map
order,
in
You
2
called
Pete.
me
weeks.
a cocksucker, didn't you, Sean? You wouldn't
Yeah,
do that
because
to my
you're out of
face, man.
Pete. You're out of order.
Oh, how so? Kool-Aid said that his sister was a direct witness to Columbine. We were talking
Okay.
about media fakery events. Columbine is certainly one of those.
There's no need to bring up. It's probably a very traumatic event. There's no need to bring that up.
I'm not. Why not?
It's
Who's
okay.
making the claim?
I'm
We're
just
talking about
Pete
this
being
event.
That's what he
disgusting
does.
person.
I am, so I better bow out so for tonight. Take it easy, guys.
Yeah, go work on that map, Pete. You said you would have it
Do what
ready
I
in 2
want.
weeks.
Do what I want. I
2
won't do it for
weeks.
you though, man.
Let's all spread the word. Pete's gonna have a flat Earth map in 2 weeks. Thanks, Pete.
And he's going to do it using known distances too. So it'll be perfect. I'll be a flat earther after that.
Listen, he said 2 weeks to a month. Even Meisty acknowledged that. It's
Okay.
at least a month.
Cool. We'll give him a month then.
He said
Yeah.
he also said he would think about it.
You're a robot, Travis.
You make a whole bunch of those, but you make them just like regular flat pieces, and then you can like hang them or something. Whatever you figure it out, but you make them so it's like straight. You know the top of a jigsaw puzzle. Like you just make them all like that, so you just keep flipping more and more. And
I know, dude, but we talked about this with Citizen Z. He had an idea about using Legos and doing something like this. I think people don't realize that the problem is not the problem is when you use something small. The problem is almost worse than if you use something big, because something that is connecting
disappears.
a half an inch apart, the amount of air that is going to be allowed in each of those connections is
there's no
so
air in there. There's no air.
impossibly.
It's seamless.
Yeah, I know, but listen, dude, listen. There is air. If you're talking about something that is supposed to be following the contours of a sphere the size of Earth, and you make it a mile long of these things, it could be perfectly matching the curve of the Earth, not straight, and you wouldn't notice that at any of these connections because
No,
the
look at
amount of
how
air allowed
precise
in each
that
of
is.
them.
That's precision engineering right there, bro. You're gonna get some straight shit out of that.
So if there's a micrometer difference in between, there's a gap a micrometer thick. Are you gonna notice that?
If there's a gap, you're gonna see it because there'll be a seam. That shit's seamless when it's all put together. You
A
can't see a
micron
seam,
is a micron is something you're gonna be able to see.
bro. You can't see a seam in that shit if it's splitting apart.
A
You'll see
micron
the
is
seam.
7 times smaller than a red blood cell.
So you have an unfalsifiable model. We already know water is gonna flow if it's not horizontal, so you lost. When water's not horizontal, it flows down from the horizontal. It wants to go down from horizontal. We know this. That's a fact.
Yeah, you're right.
Water does not lie. People do.
I just unmuted you, Moyak. I saw you jumped in muted, so I assume it was from something before. From before.
I don't know. I just I don't know why I was muted, but
You're good. You went
was watching
Gurnuke.
TV. I'm gonna turn on mute.
You went Gurnuke this morning.
Oh, that's right. There was a rude person in here who I challenged to stop being rude in a less than pleasant way. But I ducked out right at that moment because I didn't want to be around them.
Kind of interesting article I'm reading here about Kosovo. So politicians, they wanted to do some sort of female quota like Egypt has for women in government. But it turned out that some of the like male politicians of one party were meeting at like a men's bar. So then some of the females said that they didn't have access to these spaces where politics were being discussed.
Oh, we already pick our government based on popularity contest. So I'm all for it. They should have a quota for women. They should have a quota for transgender people. They should have a quota for gay people. They should have a quota for black people, quota for white people, quota for Asian people. Let's start putting these quotas in. Let's go. Let's not stop here.
Yeah, that's from the movie Fahrenheit 451. They got to a point where everybody was their own quota. You could just keep sectioning off society until you're all the way down to the individual.
I think we need a homeless person representative in politics. We should have a quota for homeless people. I'd like to see a quota for, you know, pick something. Bricklayers, bus drivers. There should be a quota for people with, you know, physical disabilities. Let's go crazy with this.
Flat earthers.
Absolutely, we will be represented. No taxation without representation.
It could be the flat earther and the homeless.
That's fucked up. What's he homeless?
He lives in a bus with a homeless guy, so
In a mobile home.
Oh, mobile home, straight. That's cheap rent right there. Especially if you're down south, you ain't got to worry about those devastating, like, upstate winters.
You always know who the globalists are afraid of by who they call out by name.
How do you know what they're scared of, correct?
Like Witsit and QE. I know that
They're scared of me too, correct? Don't get it twisted.
What's that?
They're scared of me too. I'm America's worst nightmare and what they scared of.
they can come home before I'm finished, you know.
It's like I get why QE, because they, you know, they're getting shown a lot of their own behavioral patterns back at them, but leveled up because QE brings the citations, where it's like where the globalist like doesn't. All they basically just do is parrot the same stuff they heard off the same YouTube video, and then if someone else disagrees, they just start throwing antimatter.
Chris, stop sleeping on me, bro. Stop sleeping on me. I'm the family man to drive by out the family van. It's worse than seeing Candyman in your mom's mirror.
Yeah, it's the hype man. But you remember that debate where I fucking used QE's own citation against him? You look like a fucking idiot.
No, you didn't do that.
Yeah, I didn't
That
do,
must have
do
bizarro
that.
work.
Here, I'll post it.
Where are you going, kiddo?
That sounds like a self-inflicted wound. If someone's got a citation and you use that citation, that's like, dude, you just shot yourself in the foot. That's like he actually made a video of a bunch of people recently saying cherry picking.
Listen, if the citation was one of your mainstream places, you lose on that Kosho, because then it's just them double speaking. I don't even need to see the clip.
That was the thing too, because there was someone they like Focal Pendulum or something like that, right? They cited the guy had also said that radio waves are or something. I can't remember the exact details. Or like people who cite Darwin, where they could also cite that he was racist. You know, that he thought that humans were different, all different races. It wasn't just one human race. So if they talk about this idea of cherry picking, though, because what they're doing is taking one topic and that's it, just the one citation. It's like they've never done any sort of like paper for college or anything.
Bro, Craig, don't sleep on me. These guys are scared of me. I have them freaking out all the time. They start scrambling, hitting the panic button. Bro, I'm top 10 flat earther. Listen, I've been in this conspiracy shit before the internet came out, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm deep
Before
in it. I'm in
Alcor.
too deep. I'm like Jay Reed. I'm like in too deep. Well, Cool J.
Yeah, I feel like they really have this understanding that they know the Earth presents as flat stationary. So they want to talk about everything other than the Earth. That they can get you talking about stars and, you know, like spaceships and green alien chicks.
Kosho had me stacking babies one day. He's like, listen, we're gonna stack babies. Remember that, Coach? Your baby analogy for gas pressure. See, he probably got scared. He heard me talking, he got scared and had to go poop or something.
Yeah, that's back when.
Now he's feigning. Now he's feigning a bad internet connection. I know, Kosho.
Yeah, that's back when you used to think that the atmosphere and space. I'm taking a shower. I'm getting ready to get in the shower. But yeah, give me a minute. Hold on.
So, you serious, Jeremy, about writing off reading things? As obviously read things on a daily basis, but you write off like books, articles, stuff like that.
You're talking about because I said I gave up reading?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course you have to read things here and there, but I mean overall, I'm pretty much done with reading. I went cold turkey, so you know, that's that.
What's the big change in your life though? It's like what aren't you reading anymore?
I just feel like we're too advanced to be reading words on paper. That's pretty much beneath humans at this point. It's pretty much anyone doing that still is. I mean, it's barbaric.
Have you ever heard like the story about Thoth inventing writing and taking it to like his king or whatever, and he's like, I've just invented this brilliant thing called writing, and how his god told him what a curse it really is.
Yeah, no, I understand the mouth-to-mouth thing. I think writing has gotten us more advanced than we would have been able to without it. I mean, I guess if we had video, see, we didn't have video or audio capabilities back then. So before that, it all had to be, you know, mouth to